Oh. Okay. I'm back on the stage now. Please. All right, so we've got some various seminar traditions. Firstly, who here knows about the Ultimate Seminar? Has anybody been to? I know you have. You do? Good. Okay, this is good. This is what we wanted, as in we're coming here deliberately, right? So the first seminar tradition is everybody pull your phones out right now, okay? Text, WhatsApp, 2 of your mates that are due to come down and tell them, get down here now. Well, it doesn't matter. If you're Billy No Mates, it's all right. But if you've got, because the thing is, normally what happens is each of you will have one mate or two that's just like, oh, God. And you pushing them to come, as happens in London, what happens is about an hour and a half's time, suddenly there's more people and blah, blah, blah. Anyway. All right, so I'm going to start just by getting your lungs all ready. We were very fortunate. We had a chat with Warner Brothers, and we said, look, we've been doing these ultimate seminars on the music business for something like, well, probably the first one we did together, myself, Andrea, and Nikki, my co-partners, was in 1997, believe it or not. But the ultimate seminar itself really started in, we're in our 11th years now, 11th year. So we spoke to Warner Brothers, and they were like, okay, what do you want to do? Warner Music, sorry. Yeah. We spoke to Warner Music, and they were very, very just into the idea of it being held, but it being held somewhere else. And then we spoke to a man called Yao, who said to us, listen, you've got to bring it to Liverpool. You've got to bring it to Liverpool. Let's start it here to bring it to Liverpool. So the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is just, this is a morning wake up. As I point, I'm going to start there, and I'm going to point to each one of the sponsors, and I just need you to shout and clap and keep shouting as I point. So if I point to one, you go, hey, and you keep going. Right? It's a continuous thing. I know, it's the morning, right? This is how you get up. And please make it better than a southern welcome. It's got to be northwest. Come on, man. Right, here we go. Ultimate Seminar. Atlantic Records. Parlophone. Warner Records. Lymph Academy. Hypnosis. Live Nation. BMI. PPL. Centric. Weave Music. PRS, Doorbell, Spitfire Audio, PPL One More, Centric Music, Centric Music, Centric Music, Creating Vision. You're good. I like you already. Okay, I'm going to get to my speech before Andrew and Nikki tell me to get off. Speech. Welcome to the 12th Ultimate Seminar. We want to thank you for joining us in Liverpool, our first ever regional event. Well done, people, for getting out of bed and making it here. Okay, the Ultimate Seminar is one of Creating Vision's all-year-round programs that educates and breaks down the barriers of entry to the music industry, which can be tricky, can it not? Let's be real, right? Okay. 12 years ago, we, that is myself, that is Andrea Yule, there she is, the troublemaker, and that's one, and we've got Nicola Charles Osai is here. Nicola Osai Charles, she just got married, you can tell, right? I'm so used to calling her Nicola Charles. Anyway, here she is. All right, so these two are the arse kickers, basically. And we've worked together with the Ultimate Seminar for 12 years, but obviously before that we were working on the Urban Music Seminar, and that was from 1997. So we've known each other a long time, and they still play practical jokes on me like they did last night when we were in the hotel, but that's another story. Okay, so a free-thinking creative industries education service. We aimed to be the spoken invisible seam between the UK music business text pages. Okay? Almost fell over. Some love it just to network, others come to take notes. 2020 affected the music and creative industries like no other. 2021 has already proved that 2020 was actually just the start. Change is everywhere. And at the seminar, we welcome change. Liverpool is now part of that change for us. The Ultimate Circle, as a mentorship scheme, began this year and already has 50 mentees. Creating Vision's MBOL show went from strength to strength with specials on everything from NFTs to music publishing. The Ultimate Live 2021 and the Ultimate Seminar in November 2020 went virtual and reached a worldwide audience. The NR focus groups saw our scouts actually get employed by major labels and the creation of a new Creating Vision recruitment division. So basically, if you're all signed up, I take it that to come here, all of you signed through the Creating Vision website. Is that right? Basically, when you receive emails from us, open them. Because there's many a person that's just opened it, come to a particular thing that we're doing, and has ended up, 2 months later with an internship and then a job placement. Do you know what I mean? Coronavirus and the death of George Floyd still reverberate, and the long tail of both will be felt for years to come. 2021 feels like a time to make things happen, to unify, respect, forgive, learn, and grow. So, if you can last the whole day, you really won't regret it. And I'll say that again. If you can last the whole day, you really won't regret it. There are plenty of people here that will be thinking to themselves, you know what, I'll come for a few hours and I've got lunch and then blah and blah. Don't. Because I can guarantee you there'll be the third panel will happen and you'll have a light bulb moment that if you had left, you won't have. We've got too many tales of people that just went, right, I'm just going to stick in my seat and I'm going to last the whole day. I cannot tell you how important it is. Last the whole day. All right? It's really simple. You won't get another opportunity on a day like this again. If you took, now this is absolutely true, if you took the price of all of the individuals here today, right, and they were charging an hourly rate, okay, the price of your ticket, your one ticket, would be 7,500 quid, right? So let's look at it like this. By getting out of bed and being here today, you've just made 7.5 grand, if you can make it the whole day. So clap for yourselves for being smart and making that money, right? Serious. Serious. So, now we get to the fun bit. A simple test. I need you to do this. Listen closely. One side of the crowd, this is over here. Yeah, okay, this side. I need you to say, you'll understand this in a minute. I need you to say, fool, just like F-O-O-L. So after 3, just say fool, right? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. The other side, say, get out, leave. 1, 2, 3. Get out, leave. Right, here we go. If you are that person that comes to the seminar and decides to bring out their phone and chat loudly, discussing the club night they went to and rare, while others are trying to get ahead and listen and learn, that same person then tries to give a girl his number while she is bringing out a pen to learn about her business future. One side of the crowd, say, and the other. Thank you. 2 more to go. If you are that person that comes to the seminar and decides that today, rather than ask the panelists a smart question that could improve your business chances, instead, that person decides that today is their X Factor moment to shine. They burst into song, drop a whack 16 bars. This is not the place for that, buddy. Today is about business, your music business. One side of the crowd say, the other. If you are that person that deals in sexism, racism, homophobia, bullying, transphobia, ageism, ableism, and thinks that they are in the right spot somehow, this really is not the place for you. Leave quietly. I beg you, leave now, now, now. One side of the crowd say, the other. Thank you. The seminar is a safe place and a safe space to learn in, to network in, to freak out in. It's a place where a person's future can be stitched together and altered by much of what they hear and then do. It's the collective creativity today that will burn a hole in your head and leave you buzzing when you leave. Take notes, tweet, Instapost like hell. Let others know the facts that you hear today. Hopefully, today will help you make business sense of your hopes and dreams. So, welcome to the Ultimate Seminar Liverpool edition. I want to bring onto the stage and make her feel very welcome, Kath Hurley.
Hi everyone. So my name's Kath. I'm local. So I am an artist manager for a company called Mostafo, which I set up a few years ago, and also co-founder and community manager of a new music venue as well in Birkenhead called Future Yard. So I'm absolutely delighted to be moderating this first panel. Big, massive thanks to Kwame and the Create and Vision team for enabling us to have a chat about lots of important things on this amazing, amazing stage. I think this is probably the only time that I'm ever going to get to be on the Liverpool Philharmonic Hall stage, so thanks for that. That was an amazing introduction, and I'm not sure how I'm going to follow that. So I'm going to start just by bringing our panelists over. So I'd like to welcome James Radici, who's the Senior Vice President of Legal and Business Affairs at Warner Music UK. And next we've got Sukraj Johal, who's the General Manager of Warner Records UK. And then we've got Joe Malthouse, who's the Vice President of Legal and Business Affairs at Parlophone Records. And Ray Cosbert, who's the Managing Director of Metropolis Music. And we've got Loren McShane, who is the Head of Legal and Business Affairs for Centric Music here in Liverpool. And last but by no means least, we've got Will Evans, who is CEO at Spitfire Audio. So before I get our panelists to introduce themselves and tell them a bit about what they're up to, I'd like to just kind of work out who we've got in front of us. So can I get a show of hands of who is a musician? And who is in a role or looking to be in a role that supports musicians, that maybe works? Brilliant, nice one, good to know. Thanks very much for that. So for this panel, we're going to talk about how the music industry in its different parts is kind of moving forward. We've obviously had, it's an elephant in the room, but it's obviously something that's caused great change, is the fact that we've gone through this pandemic and the music industry has looked at innovative ways and different ways of helping artists and the industry itself push forward. So what I'm going to do is get these lot to introduce themselves, but also just to give a little bit of a very quick overview of how you've got into the positions that you're in. So James, do you want to kick off?
Sure. Yeah, hi, I'm James Radici. I, years and years ago, was at university thinking about what to do next. I was doing a politics degree, had got very disenchanted with politics, and as a sort of defensive move, decided to do a law conversion to sort of keep options open. And as I got further into that, I started to think about how I might use those skills. And I wasn't like an academic lawyer or anything, but I was mad keen on music, and someone told me that law was a career you could pursue quite successfully in the music business. So having qualified as a lawyer, I was looking for a jump into a music company, and just one of those really serendipitous moments where EMI at the time were looking for a lawyer with my kind of skills, not in the frontline label, but in its kind of corporate department. And from then it was a matter of getting into label work, which I took an opportunity to go to South Africa in the mid-90s, which was a brilliant experience to get direct music law experience. And I came back and really for 20 plus years now I've been working first at EMI, then Universal, and finally now currently Warner. Yeah, that's my sort of story, and I'll let other people contribute.
Thanks, James.
Yeah.
How about you, Sakraj?
Hi everyone, I'm Sakraj. I studied at university, what did I study? Communications, it's a really long time ago. I studied communications and sociology at university. I actually wanted to go into teaching, was the idea, but you don't know what you're really doing at that age all the time. Some people are clever enough to know what their path is. I came out of uni and I decided I wanted to try working in media. I basically did work experience at Island Records. Lots of labels have, if I'm honest, far better intern schemes now than they actually did then. So I worked for free for a period. Yeah, that doesn't happen anymore, thankfully, for all of you. So I went in there, and I am a massive music fan. It's always something that I felt super passionately about, and I'm a bit of a music geek. I went in, did work experience, and found it to be the most amazing and exciting place I could ever be, and felt like this is what I want to do forever. And I basically worked my way out of work experience into being a TV assistant, and then I worked my way into marketing. I worked for Island Records, Polydor, for PMR Records, then went to Psycho, and then where I am currently as general manager at Warner Records. I've been there for the past year.
Brilliant, thank you. And then Joe?
So my journey started in the city. Actually, I'm from Liverpool, so I grew up here. In case you can't tell from my accent. So I grew up in the city in kind of the 80s and 90s, and it was kind of impossible to grow up in this city without knowing musicians and people who are in bands and that kind of thing. But like James, I didn't do a law degree, I did an English degree, and then I did law conversion as well. And I had a vague idea that I wanted to do something entertainment related, but it was a time when it was quite hard to get training contracts to be a solicitor. I think I famously made about 50 applications and I got one job offer, but it happened to be from a big corporate firm in the city who offered to pay my law school fees and also offered me a salary of 16 grand, which I just thought was amazing. So I did 2 years in the city and absolutely hated it. It was just a round peg in a square hole. But at the time, a friend of mine was managing a band who was signing to London Records. He was a friend from Liverpool. And he said, "Why don't you do music law?" And I said, "Oh, Yeah, no, that's quite a good idea. I think I was vaguely aware that entertainment law existed, but I didn't know there was a specific niche music law area. And he put me in touch with the business affairs person at the label he was signing a band to, and I had lunch with him, and he just sent me a couple of opportunities, and I eventually got a job at a specialist artist practice called Bray & Cray, where I represented artists, so I kind of learned my craft there for about 4 years. And then I decided I wanted to be a bit closer to the kind of action of making records and releasing records, so I moved in-house and did stints at V2 and Virgin Records, and then started at what was then EMI Parlophone in about 2004, so I don't know, maybe some of you weren't born then. So I've been there for 17 years and became head of business affairs in 2009. So I work at the moment at Parlophone, so I look after all the kind of signings to the Parlophone label. And that's me.
Brilliant, thanks Joe. Over to you, Ray.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ray Coswell. I'm Managing Director of Metropolis Music. I started a long time ago. Quite simply, I didn't so much stumble into this like all of you. I had a great love of music and realised I was no good at playing anything, but still wanted to be involved in the industry, as it were, and got into concert promotion in the late 80s. Once again, I'm sure none of you were here. And I've stuck with it ever since. It's the only thing I've ever done in this business. And is one of the oldest professions in the world in terms of putting bums on seats and providing entertainment for people. And quite simply, that's what I do. And I hope to share some of that knowledge with you this morning.
Brilliant, thank you. Loren?
Hi everyone, I'm Loren McShane from Centric Music, which is an independent music publisher based here in Liverpool. In the business affairs department, and had a pretty traditional role into the legal world through various work experience stints. I've worked at MTV, the BBC, and then ended up at EMI Music Publishing, which is now merged with Sony ATV. Working for the writers, the songwriters, and the rights holders was really important to understand the value of music and the importance of making the creative output, turning that into a business. Then subsequently went on to Vivo, the music video platform, and working on the other side of the table. It was interesting again to see how, the different arguments of exploiting music and what you need to look after. So I spent a few years there, really enjoyed it, and ended up back here in Liverpool at Centric a few years later.
Brilliant. And Will, you're so far away.
Hey everyone. So I'm Will Evans, the CEO at Spitfire Audio, and the potted history, I guess, was I did the academic thing. So went to university, studied acoustics, pure acoustics, so very boring side of pure sound. You didn't get to do much music or anything like that. It's very number based. So I did that, a master's, PhD, and then ended up lecturing in that subject. But the whole way along, I was a huge music fan and nerd. So I'd set up a record label when I was 17 or 18, so just at about the start of my when I was studying. And as the years went on, that developed, and I ended up coming to London and doing a joint venture with Believe. So I had a label with them. I was managing artists. Actually, that's how I came to know Kwame. So I did that type of stuff, interned at labels. I was at Warp Records for a bit. And then I kind of made a pivot from that academic space and the management and record label side to actually work at a music technology company called Focusrite. So any of you that make music, you might know their interfaces. They're the biggest interface selling company in the world. So I looked after their artist relations. They also had brands like Novation, KRK, and so my job was to be the kind of go-between between the technology and artists. So I spent about 5 years going around the world, hanging out with producers and music makers, helping them understand what we did, learning from them what they did, and that all led to a career in music technology. And shortly thereafter, about 5 years I've been there. I joined a company that was very small then called Spitfire, and I've been there for 5 years, and Spitfire's exploded since. Had a couple of people in it when I joined, and we're 100 now. So it's been a wild ride.
Brilliant. Can we dig into what Spitfire does?
Yeah, so I appreciate lots of you will be primarily interested in the traditional music management, record label, publishing, that type of thing, live music. I guess we're one of the newer types of companies where the thing that we do is sell sounds. So we actually go into studios, work with artists, orchestras, all kinds of different people to capture those sounds, and we then sell those. So that if you're making music, whether it's in your bedroom or if you're working on a big film score or producing a pop hit, you can buy these instruments that we go and record. You can write music with them in your computer, and yeah, that's the gist of it.
Brilliant, thanks Will. So we've got quite a wide-spanning panel this morning, so looking at record labels, publishing and live as well, and sync and all of that. So the kind of open-ended question, I guess, which I know we've only got an hour, so we could probably talk about this all day, is, I mean, I've worked in music for about 15 years, and I don't think there's ever been a period during that 15 years where it doesn't feel like things are changing, or the music industry is evolving, or there's new opportunities in the way that we build artists up. And what I want to ask you lot is, over the last few years, if there's been any kind of really big changes or differences that you think is changing the way that we build careers for artists, or the opportunities that are now there that probably weren't here a few years ago. Who wants to take that first? Yeah, go for it, Lauren.
So I think for me, the industry has changed seismically from 10, 15 years ago, especially in the electronic space, because people have educated themselves now about self-distribution. And the way DSPs are set up, you can self-distribute, you can go to a distributor and get your music out there without the traditional avenue of having to wait for that 5-6 figure sum from a record label or a publisher. And I think kind of people understanding that, educating themselves about that, especially over lockdown, people had the time to investigate all of these different businesses, all of these different opportunities. People are starting to understand the value in the music, and it's not just necessarily kind of pet projects anymore. This is their commodity, and this is the music business, so they're understanding how to sell their music as a business commodity rather than it being their passion, and of course not to completely strip the romance out of the music business. But I definitely think that change in kind of attitude and understanding who the major players are, and then all of the ancillary businesses around that, certainly have helped and empowered emerging artists a lot more, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's been exacerbated as well by the pandemic with the collapse of the live business. There's been more focus on, musicians, I can't make any money live, what can I do? So there's more focus on the distribution of their recorded music. So I agree with that.
I think there's been a real shift into kind of like focusing on what you can do rather than what you can't, which has made people focus on particularly like newer artists, where like, you think when you're a new artist, you just get out on the road and you just build your audience by putting yourself in front of people in real life and developing that craft on stage. But now it's kind of shone the light on all of those different areas. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean the barriers to distributing your own music have really been broken down, and one of the things that makes us think about record labels is how do we really add value to to people's careers, so that we've had to sort of model the offerings that we make to artists in quite a serious way. So part of the business at Warner that I oversee is the ADA distribution and services part of Warner, and that is really thriving in terms of giving people basic access to distribution through DSPs, with services that you can then add on on a sort of menu fashion. But that model, in turn, has really challenged the traditional record label model of signing artists for long periods of time. And what we're seeing, and what Joe and I are facing on a daily basis, is a real tilting of the pendulum in terms of the new deals that are getting offered to artists have to take into account the fact that the artists themselves can do so much.
Yeah.
And I think it's resulted in a real challenge to us as a business. And, you know, in terms of push from the artist side, you know, people will have heard of the Broken Record campaign.
That's a bit of an elephant in the room,
yeah,
I think, to say.
I'm sure we'll talk about it a lot, but, you know...
Is everyone aware of the Broken Records campaign? So it's basically shone a spotlight on the streaming model and also on copyright law as well. And it's resulted in a parliamentary inquiry. So there's actual kind of like, you know, there's intervention by the government to look at the way that revenue is shared that you get from streaming, basically. Yeah. So it started off on Twitter by a musician and songwriter called Tom Gray. And I think it's the same as what we saw quite a lot over lockdown, is just like campaigning worked so well when everybody was just looking at a screen. So it definitely shone a light.
Yeah.
So I'm really pleased that you brought that up and I didn't have to. Well, do you think that maybe over this period, do you think artists are more educated about how those deals work when you're dealing with them now?
I think so. I think, you know, there's always been a good cadre of artist managers and lawyers to protect artists' interests in any negotiation, but the whole thing, as you say, you know, the ability to self-educate is considerably better now than it's been before, and this campaign has really thrown the light on, you know, it's made us think about, you know, can we justify the way we engage with artists? So, you know, it's a good thing. It's been a very well-run campaign.
Yeah.
I think the DCMS inquiry was very challenging for us, for record companies. Actually, I don't think there's too much wrong with the way that new business is being conducted, but I think we have to accept that there's challenges in historic dealings that, you know, we need to think about how we address.
I think that's one thing that I've definitely noticed, is that it's kind of shone a light on the fact that the way we look at a song is the same way that we looked at one maybe in the 50s or the 60s. And it has kind of opened that discussion up as to kind of like what that intellectual property is and what it means for the person that's created it.
Yeah.
I think having it so public as well is the fact that the inquiry is so public and that people can kind of actually go, oh yeah, it's kind of shows a real shift, doesn't it, in the way that the music industry is working.
I think also what's an interesting shift I've noticed over the last few years is that artists have much more of a voice now. Whereas before social media, they could just moan to their managers or talk to their managers and their advisors about their deals and how they worked. Whereas now, you know, Ray went online and talked openly about how she was frustrated that her label wasn't allowing her to release an album. So they have that kind of direct voice that I don't think they did have 10 or 15 years ago. And it does cause pressure on labels. You know, we have to listen.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's something that, you know, when an artist feels that they're being treated badly by the people that they're working with, there's always, you feel like, I can't speak about this publicly because it might put me in a worse situation. And I think what Ray did was incredibly brave. Did everyone see that? Ray, the artist that signed to Polydor? She was in a situation where Polydor wasn't releasing their record because they were still waiting to see how it was going, really.
7 years.
Oh my God.
I'm just telling the truth.
Yeah.
We're raw at the seminar. This is how it's going to get. So it was 7 years. The wait for her to put out her first album was 7 years. So her going online was basically her just saying, actually, I'm at the end, my wit's end. You know, I've been putting single upon single upon single upon single, and it's taken 7 years, and they still won't let me put my first album out.
And she was writing for so many other people as well, so she was propping up other people's careers, but not being enabled to let herself flourish.
Yeah, harsh. I'm sorry, I've got one quick thing that I've been ordered by my co-partners to say. For you to see who everybody is on here and read about. So there's a who's who booklet. So if you go to the Creating Vision website, you'll see this. But then if you flip here and just click there, boom, it will go straight through to a who's who booklet, and you'll see it just pop up here. We're very smart like that here. And you can literally just turn the pages like that. And everybody and their profiles and what they do is listed in there. So that's the first thing. And also, the second thing is, the people that are at the back, I would advise you to move. Don't be shy. Don't be scared. Move up here.
We will be doing some questions at the end as well, so there's a roving microphone. It does kind of help if everyone is a little bit further forward, if you've got some good questions.
Yeah.
So I want to hand over that question to this side as well. Is there anything that you lot have kind of found has been a kind of significant change over the last few years that you've encountered?
I mean, I would say that an artist's ability to build their audience using social media has become even more important. And I guess especially with COVID, that last year has really kind of pressure tested artists' ability, especially for new artists, to build audience in the absence of live and being out. Also, as well as live, just being in the real world and interacting with other artists and people and their scene and their communities. I think TikTok's obviously been a huge phenomenon in lockdown, and has been one of the companies, if I'm honest, to benefit from it, because we have been all at home. And I guess when we are looking at artists, their understanding of the audience they are trying to speak to with their music in the short term and also in the long term has become quite an important part of the conversation. That doesn't mean that we only sign artists who are big on TikTok, because actually we believe quite strongly we shouldn't be just doing that. But actually what it has done is make your ability as an artist to understand and speak to your audience a really important part of the conversation. And I think the past year it's been really interesting to see artists who've really thrived in the environment, some who've got some bits right and maybe other bits they've kind of struggled with, and other artists who might, who've kind of failed to keep up, I guess, with how things are moving forward. And that's become really interesting. And I think COVID generally has arguably sped up things in terms of different areas of the business. I think the rise of social media and its importance to music has definitely been accelerated in the past year. But again, I'm going to say it's still, music is still the most important thing, because I think sometimes when you have these, and my background is marketing and not A&R, but I believe very strongly that you can be wonderful on social media, and if your music doesn't speak to your audience or isn't just very good, it doesn't matter. But those two things really work hand in hand. So I think the artists in here, I think that's something to think about, even if you're playing to 5 people, 50 people, 5 million people. I think what you want to say, how you want to say it, and that also, if I'm honest, relates to how you want to present your brand and how you see even a kind of a logo or a visual kind of being interpreted. All these things are so connected and so important.
TikTok's a really interesting one, isn't it? Because when we see these rise of these new platforms, from a marketing perspective, you're always kind of looking to see if it is actually going to result in an audience in other areas as well. Exactly. TikTok seems to be connecting the dots, doesn't it? And people are streaming music that they're finding from TikTok. Yeah. Given that we've got so many artists in the room, I think TikTok, for a lot of people, seems a bit like a dark art. have you got any tips or anything off
It'd
the
be
top of your head?
interesting to know how like, out from the artists who are here, how many of you are using TikTok? Okay, well that's good. That's not bad. I would highly recommend for the rest of the room for you to experiment in that space. I think, if I'm honest, for new artists generally, now is the time to experiment. And you've got to look at artists, if I'm honest, even the biggest artists in the world, they experiment, they get things right, they get things wrong. And you, at this stage, kind of being brave enough to experiment in different worlds in social media, I think is really important to your journey. And I think now's the time to do it. You know, I'm sure lots of you have people just in your kind of immediate circle as the majority of the people who are kind of in your social media space. So it's a pretty safe environment. So I think get your feet wet, go in and go and explore. There's lots of, and I think it's a real misconception with artists and TikTok that it is this kind of cheesy space that, you know, if it's disposable or it's kind of
it's only cheesy if you make it cheesy though, isn't it?
Exactly. It's like
finding your own stride with it.
Exactly. It's like everything in terms of an artist's journey. It's terrible if you make it terrible, you know? I think if you go in with the approach, as you will with music, with videos, with a live performance, with your social media, that you can make it whatever you want to make it. I think the same rules should be applied to TikTok, and I would say there is such a huge audience there who want to hear music and who want to consume. So I would say it's a thriving bed, and I'm only seeing that as going to continue to grow. I don't think it's finished yet. I think there's still lots of spaces for it to not only just to continue its growth, but different spaces for it to occupy. So the kind of the black music area on TikTok, especially in the UK, is still pretty it's not light, but it's not being, I think, kind of, you know, galvanized in the same way as maybe pop. And I think it will eventually, because I think there's people on TikTok who are, you know, consumers on TikTok who want to interact with black music and black music artists in exactly the same way they are with pop. And some artists are leaning in that area kind of sooner. However, I think there's still going to be continued growth there. So I think it's a really interesting space, and I think you should definitely go and look and follow different artists and different people and get a sense of what's happening there, because actually often as well with social media, artists, they stick to what they know, or if they don't really know any of it at all, they don't kind of explore the space at all. I think just dive in, go and see what's going on and see what you can find that's interesting and exciting, because I'd be shocked if every one of you didn't find something or lots of things that are really exciting.
It seems to be the algorithms are super direct as well. Like I kind of delved into it during lockdown and spent an unhealthy amount of time wandering around it. And the more you watch and the more you engage with stuff, those algorithms are so good at just hitting you with content that is exactly what you're looking for. So yeah, I'd certainly recommend it, but just be careful about how much time you spend on it. Ray, I want to ask you about live, really, which is, you know, it has obviously been hit super, super hard and is now coming back. Have you seen change in the way that people are going about things, doing things, like after kind of that big period of inactivity, or like what's your experience been?
Well, it's a slow comeback. I think people, in the time that they've had away, that they've had a chance to really look at themselves. I'll take it back a step here, because I think one of the exciting things about social media and artist interaction is to remember this is art and business is oil and water at the end of the day, and both sides have to in many ways learn from each other. And I think what's happened whilst we've been through this pandemic, etc., is that everybody has had a chance to review and look about where they want to position themselves. And as we come back into the world live, we kind of now understand from our side that it's not just how we interact with record companies and how we build talent from there. We can build talent from many sources. As you say, you've just spoken about the world of TikTok and how that's influenced us and how we look at doing tours and promoting artists going forward. I think we've all stand to learn a lot from what's gone on in the past couple of years and how we interact with artists and talent, but also how artists want to interact with the business side of how the entertainment industry works. And that, for me, excites me in many ways in the fact that you do have that more immediate connection with the art side of the business. The business side of music is pretty, for want of a better thing, is very straightforward. There's a reason why the wheel is round, and that's how it works. But the artist side is a lot more fluid, and within that, you look at how artists use social media and how they interact with it, and that's how we as a business learn to grow with it. And I think we're entering into a stage now where there will be some very exciting developments with artists in terms of how they want to market themselves and how they want to put themselves forward, and then how it relates to us in how we promote that to people, to, as I said in my intro, to put bums on seats, and how we turn that into something real away from the digital space. So, do I have a vision or a view of how we're going forward with this? The answer is no, because I really don't know. But what I have to be is in a position to facilitate it, and for the artists in the room to allow us to work with you in a way that enhances, and I hate to use the word, the brand of the art to grow, but it's all about making the art grow, because that is what sustains us all.
I want to just touch on live streaming quickly as well, because obviously that was such an important thing for artists to be able to connect with an audience. Do you think that, given the experiences that we've had and the way that platforms have been looking at monetizing it and making it into something that is actually like a potential revenue stream, do you think there's a future in that?
Yeah, definitely. And the future will be the hybrid version. And there's things people are working on whereby you will be able to either go to a gig or stay at home and watch the gig, which you do with the streaming thing, and it will be a combination of the two going forward. I think is going to be very interesting, where the artists will be able to interact with an audience at home as well as an audience in the room at the same time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it looks like, with new technologies and like augmented reality and like VR and everything, that looks like it's...
Yeah, I mean, you only got to look at, I know it sounds a bit dated maybe, but you look at the model what ABBA are currently working on, exactly. What they're doing is exactly that. Brilliant. It is a hybrid.
Thanks, Ray. So looking at publishing and sync and that kind of area, looking at how that's maybe became like a pillar that people have been relying on. Obviously, with like live royalties as a income stream, and that's gone. But what's publishing and sync been like over the last year or so?
Well, thankfully, because the back ends of societies are all office-based, it didn't have a huge impact on the distribution of royalties. So as long as the societies were able to collect royalties, we were able to distribute to writers. Obviously, with live performance and performance generally in shops and restaurants and bars, there was a huge swathe of performance income that writers, especially kind of the emerging gigging artists that you had mentioned before, swathes of kind of revenue there that just went away overnight. I think luckily, because of the way distribution periods run in collection societies, they usually takes about 6 to 9 months for money to kind of be collected correctly, drip through to the artists. I think there was a distribution period right in the middle of the pandemic from gigs and performances pre-COVID. So I think that was a huge lifeline for many writers. That just gave them that little kind of boost to probably, pay the mortgage 1 month or pay for an EP that they wanted to put out. So luckily, the publishing world wasn't that affected, and I think it definitely encouraged writers to work out ways to diversify the revenue streams. So especially as you mentioned, Sync, we had, strangely, even though no new TV shows were being made last year, Centric had their biggest year for Sync because music supervisors had time to look for movies. You know, people were sitting around, and as you say, people still consumed. So whilst people aren't in live venues and not in bars and restaurants, they're stuck at home. They're consuming more content on DSPs, on YouTube. So whilst the collection societies could still distribute and there was still a demand for consumers consuming music, more so than probably ever, it luckily wasn't that affected. And as you say, it was definitely a small pillar to keep writers and artists paid through an awful, awful time.
Well, what about you? Did you see like a bigger take up in artists wanting to explore like the type of things that you do in order to strengthen that area? What was your experience of?
Yeah, it was and across our industry, the kind of a word that people use is creator tools. It was a huge explosion, of course, because if you take a bunch of people like in, let's say, the UK that are creatively inclined, put them on furlough and tell them they're not allowed to go anywhere for a year, we had lots of people come over and buy sounds and spend more time on their music projects than usual. So yeah, it was a huge explosion. So I'm sure that the music created and then probably down the line uploaded to DSPs, etc., peaked last year, I would imagine. We'll see. It'll probably still keep going, but our business ourselves grew hugely. The number of customers grew hugely. Which obviously we feel great about, not from the obvious commercial standpoint, but something that we're trying to do and we see, and in line with this conversation, is just there's the audience and the artist, and there's going to be this ever-changing thing in between, which is the business and technologies and ways of connecting those two things together. So we're just really excited, particularly where we work with studios and artists, people like Abbey Road, to be able to work with them to create something that now in today's day and age people could really access and interact with, that is really good for Abbey Road, and institutions like that is really important to us, because it keeps, in some ways we're able to tap into the magic of I think what we all aspire to do, which is to work with great people, go to great studios, be in great creative environments. That's a really nice thing, is this is just a new evolution of a way of ultimately monetizing and creating an ecosystem around what we might think of as an older traditional model, going into studios and so it just feels like a natural. It can be very scary. I've got friends in the industry and still that are learning what we do, how that works. But going back to Ray's principle of that there's the art and the person on the other side, I feel like that is the game of business. Is you're just in between, thinking what ways are there to connect the dots based on what's happening in the world at that time. And so here we are.
Cool, thank you. So when you look at an artist's career, it's built up by all of these different areas, and there's that sweet spot of kind of developing everything, so it turns into an actual, a career that we can live from. What I want to touch on is those areas in the industry that maybe have been immune by what's happened, and whether they've shone a light on different growth areas in the way that you lot do things, or has changed the way that you do things, perhaps. I know that we've touched on Sync, and we've talked a little bit about how contracts are kind of evolving and changing. But I just wondered if there was any specific examples or anything that you lot are kind of particularly excited about as looking towards the future, maybe some lessons learned and places that we can look at, particularly if we've got a group of new artists in the room, stuff that they can be focusing on as well. Anyone want to take? That's quite an open-ended question.
It's quite an open-ended question, but I think from the live side, I just think it's just made the whole area a lot more open for people this time that people have had off, and to think about how they want to do and present things. And for me as a concert promoter, it's just great now that I've actually, only recently, past few weeks, I've had a lot more artists actually contact us direct about actually wanting to do shows and learning about how to fund them, and just in small venues just want to do things, because I think the juices have flown for a lot of people in terms of how they now want to present themselves, and rather than wait to go out and get an agent and do it through the more traditional means, via the great world of social media, they've actually managed to build an audience which they know people will want to come and see them, which I think is quite a nice thing to come out of this, because it just makes me feel that the artists have actually taken a bit more charge and stuff, and it means they've actually got something which they're quite confident to push.
Yeah.
Which I think kind of over the years I found that very difficult with people sometimes, and I don't mean it in a horrible way, but it's probably through a lack of knowledge of knowing how they wanted to push their art and move their art forward. But I just think through this time of quietness, stillness does help the mind sometimes. And it does allow people to sit back and think about how they really want to do things.
It definitely has made everyone focus hard, hasn't it? I
Yeah.
think also with because there's a vast difference between like a multi-million selling artist and somebody that's wanting to do shows in like 150, 200 cap venues. I do think this period has kind of made newer artists kind of like bump up that competitive nature as well, and kind of like, because no one's been able to do anything, has actually made them go, well, do you know what? I'm going to go for it.
Well, periods of hardship always bring through good creativity in many different ways, and it's, you look at all forms of art in terms of painting or music, acting. There's just writing. There's many great things happening that come from that hardship, and it's how you embrace it, and it's good to see that people are embracing it. And as you said, the dark hole that can be TikTok sometimes can draw you in, because you actually do see great creativity being done there,
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think another thing that's becoming increasingly important is recognising how brands need music and need artists, and so Crush can talk about this more eloquently than I can, but and Jo spends a lot of her time doing brand deals, right, for representing artists with brands. So, that's something that, again in the pandemic, there seemed to be more, it didn't just stop. That was all sort of, people still needed music and wanted to use music to sell their brands. And I think that we're becoming better at representing artists in that area.
I think artists are becoming more relaxed about being connected with brands. 20 years ago it was slightly frowned upon, as seen as not in keeping with their art.
Seen as selling out kind of
it was
thing?
seen as selling out, whereas now it's seen as complementary and helps you develop your career if you're matched with the right brand, the right look.
But it's great at record labels having dedicated people that are kind of looking to forge those partnerships, because it's about partnering with the right brand, isn't it, that kind of suits the ethos of the artist, that reflects the ethos of the brand, and making those meaningful connections, so it's actually something that's worthwhile for everyone. Is that something that you do quite a lot at Warner Records?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think what's interesting also is lots of brands are much more interested, not much more interested, but more interested in unsigned artists as well, outside of our business. So, clearly the brand interest for signed artists who are of a certain level, you would expect, but I think more brands are taking risks with unsigned, I should say, unsigned artists for music, for sync and branding.
Yeah.
I think that's really exciting, though it obviously doesn't benefit me on the side. In terms of creatively, I think that feels really daring and really interesting.
Yeah,
I actually really would, I would encourage it more, as because then those brands and those companies who are using music for sync, they're seeing the brand experience as a vehicle for discovery, which is so exciting. And also for our new artists who are signed on the label, who might be signed, however, still in very early development stages, it can give them huge opportunities to reach audiences. So I think that's super exciting. I think you know, as we touched on, I touched on previously, I think generally what's been exciting to see is artists taking control of their destiny, their reality and their destinies, and going a bit more DIY into the space. And I think that's really, again, really exciting for us. There's an artist we've signed just recently called Thomas Headon, who artists, and if I'm honest, our soon-to-be executives should check out as an example of an artist who has built his own audience. He and his manager, he has like a sellout show at Heaven, and he's on Sigrid's tour next year, etc. This was all done up front of a signature with us. And he's built a really big audience. It's not primarily, but it has been much stronger on Instagram. So it actually hasn't been the traditional TikTok artist, though he is growing more into that space. But that's been so exciting for us to see, for an artist who walks in the door, who's been out there in the trenches building his fan base, and going back to the point that I was making, like, get stuck in. It's all there.
It's identity, isn't it? You know, like when you look at kind of uncovered artists or unsigned artists, some of them are making amazing music, but they haven't kind of created that world around it yet that people want to, you know, delve into and stay there.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, when you're kind of looking at those artists and thinking, oh my God, they've already done this and they've already done that. Like 9 times out of 10, that identity is there, isn't it? It's really solid. Yeah, it's such an amazing kind of like position to be in if you've nailed like what it is that you want to create musically.
And also failed as well.
Yeah, tried stuff
Nailed
out,
and
risked
failed.
it. Yeah, definitely.
Because actually, it's a complete misconception to think an artist walks into a label and all the lights switch on. You know, we don't have the ability to switch all the lights on.
press the viral button.
Don't press the viral button, and it all just kind of falls into place. You know, and again, like a live agent isn't by itself, you know, singing to a room full of people is not going to kind of break your career.
No.
It's kind of you need to dive into as much as possible, to fail at as much as possible, as quickly as possible, so you can learn and you can move forward and you can evolve into the great artist that you hope to be and want to be. So I think that's essentially in a label of, you know, in terms of artist development, that's what we do at the beginning with more budget, you know, completely fair enough than you might have yourself as an independent artist or, you know, an unsigned artist. But that, you know, and obviously and more expertise around you. But, you know, as an artist, you are responsible for driving your kind of your destiny, your ship. The people around you can offer great expertise and can offer great investment and can offer great support. All of those things absolutely are crucial to huge global success. You know, if you want to be a Dua Lipa or an Ed Sheeran, there's certain things I think you do require a label for. However, as a brand new artist who's growing, I think there's a lot you can do before you need those things.
I think as well it's about developing your craft in a way and building an audience in a way that when it comes to working out how you're going to release that music, that you've got a couple of choices, that it isn't just what's in front of you and it's just like, right, that's what I need to do. Because I find as well a lot with like emerging artists, they'll get a deal and they'll sign it because they're scared that they're not going to get anything else. And it's, you know, having your eyes and your ears open and like looking at all of the different routes of how you can get your music to audiences, thinking about who your audiences are is going to open those doors, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And it's the different routes of financing yourself also.
Exactly.
So production music libraries, you can often use a pseudonym to do production music, which may not be your creative style and vision, but it's definitely a way to self-fund.
Yeah.
Similarly, working with a company like Spitfire, something that you never thought that you'd kind of, I'm going to sign on the dotted line and be Beyonce next week. You know, you could find a really fulfilling, great career working with professionals in different areas of the
Yeah,
industry?
totally. It's collaboration, isn't it? And looking for opportunities in different areas, like whether you're going to release music on a major label or even on an indie or even with yourself. Having those collaborations in different parts of the industry is going to strengthen your career and actually mean that you can make a living from it. Before we hand it over for a couple of questions from you lot, Ray, I wanted to kind of just, and this feels like a really question that probably isn't answerable, but just to put you on the spot, if we're looking at, you know, the next 6 months to a year for live returning, I know for a fact, you know, looking at the venues in our area and also the venue that I work at myself, that there's a real audience for local artists. Like, people are turning out to support the kind of like exciting new bands that are in their area, but there seems to still be that delay of people buying tickets for touring acts. Is that something that you're finding, or how do you see it developing over the next 6 months?
Yeah, I mean, there still is, people haven't been out for a while, and it's just getting back used to going out again is one side of it. The whole build of local artists, I think, has definitely been down to the period of being indoors and people want to get out and wanting to support things more locally. Yeah. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but I think a lot of, me myself, for example, I've been supporting my local retailers more rather than going to bigger shops.
Yeah, I think it carries on, doesn't it, into that area.
Yeah. And there's been
that same mindset.
And that mindset has actually made people think more about what's closer to them. Mm-hmm. And because that has been because you haven't been able to go anywhere. So you're actually your world has shrunk a little, which is a good thing, because it just means you can actually focus and help a lot more what's around you. Help in a more holistic way, and build things more organically. As I said previously, I've recently been contacted by a lot more people that said, I've got a fan base in my local area that I want to try and build, and as a concert promoter now, links to venues and things like that, we can help in that area, you know. And it's funny you talk about the self-funding aspect of this. When I first started in this business, promoters didn't help bands, but now I work. I'm owned by one of the biggest live companies in the world. We actually do fund artists from the get-go. So there's a whole new thing coming now in what we think of as the Roaring '20s, whereby the actual model of how we actually access artists and market artists and help build careers is going to be now a lot different post-COVID, I think.
Yeah. Thank you. I want to dig into that later as well. I want to have another chat about it. I could talk about all of this forever, but obviously I'm not going to do that. Kwame's in the audience there with a roving microphone. Has anyone got any questions for any of the panellists?
Before we even go to that, good, I love that people are
straight up.
Just so that people will even just get a taste of the kind of level of speaker that you've got on the stage, because you might not have read the Who's Who's booklet. Just give us a couple of the artists that you work with from this side, all the way down. Just a few of the artists that you might have done.
Coldplay, Gorillaz, Simba.
There you go.
Ed Sheeran, Dua Lipa, Pink Floyd.
Just small artists, nothing too big.
I'm definitely not going to do that.
Dua Lipa, Griff Parsaloo, Liam Gallagher, Royal Bloods.
There you go. And Ray?
Coldplay, Tyler the Creator, Old School, Robbie Williams. Well, oh God, the list could go on for ages.
And Ray gave me my first job in the industry as well.
Oh yes, I gave him his first job as well.
He did too.
Don Broco, Roger Sanchez, Ferris and Sylvester.
And of course, Will, you work with Abbey Road, so that's a full stop. Basically, Abbey Road, one of the hugest studios known to mankind and womankind and people's kind. Anyway, right, so questions. I saw you. I think you first. Go ahead.
I just wondered if you think things like TikTok have an overall positive impact on the industry. Obviously, they can lean into things like instant gratification and virality, which is why they're so addictive. Do you think that's the way the industry should be going, or is that just a byproduct of how people want to consume content these days?
Do you want me to take that? Yeah,
good question.
It feels like
that's a good question.
It's a really excellent question, and I think I think people will have different opinions on this. However, my opinion is TikTok is a huge success because people are enjoying it and interacting with it and engaging with it. So for me, the proof is in the pudding, and I think ultimately it is actually a positive platform in social media, one of the more positive ones, with Twitter being on the more negative side. Yeah. Your virality on Twitter is increased by negativity, and that in itself is terrible, and not something that I feel is something as a society we should be kind of not supporting. I'm not suggesting a ban of Twitter, just to be clear. That's not the headline we're going to take away from
it's already tweeted out. It's gone.
It's over.
100%. But I think that actually when kind of psychologists analyse TikTok, it is actually positivity that it looks to breed.
Isn't it built as more of a safer space as well?
Exactly.
Because it's like built for a younger audience.
Exactly.
They've put measures in place to protect that younger audience, which obviously on Twitter and Instagram and stuff like that,
exactly,
there's just none of that whatsoever. So people are being restricted, being taken off the platform if they're posting harmful content that's going to affect that audience, which straight off the bat feels like a lot more of a responsible social media platform.
And I think for the music industry, I think it's brilliant. I honestly think, hooray, people are discovering new music, they're discovering new artists. It's not reliant on the biggest artist and the biggest act. There are artists like Bella Porch, etc., who's essentially built this huge prolific audience for herself and is now moving to music. Brilliant, bravo. So for me, it's brilliant because actually it's real. It's not, you can't game the system. You can also discover new music and new artists, which for me, I think is wonderful.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the most creative spaces at the moment for people.
I totally
It's
agree.
also not just TikTok, but Insta is building other careers as well. I mean, you know, in other creative areas, Celeste Barber, for instance, is a really, really good example of somebody who has just taken the Instagram medium, turned it on its head, made social commentary, and has now become a touring, you know, bigwig off the back of it. Anyway, over to you, so you have a question.
Hello, my name is Andrew. Just a question for James. What's the entry requirement to get a publishing deal for ADA? Not publishing deal, distribution deal for Warner ADA.
What's the entry requirement?
Entry requirement. Well, this is a good question. Again, I'm liking Liverpool's questions already.
Do you mean, do you have to have a certain scale before we'll take you on?
For example, with my artists I'm working with, our plan is actually to next step to go and get deals for each artist with ADA. That's why I came here today.
Oh, right.
What I did in my research is that they needed to get a top 40 first. So I've been aiming to build up a database to make sure that when they do the release, they could try to get a top 40. They was going to approach you guys, but since I'm here, I can get the information first.
Well, we should have a chat. We should have a chat one-to-one. Be happy to.
My friend.
In short, there's.
I shouldn't have said that so loud.
We've got there's an entry level tier called Levels, which basically is almost like self-uploading. But in terms of the core ADA service, it's not as hard. It's not as easy as saying a top 40. But it is. I think what ADA is really good at doing is moving something that has maybe got a couple of million streams onto 10, 15, 20 million streams. So to address the sort of early part of someone's career, we've developed this thing called Levels, which I can tell you more about. We should have a chat afterwards.
Brilliant. Okay, I'm going to move across this guy. Hold on. I'm going to move across to this guy. You got a question? Okay, I'm coming. All right.
With all the TikTok and all the data and all the information coming in, How are deals changing from a traditional record deal to accommodate for the traffic of all the sort of TikTok and data deals that are coming in at the moment?
You take that one.
That's so mean.
How are record deals changing? Well, certainly artists come to us with followers, and it can be quite an exercise judging whether that is an audience or an actual fan base. But so we signed an artist called Sam Ryder, who came to us with, I think, about 2 or 3 million followers on TikTok and Instagram, and he just uploads footage of himself singing covers. I mean, he's got an incredible voice. So we signed him largely off this. I mean, he had original music as well, but we signed him to a large extent off the back of his audience, and it's now our job to translate that into an actual fan base. But it's definitely a key metric that we look at when signing artists.
I mean, I would just add to that people establishing their own audience through those channels is visible to everyone. So every deal is kind of competitive, but in an environment where there are sort of metrics like audience size and impressions, etc., it means that the whole market is looking at them. And I don't know if you're aware, there's this sort of department called A&R. In the old days, they'd travel all over the country, scouting bands. Now they just have to sit in front of their screens and work and analyse the data.
A&R guys are frequently saying to me, Joe, it's blowing up on TikTok. Let's sign it.
Yeah.
What's funny is the person that just asked a question is an A&R guy. Okay, let's go.
Hi, I'm Nee Maxine. My question is around, how do you kind of go from, playing local venues, mainly covers and a few originals, to breaking through and really getting the music out there? Is it worth just kind of going on a busking tour, or how do you reach more people?
Yeah. How do you reach more people in the real world?
I think stuff like busking and playing gigs in your local grassroots music venues is what you do to kind of hone your craft. It's like an incubator of where you develop yourself as an artist before you then, once you're very, very confident that you can win a new audience over, we'll take it elsewhere. But that's probably one for you, Ray.
Thank you. There's no method in the madness of this industry sometimes. There are no hard and fast rules, and I think that's why we're probably all here wanting to learn more about it. I found over the years that there's been no straight linear path for anybody. You will find a niche that works for you one way or the other. But I think the important thing is to understand what you want to put over as an artist in the first place. That has got to be your cornerstone. And once you actually establish that, you need to follow the path of how that meanders. And be it playing in local venues, occasionally just getting in the car sometimes and driving to another town, trying to be in a support band on a bill, finding friendly artists through social media. Sharing stuff with artists, I find, is one way of actually getting your message across, probably quicker than going directly and trying to attract new fans. Actually sharing your music with other talented people can sometimes lead to more interesting avenues as well. Don't neglect that part about it. It's not just sometimes getting fans. It's all about getting your peers to look at you too, because that can only help your growth as well.
I would say it's making the most out of every opportunity that you come across as a new artist, and making sure that you're looking at everything that you can get out of that. So I come across so many artists that will get a decent support slot and then won't share any photos on social media, and it's if you weren't in the room, it didn't happen. So it's making sure that you're looking at every opportunity that comes your way and looking at how it can help all the other areas as well.
Quick question for Will at the end there. Okay, you've got a new artist. They want to interact with you. Why should they interact with you? What's the benefit to them? Because again, there's a bunch of people in here who are going to go, Spitfire Audio? For a new artist, how on earth can you explain to them how it works, turnover-wise, even?
Yeah. So there's kind of two ways it can happen. The broad Spitfire audio machine, I guess, is a bit like a record label now. So we almost have an A&R team that go out and talk to new artists or established artists, and we partner with them. And these are all artists that primarily have ideas about sounds. So this is separate to direct music creation. This is artists and producers and composers that have ideas for sonic palettes. So we actually go and form relationships with them and go into the studio, record things with them. You know, they get advances, and then we release products, and then they get royalties. So the system is quite similar to the record label model. The exciting thing there is if you're an artist, and we've got a handful of people that we work with, and some of them, they're involved in products, but they aren't the kind of name or the face of the product. And some of those people we work with have been in the industry for a while. Some of them are much newer, but they're actually most comfortable in the studio and working with sonic palettes. That's their favorite thing. So they didn't want to tour. They weren't perhaps the type of artist that was dreaming up songs or wanted to get into the song writing process. They really wanted to be in the studio making sounds. So that's been really exciting, and that's a really interesting route if you are of that persuasion. It's a way to kind of monetize your interest in sound generation. So there's that side that works like a label, like a traditional label. And we've got something that we launched pretty recently, and it's going to have a relaunch soon, which is actually a kind of peer-to-peer sound community. So if you, again, are the type of person that would are interested to go out and record your own sounds, and particularly instruments, so recording things like pianos and or your own guitar at home and sticking things to it and running it through pedals and stuff like that. We've actually got this new thing, and I call it like Bandcamp for Sounds, and it's called Piano Book. And that's a place where you can go and you can build your own libraries, and then what we're doing is creating systems that will allow monetization to happen there. So you'd be able to share your sounds with a community and then eventually make money from that directly. So it's kind of like the two models that you get with what I call a kind of gated networking way, which is like getting signed to a label and then partnering with you to get you special access to maybe a bigger, broader audience. Or if you're willing to do a lot of the hard work yourself, there's a community direct route. But you know, you've got to do the work. That's a big part of that side of it. So there you go.
Okay, so we've got a question here.
Hi, my name's Mika Miller, and I'm a self-managed artist. I've got a question for Ray. I've been working on an album for about 3 years and sort of got it to the point where the music's ready. We've shot loads of music videos, kind of pulling that team together. And obviously, like from the panel today, you've all talked about sort of the importance of having those team members in place. Kind of going forward, for me, I'm at the moment looking for like a live agent to work with, a manager to work with. And I'm just wondering really how one in that sort of position might go about sort of connecting with maybe Metropolis or yourself as a manager, and sort of whether that's something that you're like, are you taking on artists or anything like that, basically?
Not at the moment, because we're still coming out the other side of where we've just been, so I'm just kind of focusing on my business at the moment. But I think it's the usual traditional routes in many ways are sort of like just getting the odd email to someone and just sort of like just saying, remember me, I was at the Ultimate Music Seminar, have a listen to this sort of thing. As I said before, there's no real structural method with it. You just have to shoot the gun and see where you hit sometimes. And that way, if you get that shot and it hits, then you start to build from there. But yeah, there is no hard and fast rules to it. I think on the Who's Who, there'll be an email for us of how you can reach out and let's keep talking. Okay.
And again, that is another good reason to go to the Who's Who booklet, because there are contact details in there. See? Creating Vision website, you'll see if you go there, there's a Who's Who booklet of everybody on here, how you can get in contact with them, etc. Here's a question, go for it.
Hi, I'm Danelia, and I'm just wondering, how do you keep your audience or your fans' attention while you're not releasing or you're not working on anything? How do you keep them from getting distracted or like thinking that you're not working on anything and moving away from you?
That's a really great question and totally relevant whether you're the biggest artist in the world or, you know, the smallest. And I would say the answer is to think about, in terms of your audience and that journey, music is obviously the key part of your message, but it's not the only part. Your personality should be a really key factor in your journey as well. It means that when when you're booking when you're selling a tour, when you're selling merch, etc., it means that people will want to buy into your entire journey, to see you live, to buy the t-shirt, also to stick with you whilst music is coming, or or etc. So I think look at how you can be building personality pieces online. So when I work with an artist, I literally at the very beginning will ask them what they're interested in, what are their, and it literally can just be throw everything on a piece of paper. Let's say I love Netflix series, I love swimming, I love, my family. Let's say those are things that I feel super passionately about. Start telling those stories online and actually look at how you can be engaging people and relating to people, because you think about your audience as a conversation and not a broadcast, because actually if you think about it as a broadcast, you go, I've got a new single, I've got a new record, I've got a new album, I've got a tour to sell. That actually isn't the way to be relating to your audience. You should be able to speak to them not exactly with the same amount of what's the word I'm looking for? Passion, but also the amount of, you should be able to do the same amount of posts. The regularity was what I was trying to say, out of cycle of music as you are in, because actually there's also covers and there's also like sharing love of music. That is a really great and wonderful thing. Covers are the most classically kind of engaging content. And some artists can kind of overlook it because it's so obvious, but look on social media at any great artist, and even just like a little kind of acoustic of a record you love. It's a really great piece of content. So I think look at the whole picture. Never just think about this as just music. Your audience needs to buy into you as an artist. So show all of those facets and even show like the process. So then let's say there's things that you love, there's things that you're about and just in the real world of like, I'm at a great concert tonight, etc. Thankfully, we're finally back in the world where that's possible. But also the process of making music and the journey that you're on is so exciting and so interesting for people to share. It's also really it's quite an engaging thing to open up the journey that you're on with people and show that vulnerability, because actually you could actually kind of share a post about how it feels to write a song that you don't love, that's so interesting and real and honest. So I think actually do that kind of dump of like everything that you're about, everything that you love, the process of music, everything that you're doing, and feed from that, because I think you'll have loads to tell.
It's like we were saying before as well, it's a good time to practice and try stuff out and test things out, and stuff that doesn't work. You're not doing it when you're promoting something and there's more eyes on you. The other thing is as well, I think artists don't shout about other artists enough as well. For me as a music consumer, I feel like I just tweet about like new singles and new bands that I love all of the time. And I actually over the years have ended up kind of getting to know those bands and artists, so that when I go to a festival or something, it's like, if you're an artist and that happens, that's so beneficial, because you could end up going on tour with somebody, you could end up collaborating, or just they shout about you. So if you've got a couple of artists that you like that are maybe 2 singles ahead of you or something, where they're actually wanting a platform themselves, great things can happen when you kind of open yourself up to building a community around yourself of other creatives too. That's on social media.
The discussion of music is always important. You've only got to look at the width of this panel here alone, from legal to live to publishing to sound to everything. That discussion of music must always be constant. That's how you create the content with people, the discussion of music, because that's why we are all here in terms of what we do.
It's interesting as well, a couple of points. Ella May obviously is a really good example of an artist who used covers actually to gain some kind of traction, and then in the end, you know, the producer found her via that method, and then she's gone on to be produced by that person and then do what she did. This is an interesting one. Joe, this whole thing about showing your whole overall vision, or even just being able to sort of say, well, actually, yeah, I like Netflix, and here's how. I mean, I saw this with an artist as well. The artist had a song, and what they did instead was there was a series that they had that they really liked on Netflix, and so what they did was they changed the lyrics of their song to talk about some of the characters in the series, and what, of course, happened was that one went viral, whereas her other posts, with her just playing her own songs, was still sort of 240, 340, whatever, and that one went 100,000, and then introduced people to her stuff.
But I know loads of artists as well that are influenced by Netflix series and write songs about those like relationships in those programs too, which is always cool.
It's a thing. So, but this is interesting. So, Joe, the kinds of deals now, because obviously brand deals now are, you know, that kind of artist, the artist that is talking about lots of different things that actually sometimes bump into other brands as well. What are the kind of levels of deals that you're seeing? You don't have to name any names, obviously, but what are the kind of levels of brand deals that you're seeing now? Because brand as a deal has become the kind of third lane now, hasn't it?
For sure. I mean, they vary hugely. I'm working on 2 at the moment. One of them's a 5 million one, and one of them's a $6,000 one. And what I think is interesting is that we're increasingly seeing brand deals for developing artists. So going back to the point that was mentioned before, artists that, you know, their streaming levels aren't high yet, and they're nowhere near being household names, but big brands are interested in them. Nike are interested in them. You know, they may be only $6,000 deals, but there's definite interest there. So I see brand deals across the whole roster, from developing artists to established artists. And yes, they can be in the multi-millions.
And the ones that the artists that tend to talk about a wide sort of range of things and their own interests and have some kind of stickability tend to be the ones that brands sort of go more for, you know, or just, do you find that? That's what I mean.
Yes, and I think that correlates with artists now being able to be their you know, authentic selves, that direct connection they have with their audience, and they can't really be anything other than their authentic selves. And I think that's, very relatable and therefore marketable. So yes.
Yeah. Okay, you have a question.
Hi, I'm Dom. Basically, you've all had really interesting careers coming from pre-COVID. So from a non-musician's point of view, have you got any tips of how to kind of start in the industry, or what kind of you can do to be seen, or any, like, what you're looking for in people that really make them stand out a bit?
Does anyone else want to speak? I think from the kind of, because I'm not very creative, I love music and I love consuming music, but I'm absolutely, you'd never want to hear me play anything or sing. So I've always approached the music industry from the business side, and I think the most important thing that I've always found is, as Ray mentioned earlier, just shooting and seeing what happens. Go to every networking event that you can. Try and do work experience internships. Thankfully, as Raj mentioned earlier, they are now paid, so you can kind of facilitate your way through your career by finding out what you don't like as well as what you do like. So if it's not a business affairs role or a lives event role, you know, it's about you understanding what you want out of the industry as well as the other way around. I think it's really important to speak to people in similar positions, the musicians union, the PRS have a foundation as well for people trying to enter the industry. I think most of them are free to join. Get to all of them events, speak to as many people as possible, knock on as many doors, email as many people as possible, just stalk people within legality. And someone will open the door. You might get 50 people who will say no, and it's really demoralising. But if you are interested and you're really passionate about something, then somebody will give you a chance. And it is really just about putting yourself out there and really knowing your trade, really knowing your business, really knowing your value, find something that you're good at and try and do anything extracurricular that you can do that will build upon that and build a foundation of, yes, I'm a good manager. Okay, well, what will make me better at this? Exploring the world of social media, getting to know people who run live venues, you know, building on whatever scope it is that you wish to work in, just adding value to yourself and understanding your own value when you're pitching it out to people. Like, don't knock on a door and mumble that you might be able to make coffee. You know, you want to sell yourself and you're valuable, and you just want to make sure that you can articulate that to other people. Like 3 sentences, maybe all you've got with some people, so make sure that 3 good sentences.
Can I just add something onto that as well? Like, I don't know like how much you know what you want to do in the music industry, but when I wanted to get into music, I had no idea what the jobs were. Mm-hmm. So what I did was like I looked at where the growth was in the music industry, and like this is a long time ago, and it was online. So I looked at how you can build new artists up online, and then actually managed to kind of like get a job at a PR agency that didn't have an online department, and my first job was setting up an online PR department. But I was doing loads of other stuff as well, and I think the music industry is built on people that make things happen. They kind of don't sit back and watch and go, oh, I'll have a little bit of that. It's about, you know, just getting involved. So like, I put gigs on first and foremost, and then there was bands that I met through putting gigs on that needed a hand, and I just mucked in. So like, by the time I got that first job, my CV read a lot better on paper than it did in real life, because I was crap at loads of stuff. Like, you know, I was having a go and I was trying stuff out, but to somebody that is looking to employ that new person, that like kind of person that is on the ground and knows what's happening, if you've got like, you know, if you can bullet point, I've done this and I've worked with that and I've done that, then you're just going to kind of jump off the page. You're going to have people's attention a lot more if you're actively trying to do stuff, no matter like at what level it is, like how successful you are, because everything that you do that you might be a little bit crap at, you learn so much, and then you take that with you to the next thing. And I think every music industry professional is a product of every experience that they've done, no matter if they've sidestepped into a totally different area. Like I work very independently, but ended up like when I was doing PR, working with like the majors and doing pop stars, and was like, how the hell did that happen? But then it enabled me to then take away some of the things that I learned from working with massive artists and like transferring it to smaller artists. So nothing is a waste of time. Everything is going to develop who you are. So I think it's just being a doer. Just try to get involved. Find your tribe. Find other people that are like-minded. When I moved to London from when I went to uni in Sheffield, a few of my other friends were trying to get into music at the same time, and we were all doing free internships. And we'd all meet in the pub like on a Saturday and compare notes. And like, you know, trying to kind of work out how the hell to navigate the music industry at that stage was just like strength in numbers. And you've got people that you can kind of like join forces with and get a wider understanding is really important.
And
so
also,
that would be my advice.
Sorry. Also, I would say, remember that it's a business like any other business. There's the kind of sexy bits like A&R and marketing, but like, it has departments that are common to all businesses. So there's finance departments, there's the legal department, there's HR, you know, there's a post room. There's just, it's a business like any other business. So there's lots of kind of hidden roles that play a supporting role. That
and they are all interconnected.
Yeah.
They don't all act independently from each other. Everything fits within the wheel. So sometimes it's a case of you need to ask people, what do you do and why do you do it and where does it fit in?
Yeah.
And that way you get a better understanding of how it's all interconnected. So, as I said, we are all from disparate parts, but we are one.
Brilliant.
That's a lovely way of putting it.
Very well put, very well put. Will, I've got 2 initiative questions. So, a new artist, here I am. I've heard loads of stuff here about marketing, etc. I've seen this Spitfire audio on the end of the board, and I've gone to myself, hold on a second. What new artist initiative are Spitfire audio involved in?
That's a good question. Let me go into...
Sorry to put you on the spot there.
No, it's fine. I'm just trying to think of some of them. New artist initiatives. So there's a handful of different things that we do spread across different areas of the company. One of them, for example, is working very closely with a group in Bristol called Saffron Music, and they are pushing the visibility for women in music technology. And so we support them, work very closely with them, and I'm a non-exec on their board. And so we work together to support them going out into different communities and bringing women together to get involved in DJing, production, and things like that. So actually yesterday we were on a call, and part of that was to go through some candidates they've got. They have an artist support kind of fund, which I guess in some ways is attached to our funding that we provide them. So that's one strand. I'm just trying to think proactively in the core of our business. I guess it's a bit more closed. We host...
Don't you have studio? You have sort of studio things as well for new artists or something to do with sound? No?
Yes. I suppose there's an extension of the A&R process, as it were. So we've got a number of studios, and sorry, the reason that I'm stumbling here is because something that's happened at Spitfire, which is both good and bad, is that we've created many kind of what we call channels. So we see ourselves a bit like a TV station where we've got lots of sub-brands that we've created ourselves, all the same people. We now have a magazine, a record label. The 2 founders have big YouTube channels. And so in each of those, there are activities that happen, every week. So for example, one of the founders with a big YouTube channel, he does something where he goes on community walks. So and this talks to the points earlier about that kind of spread of activity across different channels, different social media outlets. So something he does is he regularly, and we had a bit of a break over the pandemic, but he started doing them again. He will actually say, I'm going to be at this place at this time, join me, and we're going to go for a walk. And, through that's been an opportunity for him to call me up and say, I found the person that's going to fulfill that role, or I've spent an hour with this person, they've given me their music, I want them to join us on this score that we're working on. So it's another, perhaps it's a good example of...
It's a good example, yeah.
These new ways of there's that traditional idea of coming out of uni or your college course and going, what flyers can I see that I can obviously go and do some networking at? But there's just so much available now with social media where you can be following individuals and seeing what they're up to. And many of them are opening doors, just like us. And, there's 3 of us from 3 different areas of the company here today. And like I said, actually the other 2 run the label, one runs the magazine. And these are full businesses, like you were saying earlier, that all have roles, stuff to be done. That I guess is part of the cycle of us bringing people through. And sometimes we have a good example is a girl that started off for us through knocking on the door. She literally knocked on the door, and someone answered it, and we much. She started off in customer experience, but was a keen music maker. She sat in that role, did all the hard work of talking with customers every day, but her music chops really came through in some other activities we got involved with. Fast forward to today, and she's one of the faces of the company. She has a signed publishing deal. She's doing some big scoring projects, and she's pulled into studios left, right, and centre. She just did a big thing at Abbey Road with Krept and Conan. And, you know, this was someone that just took that chance to knock the door, had her music and a CD in her back pocket, but didn't bring that out probably until 2 or 3 years in. So that's an
So timing, looking for different routes in, not being afraid to take those different routes in. It's not always the person, because I know people a lot of the time, they just go for the jugular, and they're missing this other possible route. Like, as you said, you could be going for a walk with someone, and they're like, actually, because I've got to know you in another way. Do you know what? Fine. Yeah, okay. And then they contact you and off it goes. Right, it's good. Good to know. I've got a question from
Josie. Hey, I've actually had 2 questions, but I'm going to ask the one that I think is more relevant to me as an artist. I work for an independent record label, and I do A&R and management for the Latin American side of things. And for a minute now, we have been only looking at numbers. So when an artist appears on our radar, is all about has he or she or they or however they represent themselves got the necessary amount of followers for us to sign them. And if they don't, it doesn't matter how talented they are, they're not in. And I was just wondering, from a major labor perspective side of things, is that how you guys work? Because I heard you mention development deals, but I didn't think they existed anymore from the way we are working. So I was just wondering if you're working the same way, or talent or numbers. Like, what's weighing more at the minute?
Could I just say one thing? At the moment, I'm doing a development deal with Warner Brothers on an act that has no numbers. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I know I've been told that it's the last question, but I'm going to run over here and give this guy the last question, because I'm very disobedient. Sorry. This will be the last question. See Nicky coming out, man.
Thank you, Kwame. Hi, my name is Albert. I run a media production company called Fortune Favors Productions. We work mostly with independent artists as well as creative industry organizations as well. I wanted to touch on sustainability. We obviously, all of us here in this room have almost become one on this level playing field after the pandemic, and it's no secret that people in any industry have been adversely affected, whether by their jobs or their businesses. And a lot of the time, independent artists do contact us and say, how do I continue to make a revenue? How do I continue to sustain my career? And I know the conversation will probably be slightly different when you're speaking to established artists or artists that are, kind of, not, I won't say bubble wrapped in the, in their contracts and their deals with major labels who have much bigger budgets and things like that. But how have the labels adapted during this time of the pandemic? You touched on metrics. Oh, sorry, the lady on the far end touched on metrics earlier on. Joe. Hey, Joe. You touched on metrics before, and that kind of prompted this question actually of money. Now, live streaming is something that has obviously become a big factor since the pandemic. A lot of artists, independent or established, are having to do more live streamed performances. It's only recently that, we've been sort of let outside, as they say, and the festivals have started to take place and artists are able to gig and make money through their gigging. But during, the past sort of year and a half, a lot of artists haven't been able to do that, and effectively have, for mostly independent artists, have lost their way of actually making any sort of income, any sort of revenue. So what is the disparity between live stream performances and how they generate income versus obviously your live in the flesh performances, and how those performances are obviously going to be much more beneficial in terms of metrics and money for artists, whether independent or established?
There's a lot of questions there. There's a lot of questions.
There was a lot in that.
Yeah.
I mean, just, you know, the live streaming business versus the live business, I think Ray would probably understand that better than me, but from the work that we were doing with live streaming as the pandemic came in, it was about you had to find a way of funding the production. Is the first challenge, because you're filming something and you've got to deliver it to an audience. So that's an infrastructure that you have to build and work with experts to build. And we tried to help some of our artists by making that investment. You know, medium-sized artists that would expect to sell 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 tickets. We're trying to reach that same kind of audience remotely. And it was challenging, but what has happened during the course of the pandemic is that more and more people have come into the business with expertise. And, you know, whereas at the start it was about looking for experts, those experts now exist and the business has become established. I don't think anyone, Ray would know better, I don't think anyone's sort of made a fortune out of live streaming yet.
Not really, no. I mean, it's very much a new space for artists and for companies working with it. And as James rightly says, the cost is in actually producing a very decent stream is not a cheap thing. And you have no guarantee of audience because the metrics really aren't there for that side of the business because it hasn't really happened before. So it is a new area of the business which we are all trying to develop and get our head around because we know it's not going to go away now. It's the genie that's out of the bottle, and the question is how we actually make it work so it is a viable product going forward for all parties, so it actually does truly benefit artists and also benefits the creative world in which we're in, I think, is kind of what we're looking
I think it depends on the intention of the actual live stream as well. It's what you're trying to achieve by doing that. Like, high production value is massively expensive. Like as a venue manager, we did a series of them last year in order to provide an important platform for local artists that just weren't doing anything and an opportunity for them to continue to build a local audience. And we didn't charge a ticket fee for that because they didn't have that audience and we wanted to create something. But we were able to do it because we got funded by PRS Foundation, so that kind of took the brunt from the venue that wasn't earning any money either. And that was the intention for that. But what we did was work with those artists to see what other activity that they were doing so that they can make a splash with it, so that they could really take advantage of that opportunity and, like, you know, to promote it better, to really kind of like get it to reach a wider audience. So for that, it was a marketing tool more than anything. But to look at it as a revenue stream, you've got to look at the other things that are happening around it as well, and where you can use that. Again, you know, if it's monetized, then fantastic, but it might cap how many people are watching it. But what else are you selling? Like, what else is there for that participant, for that viewer to engage with? Like, we made sure that, like, every band and artist that we did a live stream with, we were like, what merch have you got? If you haven't got any merch, there's no point in you doing it, because we were pushing everyone towards Bandcamp. And it was really nice when one of them fell on the Bandcamp Friday, and it was one of the bands that I managed. So it was just like, yeah. But that was, but yeah, you've got to make sure that if you are doing it, that there's stuff happening in other areas that you can capitalize on, because that monetizable model for streaming is still very much being developed, and still the jury's still out, isn't it? It's not a finished article.
Yeah, I don't think the licensing framework's there yet for
No,
live streaming.
it's still very much a work in progress that's being battered around.
So you can't monetize correctly en masse as we would like to, because there is no licensing framework yet. Obviously being worked on, and there's workarounds for different DSPs, but that's certainly an area that needs to be plugged before it becomes a feasible revenue stream.
I think it's creative as well. Like, what creatively are you giving to the audience? Like, it's when you're filming something rather than an audience watching it, the performance is totally different. The lighting is different. The setting's different, because it looks very different on a screen. Like, you've got to think about the experience that you're trying to create with that live stream as well, in order to give it something special that's going to get people to tune in. Sorry, Ray.
I was just going to say, it goes back to the question the young lady asked earlier, is what is the balance there? And as I said all on this, there is no method in the madness. This is a new area in terms of the streaming thing which you're working in and the stuff with ADA. It's all about what can I bring to the table? Let's go and experiment and have fun.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay, that is an amazing place to end it. No method to the madness. But before we clap and cheer for this amazing panel, don't even think about moving, because the next people coming through, I'll just give you two of them. One is the general manager of Warner's. The other one is the person that signed Dua Lipa and is pretty high up in the food chain. So don't even think about moving. But what I need you to do is clap and cheer as loudly as possible for this amazing. Absolutely. I mean, we could have been here for another 2 hours easy, just with this panel alone. Kath, brilliantly done. Everybody please rise.
Could I just quickly say thank you to all of you for being a great audience, and honestly wish you all the best. It's been a pleasure. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Okay, great panel. And Kath Hurley, an amazing moderator. Brilliant, well done. Very glad I phoned you that day. Okay, so we're going to move. Okay, so let's begin. We're going to start from the end of the table and move upwards. So, if you could introduce yourself first and give a couple of lines about who you are and what it is that you do.
Yeah, so I'm Joe Kentish and I'm the president of Warner Records.
Hi everyone, I'm Liz. I'm the general manager of Atlantic Records.
Hi everyone, I'm Nick Burgess. I'm the co-president of Parlophone Records and a Liverpool native.
I'm Tony Harlow and I'm the CEO of the Warner Records UK, Warner Music UK.
Right, okay. So, I'm going to ask for just a couple of lines on how, and this is a weird one because I asked people to try and condense it, if they could, their journey to here, okay? All right, so I'm going to start Who shall I start with? I'm going to start with Tony. Yeah, go.
Uber from the Pullman over the road.
No, that won't do.
Yeah, luck really, Kwame. I was just, I started out in a record shop, trying to earn enough money to travel in America, and followed lucky breaks that took me around the world. Went to Australia, went to America with Warner, and ended up back in the UK working with these guys. It's a quick snapshot.
Okay. Let's go to Liz next.
Abnormally obsessed with marketing, like really strangely, from age 12. Weird. Went to do a degree.
Hold on, say that again.
Like, very, very weirdly obsessed with being a marketing manager from age 12.
12 years old.
Now I know how strange that is when I say it out loud, but obsessed.
Unbelievable.
How did you know what one was?
Okay.
I went to a record shop and asked how someone got the album by Whole, Celebrity Skin, into the shop and how I knew about it. Sort of went from there and then did my research. But pre-internet, a lot of work. But
choice for an album too.
it's a great album, right? That was the one that sort of got me in there, and then did marketing at Polydor for 15 years and went and ran an indie, and now at Atlantic, having a great time. But it took a lot of hustle, a lot of writing, a lot of emails, a lot of chats.
Okay, Nick.
Mine's kind of an odd one, really. I'm a kid from Liverpool, obsessed with music, and taught myself to play guitar. Forced my mates in my school class to play drums, bass, and vocals. And then we got a band. We got signed to EMI. I was doing that for 5-6 years, from the age of 20 to 25. Got dropped. Yeah, Tony, actually, bizarrely, I first met Tony. He was the marketing manager at EMI, which was freaking weird. Yeah. And then got dropped, spent 18 months on the dole, realised I needed to get a proper job, came down to London for 3 days work experience on a National Express, and got a little indie A&R job, worked there for a few years, then got hired by Virgin, had a few moments there, became head of A&R, then I went to Sony, ran a label, then I went to Universal, I was head of A&R at Virgin EMI for over 10 years, and then now president of Parlophone at Warner Music, so a bit of a mad one.
Joe Kentish.
So I sort of fell into the music industry with a couple of friends. We started selling garage records out of the back of my car, and I think it was just a way of me just kind of finding it easier to get into clubs and being able to party more, and somehow kept falling upwards through record companies till I eventually got offered this gig now, and no one was more surprised than me.
And just for the people in the audience, Tony, some of the acts that you work with at present?
I'm super lucky because I'm over the top of these three guys. And
again, it's good for them to even understand.
So they work with, in a way it's easier if they talk about those.
Okay, let's start we'll start at the other end of the table then. We'll go Joe first. Artists that you are currently working with.
So I work with a really broad range of artists. As an A&R, I sort of had most of my success in the pop music world. So it's artists that I A&R at the moment, people like Dua Lipa and Griff. But as a label, we've got a broad gamut of artists. So I work with everyone from Muse, Liam Gallagher, Royal Blood, Dua, Griff, Nines, Mist, Parsaloo. So yeah, runs the sort of broad gamut of UK music, I'd say.
Liz?
Similar for me. We obviously have a big US roster too, but mainly Ed Sheeran, Anne-Marie, Joel Corey, Nathan Dawe, Tion Wayne, Rudimental, and it's Lizzo, Bruno Mars, a ton of other amazing acts. But that's just a few of very many artists that I work across.
Nick?
So currently our roster is probably smaller than the other two labels, but it's Coldplay, Gorillaz, Iron Maiden, and then some new acts called Pink Pantheress, Ash Nico, we've got Tones and I, The Snuts, yeah, we've got and then historically I've done things like Lewis Capaldi and the Kooks and Chipmunk and various bits and bobs and Bastille.
I'll just add in there, Kwame, because three of our biggest labels are represented here.
Yeah.
But there's also Rhino Records, which represents people like Led Zeppelin.
Catalogue.
Catalogue, that is, for everybody in the back catalogue artists, the great legacy of Warner Music, Fleetwood Mac and people like that. And then there's ADA, the other division, which is our independent distribution division, which will do things like, at the moment their big thing is Central C, who's a young rapper. But they also represent labels like Defected and that kind of business as a sort of help to the independent sector, to the big marketplace.
Okay, so what would you say are the skills required to last if you were to give even just 2 each? Skills required to last in your job, Mr. Kentish, what would you say?
I think it's a sort of a relentless optimism. Breaking artists is a long, hard, exhilarating but often frustrating process, and you need to always think it's possible, even when often it doesn't look possible at all. And you need to, the artists, when they look at you, need to see that reflected back at them. They need to feel like it's always possible because they have to put in some Herculean efforts to break. And another skill I would say is, I think, willingness to work with others. It's an absolute collaboration. Working with artists, you have to work across lots of different departments. There's lots of different skill sets involved. So I say the ability to collaborate and work with other people.
Liz?
I'm going to go communication skills are just probably one of the most important things you've got to have. You've got to communicate out all the time to all kinds of people in all kinds of situations. And it's obvious to say, but an absolute love and passion for all kinds of music, new music, old music. It's become a total music nerd. Everyone I know in the music business is an immense nerd. So they're the 2 things I'd say.
Nick?
I'd say an obsessive curiosity, I think, with culture. I think it's an addiction. You have to just be obsessed with not just music, but just, because the real skill of a label is understanding the artist and understanding the audience. And the mistake that a lot of people make, I think, in the business is they just focus on one or the other. They don't focus on both. You have to, we're the transistor between the audience and the artist, and you have to be focused on both. And the audience is the thing that I learnt about that I didn't realise when I got an A&R job. I just thought it's about the music, but actually it's almost more that majors represent the audience. Actually, if anything, we're the people with the perspective of the audience to say. A lot of artists get caught up in their own, what they want to do for themselves, and we try and help them to sort of steer them towards towards the mainstream as much as what we have. And I guess it's sort of the other thing I'd say was it's a huge ego and being able to get rid of your ego when you need to. Like, you need to have an ego to drive your artists through the system and make sure that you're listened to. But I think at the same time, the real skill is taking your ego out of it and thinking about the audience, and that's what. It's getting that balance right for me.
Tony?
There's a lot, and as I said in the first answer, one of them is luck, being in the right place at the right time. There's so many people in the music business have got, I remember the owner of our company telling me when he joined that he asked everyone who'd signed Bruno Mars, and 29 people told him they'd signed Bruno Mars.
Of course.
Because that's the way it is.
Absolutely.
Everyone attracts success. So he actually said, I fixed it by asking Bruno Mars who signed him. Fixed that problem. But so there's a lot of luck. But the other, I think really, and it relates to things the others have said, it's like, never stop listening and learning, because literally, obviously all of these 3 are very young and new to the business. I'm a bit older, but 3 years ago, we had a few meetings where they mentioned this thing called Musical.ly, and people were a little bit interested and not really, but that became TikTok. And now we don't have a single meeting in the company that isn't about TikTok. And if you're not, that doesn't mention TikTok, I should say.
Yeah.
And if you're not constantly thinking, what's coming, whether it be music, as Liz says, or technology, or culture, as Nick's saying, or just different ways, never settle it. It can be just any meeting, you'll get an idea that will help break a superstar. And that's the biggest thing, to try and not talk all the time and listen. Having talked a lot, sorry.
Trying to not talk all the time and listen. So we've got communication skills, we've got love of music, we've got relentless optimism, we've got willingness to work with others, obsessing over culture, understanding the fine lines that develop between audience and artist, luck, never stopping listening and learning. This panel is called Major Mindset. What would you consider to be a major mindset? Now, not every act is right for a major label, right? And I often say, you know, the people, the acts that often will go, oh, the majors. I often go, you're not really a major label act. Like, what are you talking about? That sort of thing. So what would you consider, just one thing from each person? If you, artist-wise, you're looking at them and you're going to yourself, okay, major mindset, here is one of the things. What would you say? What have you noticed within an artist where you've gone, there it is?
Well, there's two related words, but I'd say if I was summarising one word, major mindset is about success. It's not about the type of music or anything. We're in every type of music. Liz said we're nerds. I've met more people who know more about music in majors than in my time in indies. It's about success. If you want to be big in the Wirral, be big in the Wirral, we don't sign to a major. Yeah. You've got to realise you're signing to 5,500 people around the world who want you to be massive in Brisbane, massive in Johannesburg, massive in Miami. That's what the one thing in being a major is. And going back to Nick's point, it means if you're only in the fan business, don't be with a major, because a major is about growing outside fans, about finding those real people who fill up Wembley Stadium, not about finding the 200 people who come to a club. So that for me is major mindset. Doesn't matter what music you make, how you make it, what terms you bring it to the public on, but you've got to want to be big. And that's related in artist terms to the artists who do well on majors are stars. And the thing that you miss is, like, you can see it when you deal with them, when you talk to them, star is star, however they come to you and play. They've got star power.
Nick?
I think it's the artists that have, every artist has fear, like it's part of the artist mindset, and it's having the strength of character to override their fear of failure and live outside their comfort zone and want to grow. And let's say it's basically Tony's point. It's just the desire, the ambition. Like, we ultimately, like I said earlier, we're really here to represent the mainstream. Like, I mean, there's a journey to mainstream, but we want to sign an act, and even however left field they are, we always think we'll take you to be the biggest artist in the world. Is the ideology behind a major, and some artists want that. And the ones that want that, we'll give everything to, and we'll back them, and we're all on the journey. The ones that don't want that, I think you're probably not. As I always think, if I was if I was like a coach of a boxer, they didn't want to win the world championship, I'd go, don't come to me then. I want to work with someone that wants to be world champion. So want to be a world champion in their field and doesn't want to have that competitive instinct. They shouldn't probably be on a major. If they just want to, like to Tony's point, if they just want to do what they do and have fans, you know, we can help them with that, but we don't really add value in that to that. We can't really add any value. And actually say, get more of your master and do it yourself.
Which obviously is an alternative now. So, Liz?
I think just to be prepared to be ready to grab every single resource, person, thing at your disposal to help become as big as these guys have just said people need to be on majors. To be prepared to put that trust in a big team, to pull on everything that we offer, to be ready to do that. I think that's really important.
And, okay, so hold on. Trust in the team. Yeah. Got it. Okay, so, Joe.
I think Nick kind of, and maybe it's not a coincidence because Nick's an A&R, from an A&R background like I am, but I would say risk, like the willingness to risk, which I think is just another way of saying exactly what he says. I think we work with artists who all the time, and you see like they're at the point where they need to take a creative risk, do something that they're not totally comfortable with them, go with a video director that's got a bit of an out there sort of vision of what they would like them to collaborate on, and you see so many artists pull back from that and do what's safe and play to their existing fan base, or not put the work in, because that's a risk. That's putting yourself out there to set yourself up for failure. So that would be number one. And then if I had to pick another one, it would say, and I don't know if it's a mindset, but some artists just seems to have this ability to grow, to be put them in difficult situations, and they come out bigger and stronger. And I think that whether that's an attitude to the way you approach life, or it's just inbuilt in you, but that's something that now, looking back at the artists that I've been around, that I've seen work, they kind of go into really difficult situations, stressful for them at the time, and the ones who grow out of that, and I think those ones are the ones who have the right type of mindset to last, because being assigned to a major label ain't easy. People think that it's a kind of ticket to success, and none of us, however good these guys are able to kind of guarantee you that. So it's a tough place to be. So those artists who have that mindset, I think, are the ones who can.
Okay, so we're saying major mindset, ability to grow, risk, trust in the team, be prepared to grab, success and wanting to be big, building across fan bases. Overcoming the fear of working outside of your comfort zone. So basically working with an organisation that's going to take you on a journey to the mainstream. So here we go. So the next one here. Many audience members do not know the inner workings of a communication network that develops around a global hit record. Actually, before I even ask this one, this is just as an example here. So, Joe, because I'm sure many of the people in the audience will be sitting there thinking, yeah, well, you know, Dua Lipa, she's always been a pop star, and everybody always loved her. Surely it was easy, wasn't it? Was it?
My boss is sitting over there, so I'm going to say no. And it takes a 1 in a million record executive. But it takes a bit of luck, like Tony said, for sure. Like when I met Dua, I'd gone to meet her manager, who said that he wasn't going to show her to introduce her to any labels.
So let's get this straight. This has been a very big question here with the audience. You met somebody who essentially didn't have numbers on socials.
Yeah, I mean, just to say on luck, he told me I wasn't going to meet her at all. And then he got a text and said, oh, you're in luck. She's got to sign a few papers, so you will meet her. And she just popped in, and I met her and was like, fuck me, she's interested. Yeah. And I put an offer in, which meant I was first, which meant I jumped the gun on everyone, and I ended up signing her. So I had the luck at first. But no, was it inevitable? I think often the job of a record company is to disappear. The fan doesn't want to believe that there's all these people in an office in between them and the relationship with the artist. Yeah. When I listen to a Lauryn Hill record, I don't want to think about 3,000 people at Sony. I want to think about my connection to what she's singing about, right?
Directly, yeah.
Absolutely. So if you think that Dua is amazing and she's got this connection and she's just a great communicator and it was always supposed to happen and stuff like that and there can't be anyone involved in that, brilliant, we've done our job. Yeah. No, it shouldn't look artificial. So, and look, it's a hell of a lot of work, and she would be the first person to acknowledge that. Went in around helping Dua become Dua and so anything that massive takes a hell of a lot of work to put on.
This leads perfect segue brilliantly. So it's this thing about the inner workings communication network. Again, you don't have to take us through all of it, but it's this thing of just give us a couple of examples. Because, you know, we're looking at an audience that's going, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? You know, it takes a hell of a lot of work. How? What? You're talking, because we're talking about a person that is a global pop star.
Yeah.
Okay, so just take them through just a couple of, I guess, the inner workings. A couple of things that actually they might not know about that actually your squad has to do.
So briefly, because we're talking about 7 years of work to get to, or 6 years of work to get to Future Nostalgia, but briefly as A&R, which is helping an artist to make a record.
Right.
She had a great voice, had tons of ideas, had a really broad musical talent, but didn't know how to turn that into 12 great records. And so that took time and effort from the label. And then there was interpreting the visual language, finding what the videos would look like, what her style would be, developing her palette. And then there was, amongst other things, there was how to promote and market her records, to make sure that this amazing content and music that we had, that people just got to see it, because there's no good making an amazing record that only 5 or 6 people get to hear. You have to speak to all of your partners around the world and make sure that's communicated out, and that all of the DSP partners, iTunes, Spotify, Radio 1, everyone knows how great it is and is presented this plan, that they can hear it and then decide whether they think it's great music. So,
and I guess part of your job is cheerleading within your organisation, as in just kind of going, okay, actually we've just had this great bit of news in, and we've had this great bit of news in, and how can we maximise on that, and how can we maximise on this?
For every time you hear a record on the radio, you decide, I like this, or I don't like this. Usually after a few listens, I like this. There's been a chain of people trying to convince other people that this is great, doing their jobs, till it gets to that point. A record doesn't magically appear on Radio 1 or on an iHeart show in New York or anything like that. There's just a chain of people who've done work to make sure it gets there, and you're given the opportunity to decide, so that you can choose between 20 records on radio rather than the 100,000 that have been delivered to Spotify that week.
And to put that in perspective for Joe's label, Kwame, 16 months of work on Griff to get us to the record that we actually had everything lined up at now. I think it is at least that, isn't it?
It's more than that. So yeah, it's a couple of years, yeah. So it's an incredible amount of work over a long period of time.
It's like a movie. It's like making a movie. The amount of time, because obviously we watch a movie and we only see the end result, but you know, some of these movies are 8 years old.
And by the way, I think it'd be worth qualifying that, you know, some people might have the idea that that's a Dua Lipa thing, because Dua Lipa's this polished product. Nick spent the same amount of time on the Snuts, who are a natural rock band from Glasgow.
I'm literally just about to ask him about that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would almost take it more extreme than Joe, as in...
Because I just want to say, a lot of people with the Snuts were kind of like, it was #1 album, right?
Yeah.
And people were like, hold on, where's this from?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So please take
Well, I guess
through.
that's an extreme... You know, ultimately, we sign things that we believe in and we love, and we hope that people agree with us. That's ultimately the job, you know, and often... we can sign things that no one agrees with us, like the media don't agree with. I've signed a lot of things that have been huge, and you know, in terms of the Kooks, no one helped us on that really. The Snuts, Bastille, like those bands or artists where it's basically the label against the world. You know, we're the soldiers for the artists to kind of when radio don't like it, or Spotify don't like it, or TV doesn't want to play it. You know, Snuts, we didn't get anyone really on our side on that like that, but I'm used to sort of being you know, you get your hands dirty and you roll your sleeves up and you just find every single possible avenue to an audience, and you don't take no for an answer. Like the Kooks were like, absolutely nobody liked them until the album had come out. We so much so that no one would support them, and the only supporter we had was MTV UK at the time, which was back in 2005, and the head of MTV phoned me up and said, Nick, I can't play this record because no one else is supporting them, and we're the only one, and we look stupid supporting this act as the only actor. They took it off the playlist into the album, and then the album comes out, fan base got it at 9, and then we did 1.8 million albums with it, and we did 3.5 million albums around the world, but that was not with the help of a sort of media support. But sometimes you get a different balance. Sometimes you get lucky and the Radio 1 love it, and if they don't love it, you have to convince them, and if you can't convince them, you just have to go around them and just keep hammering. And Snuts was an example of we just did it on our own, really. The band had a connectivity and we had a belief, and we just forced it through the system in a way. But I mean, I'll say that as loud as that sounds easy at the time, there's actually tried that with and it hasn't worked. We try and force everything through, but it doesn't. Yeah. You have to have a natural I mean, ultimately, now the most important thing that you can possibly have is audience engagement. That's the #1 thing. that if you can get audience engagement and a community of people that you can communicate with, the artist can communicate with, you can grow that. The hardest bit is when you can't find that community to communicate with and you're desperately scrabbling around, and that's when things don't work out, when you can't quite find that energy to drive an artist through. But with Snuts, we always had an energy, even though there was no support. We always had the fans always...
Great fan base.
People loved them, and they're really good, and unfortunately they're not fashionable, and often this industry is about fashion, a lot of it. And if you're not fashionable, people don't want to be seen to support things that are unfashionable. So
and the guitars as well.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where majors are good at. I think we're good at sort of making unfashionable things successful. We're good at belief in things when the media's a little bit more fickle. A good label will stick by an artist even when your timing's not exactly right. Sometimes it's just timing. You know, you hit the right artist at the right time for the media and for the audience, and sometimes you just don't. But you then just have to work harder. And to Joe's point, the journey to almost all success is it's never a straight line. You know, all the successes I've had have been a bit of a car crash all the way through until the last minute, and it's like, oh, you know. Nobody was really feeling Lewis Capaldi for 18 months, and then the song that broke him was the third single off the EP that wasn't even a single. Like it just people loved it, and it was never like a kind of open arms from the, you know, we're just, you know, I don't know. I think the point is that it's never easy for anyone to be successful in this industry. It's a challenge, and they've got to be ready for the fight as well. And that's part of the biggest part. You know, talking about major mindset, the artist has to be up for the fight as much as we are, because sometimes we're up for the fight and they don't like it. You know, their resilience maybe isn't good enough. They can't quite keep themselves confident enough when the times are tough.
Managerial is a big saying. If you want it more than they do, there's a problem.
Absolutely.
Liz, I'm going to move to you. So many quotes there. I've got journey to success is never a straight line. Lewis Capaldi, third single off an EP, wasn't actually even a single. Timing is everything. We've got explaining the mechanics. We've got style, visual, promote, marketing. We've got, there's a lot here. Yeah, okay.
So I'm just going to sort of go back to the global point. So we always want to create a huge amount of scale. That's what we need to do. But in order to do that, we have to join all of our international partners and us up together and really concentrate with the new artist on the small detail. If we don't have 3 or 4 things bubbling, or 2 or 3 editors on certain playlists that are supporting us, or a live show, or something that's tiny to kind of gather all those bits together and make one bullet point to sell an artist into Radio 1,
right,
then we're not doing our job properly.
Okay.
So a lot of it's about focusing on super small detail, you know, really connecting with, say, the US, Australia, Germany, Holland, seeing what markets are really feeling the music, getting together with them, and making the world seem like a much smaller place than it is.
Yeah.
So we can pull all these people together and get 5 bullet points from so-and-so, and then 5 from Australia, and something going on here with an editor in LA. And all of a sudden, you've got yourself an international campaign, an international story, which then has a lot of clout in the UK market. So for me, it's about the devil's in the detail when you start off, but the aim is always huge global scale. But a lot of quite minute work goes into getting that started and getting it off the ground, and making people feel like they have ownership of the artist as well.
Yeah.
It's not just a UK act, it's also Germany's act, America's act, Australia's act. That's really important.
Okay, and obviously communicating that across each territory.
Yeah. And make sure that we sort of, you know, I end up joining up the dots for Spotify themselves and say, do you know that so-and-so editors actually put this on a playlist? And they go, oh, really?
And they're like, oh, yeah.
You can't rely on them to know what's actually going on in
what's going on in their own office.
Yeah.
Huge point.
Yeah.
Massive point. People, did you
hear
that?
One of the highest records in the world is CK from West Africa, but signed in South Africa. They didn't see it on any of their data till Parlophone pointed it out, and it's in the chart. It's like 5, I think, today, or 7 today. It wasn't until Nick and his team rang them and said, have you seen this thing's popping on data? They've got, you got to imagine, what do they say, Daniel? It says 40,000 records a month or
60.
something. Right? They're not going to see it, so our job is to sift a lot of
60,000 uploads a day.
A day. There we go. I was also going to say, just to pick up Kwame, because obviously I'm closer to some of the campaigns, it's like, Joe's talked about Duo, which has been like, he's hiding some of the pitfalls, but it's been quite
I'm going to ask about those in a minute.
Nick's talked about Snuts. Liz has been through this year working with Anne-Marie, which was really high, then went through a really difficult period, and they've done an amazing job in bringing it back in. And I think that's a really great example of where, you know, it's not just from launch, which when you raised this question, you were talking about social,
Yeah.
and how social can be explosive. Yeah, you get explosive starts sometimes, then it settles, and it's like, oh, well, now we're going through a dip. And as we all know, everywhere in the world, like, social can be brutal in reverse.
Yeah.
And then Liz and her team and the Atlantic team sat down and thought, how do we bring Anne-Marie back into it? And the artist, I think, and she's got a book out this week, I think, and she's been very public in saying she got in a very dark place.
Yeah.
They had to deal with that in lockdown. And Liz, I think it's easier if you tell the story, but I just wanted to say it's not just new artists. It's.
By the way, she was on a train on the way up as we were coming.
Was she?
Yeah, at Euston I saw her at Euston
Is she going to
Station.
come out from behind the curtain?
No, not at all. We're not there. This is your life moment. We're not. Sorry, old school. All right, okay, go.
I mean, absolutely. Tony's absolutely right. We were in quite a dark place, you know, with the comeback.
Yeah.
Really successful first album. Lockdown hit right on top of as the first single from the new campaign was peaking. And we didn't hit a couple of tracks. And we had to really pull back and work out, you know, why people loved Anne-Marie, how powerful her voice was, what people loved about her. Look at the audience. Look at why people kind of commented, what the engagement was. You know, she's a kind of, and then on telly, for example, so traditional media points, she was all over the telly. You couldn't get enough of her. People wanted to interview her, have her in their studios.
She has
such
character,
a laugh.
She has character.
Absolutely, such a big character, so fun, and also so human, and such a great role model for so many different things.
Yeah.
So it made, we saw where the strengths were, and then thought, right, how can the music part of what she does really catch up with like what this is coming? So being very mindful to keep building what we had, to pull the music through it, and then to line it up with The Voice, for example. Obviously, she's a judge on The Voice, so that was a great moment to have the single Don't Play Out, and that ran straight through.
Yeah.
And then look at who she could collaborate with, what that meant to both fan bases, and making sure that there was crossover and that we were doing a great job of bringing in the audience into her world. And it took us about a year. From that point where we thought, okay, we've got to do a lot of more background
From the
work.
point where we did that record with Doja Cat that was like meant nothing, but we paid a lot of money for the feature. To the point that you come out with Uh-Oh, which had a sense of humour, which was off the back of the Gogglebox, and you know that's a whole process that this guys did so brilliantly of like bring her back into it, make her feel excited and confident again, make records she was proud of. There was took her back to make a two-step garage record with Rudimental because that's what she loved. Get her feeling good again, get her on the telly, let people realise that she's funny.
Gogglebox was important.
It is important. So
very, very
that's
important.
That's her character, right?
I actually physically punched the air when I heard she got Celebrity Gogglebox. I was like, that's absolutely perfect.
Right.
It's right around the album. She did it with Ed, Tom Jones. That was pure personality and such a great way to sort of get her right into the household. And it was right on top of the album, and that was no mistake. That was obviously intentional, but we felt that Gogglebox moment was actually the thing of wider media that we needed to peak her with. And as Tony says, that Little Mix track was so much fun. Everyone I know that watched that video just wanted to be at the hen party.
And that Doja Cat track was so much not fun.
Yeah, it was horrible.
But these are the. I have to go to this as a question for all of you. This thing of the times where it's just shit. Okay, so I'm going to ask each person here. Joe, a time where you've literally, you put the phone down and just gone to yourself, this is shit.
Every day. What career-wise?
Anyway, yeah, career. It's still music. It's still music. Still music.
Threw me there. It's always terrible when you go after an artist and you don't get them.
Yeah.
That is particularly hard. But I'd say the most hard thing for me is dropping an act.
Oh.
And it's got worse over time, not better.
Yeah.
I think when I was maybe a bit younger in the industry, I was so sort of desperate to survive in the industry and desperate for success that's where all my focus was, and I maybe didn't focus on too much on what was in the rear view mirror. That's an unkind way to describe sort of acts you're not working with, but I was so desperate to to cement my own place in the industry. That's where my head was. Now that's no longer as much of a concern as it used to be. I'm very much, and as I get older,
Yeah.
I'm very much aware of how, as an industry, we get involved in really young people's lives.
Yeah.
Or, you know, by definition as artists, they're often very, you know, sensitive, and they pour their heart out into this music. And and we go through this real hard journey together, and it doesn't work out a lot, and that you have to let them know that you're no longer able to work with them. And for you, you'll go on and you'll work with other acts.
Yeah.
And so will the team, but they're often going back to wherever it was
Wasn't
they
they
came from,
yeah.
to face family, friends, with
Disappointment.
what will probably be the biggest disappointment they've had in their lives up until that point.
Yep.
And I find that really hard. I find that conversation harder. It just gets harder and harder for me.
Right.
Yeah, so that's probably the worst bit of the job.
I'm going to ask the opposite end of that now. The time where you put the phone down and just thought, yes.
I think that there's lots of, you know, Grammys, Brits. I don't say it like I ain't got that many. I my artists haven't got that many, but that's obviously great. But I think the time when you will find me most joyful is in my office. Probably people have left the office. There's about 6 or 7, so I can turn it up. And an artist sends me a new piece of music, and you just do what everyone else does when they hear a bit of music that they love. You just like start it again and turn it up a bit louder. Do you know what I mean? Probably get out your seat and like dance badly, in my case, around. But that's still the best bit of the job.
Yeah.
And I can say I'm going to stay in the office for half an hour longer. But if I'm playing good music of my act, suddenly I'm like, fuck, it's 9, and like I've got to get out. Do you know what I mean? And that's probably when I'm happiest as a human being.
Yeah.
When you lose track of time is obviously often a good sign of that you're in it.
Totally.
And you're in the zone.
Totally.
And that's probably still best times of doing the job.
Yeah, music can chew time, like definitely. I have to ask you this, just so that I'm being fair. Times where you put the phone down, and this is in music career, just to reinforce that. This is in music, where you put the phone down and just thought, shit.
There's been points when I've worked incredibly closely and been very emotionally connected to a few artists that are brand new.
Yeah.
And I pride myself, and I love the artist development process, and the teams that I work with are brilliant at it. This is very early on in my career, by the way.
Right.
Worked so closely with this artist who, had she have come with a record, her first record, 3 years later when streaming was really kicking
Timing is everything, of course.
She would have been absolutely fucking massive.
Huge,
I've no doubt, but it was timing. We were early, we did all the right things, and looking back on it, I still think about it quite a lot. We just didn't hit it at the right time.
Didn't connect.
And that's when I just sat there and just gone, it was all there, all lined up. We didn't miss a beat. Every table was turned over. We were set up, and then just didn't connect.
Yeah.
And that is hard. It's hard for the artist. It's hard for us. Everyone puts so much of themselves into these things, and it was more of technology changing, or the way consumption was changing, that I think did actually we just missed the boat by 18 months or so on that one. So that was pretty hard.
So you were physical when really she would have done better in DigiSpace.
Yeah, and streaming didn't quite count for chart, and
still
YouTube
working
was big.
it out.
Everyone was working it out. It was a bit of a sort of it was quite political, and so that's one of the times I've just gone, oh shit.
This is a very, very, as a point, right? It's a thing. People, Liz has explained something that I really want everybody to understand, and it's this thing of whenever music changes. So, for instance, we had a time where we were records, and then we changed from records to CDs, and then we've gone from sort of downloads, as it were, to streaming, right? It's like an aeroplane flying that has to change engines, and the engines on either wing suddenly get taken off, and what happens? The plane goes down. And if you're an act caught in that, you could have the greatest album in the world. If you're caught in that, when that happens, and it's just the music business just working itself out because another spurt is about to happen in which it's going to fly higher, that can be exactly what Liz has just explained. Okay, Nick.
Do I get to do my happiest one?
I'm coming to the happy one. Let's go. Go on.
I think for me, standing at Glastonbury and watching Elbow, like on the main stage after 3 albums and not quite breaking, and seeing
Yeah.
100,000 people sing songs back to them was absolutely magic. Like, there's nothing I can't think of a happier time than looking around and going, holy shit, like, look at this all. And I know, Tony, you were a big part of their careers early on, but like, seeing that and feeling that is nothing like a whole load of people singing back to an artist and you being right in the middle of the crowd. Amazing.
There you go. The 3-album journey to Glastonbury main stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
For me, I think I've had a bit of a mixed year, really. So I could actually think of 2 things quite recently. So the worst, the bit where I literally wanted to hide under the duvet for a couple of days was.
And it does feel. Listen, people, seriously, it does feel like that.
Oh,
I go fetal when it happens. Literally, I'm like.
It's actual pure. It's pain. Like, we take it incredibly seriously. It's like everything. I literally, like, my personal experience of music business is I live and breathe it every second. I don't have a moment when I'm not thinking about it, really. It's like, so you're as invested in it as the artist, and it's a pain in account for me, this, because it was disappointing for us as a label that we had. It's a recent situation with we've got this young girl called Pink Pantheress, and she wrote this amazing song called Just For Me that was flying, and then Central C heard the record, loved it, jumped on it. We were so excited about it as a label, and it was going to be Central C and Pink Pantheress doing a sort of record together, but at the last minute she didn't want to do it, and it's fine, but at that moment it was one of the most, because we're in the business of finding opportunities, looking for ways to break artists, and when you get given an absolute golden ticket, like it's for number 4 in the chart this week, huge record, and she just didn't want to do it, and it's
Any
it's
reason in
heartbreaking.
particular? Just
I think it was a lot of probably complex, partly fear, as we talked about earlier, maybe too much too soon. She's getting a lot of attention overnight almost, and I think she felt it was just possibly too much at the time, but it was quite a complicated. We did everything we could to convince her, and in the end you have to just back off because you don't want to be the bad record company. We're just all we can do is find our truth in it in argument, and they either agree with us or don't, and there's a moment when we just go, okay, we back you. But that was a moment where, as a label, when you're trying to have success and trying to break an artist, and to watch that success just literally walk out the door over one decision, I mean, a yes or a no, was hard for the label and for myself and the team, and that was a bit, that's not the end of the world because it's fine. But and then the good news, the best thing that happened to me in the last year was the Snuts album being number 1. Only because, not just because it was number 1, but we were in a chart battle with Demi Lovato.
Yeah.
And we were winning all week, and we thought, oh yeah, we might win this. It's going to be nip and tuck. And then they managed to put 3,000 albums overnight on a Wednesday, and we woke up on the Thursday morning. And our head of sales phoned me and went, you're not going to do it, mate, it's not going to happen, you're 3,000 behind, you've only got a day to do it. So we got the label together and went, right, we've got less than 24 hours to solve this problem. And we just literally, like an army, we made everything. We were basically doing it thinking we still weren't going to win, but let's push it as far as we could. And then I was with my son on the Saturday trying to buy a bike in a bike shop near Newcastle.
It's always a weird circumstance.
And I mean, the fella's trying to show me how to work this electric bike thing and I'm like, and I get a call from my head of sales just going, you're not going to believe this, mate. I was like, go on, anyway, we won by 250 copies. And then phoning Jack, the lead singer, and that phone call to him, who was devastated on the Demi Lovato Thursday morning thing, it was the best call I've made to anyone in about 10 years. I can't remember him a joy in an artist, and this just what we do it for. I mean, literally, I've never done this for money. I've only ever done it for the love of music and adding value to artists. That's all I think is, like, if we can add any value and give them an opportunity for success that they might not have without us, the result of money or whatever that comes with is just as a byproduct of us being good at our jobs and us helping have artists. And that call to Jack was the best call I've made it to anyone in about 10 years, yeah.
Wow. All right.
By the way, that happened in the middle of COVID.
Yeah.
So you imagine how happy they all were. They couldn't have a party.
Yeah.
It's COVID. Everything was shut down. So Nick hired a bus and they drove non-stop for 11 hours having the party.
Absolutely right.
So they could get around the fact that you couldn't hire a location to have a party on.
Yeah.
So hold on.
They couldn't party. They had to get a bus, to hire a bus to have a party on a bus, so it wasn't COVID. It was COVID. It was sort of somehow they managed to get around the COVID laws
because they were always moving.
But also for the Snuts, just as an anecdote, and it was an aside, is they didn't have the only thing where they had an audience was live, and that was taken away from them for 18 months. And they didn't play a show for 18 months, so it was even more of a challenge. And for them, and I think that's the one thing that COVID. I don't know if we're going to get onto that, but COVID's affected artists, just their ability to.
We're coming.
I'll leave that one for later then.
Okay.
I just wanted to say before I went on to this, both of those things that Nick's talking about were quite proud moments for me, because I think winning the Snuts was a big moment for the company, but also the label's ability to put aside the fact that it knew Pink Pantheress should be doing this record, but to listen to her, because that was a big thing, like labels listening to artists, thinking they understand their audiences. And the guys had to put we know this is wrong, but we have to put it aside. And Parlophone did that brilliantly. I thought that was a testament to how strong they are as an organisation. Listen, they've all said all the things, and we've all had these magic artist moments and these disappointing artist moments. And I just wanted to say, I think the thing that's missing in that is the people that make up our company.
Yeah.
I'm sitting with remarkable executives. I'm so blessed to have them on my team, and the most disappointing is when it goes wrong. You get an instruction, the money runs out or something, and we can't do something, and we shut down. I had to shut down an indie company, and there were people. Obviously, they were all pretty young, and they were all going to do well, and a lot of them have done well. But I think the bit where all of these people loved music, and we all loved music together, and saying to these other people that yeah, I know you really get it and you really love it, but we couldn't do enough. That was really, really heartbreaking. And there's a lot of the organisational stuff behind the artist dreams, that whether it be an individual that hasn't worked out, or in a company in my case at that point, or it's really distressing, and those are the saddest moments. As the happiest moments are the sort of being able to say, we got 5 records in the 5 and 7 in the 10, and we feel brilliant, and share the joy. Because there's a sort of, outside of the artist dreams, there's this communal feeling in our business that we love and enjoy the success we bring them. Thanks, mate. Yeah, that'd be good. And those are probably, I wanted to contrast everybody talking really quite selflessly about the artist moments and talk about the company moments, which are great. And by the way, in that is seeing people you started with who might have been even your intern become hugely, hugely successful as executives is a proud and exciting moment. So there's just that as well I wanted to throw in. Okay, so I'm going to obviously come to 2020, the big one, and well, this is good, right? And by the way, people, isn't this good? This lot here, bloody hell. All right, so 2020. Okay, so 2020. How was it for you, and what was its impact for you? I will start. Yes, Liz, go.
I started my job at Atlantic 2 weeks after the whole company went into working from home.
Okay.
So on a personal note for me, it's all about starting, honestly, the role of my dreams in the weirdest, darkest circumstances the world has seen for a very long time.
Yeah.
And sort of really getting to know the company, getting to know the artists in quite difficult circumstances, and all the teams, and just trying to work out sort of how we were going to manage our way through what we thought was going to be months that's turned out to be years, or almost years. I just thought I'd share that from a personal perspective. There's quite a lot of change, and I'm just so proud of everybody and how they've dealt with it, and how amazing the Warners have been to sort of pull us all together and help us get what we need to get done. But I've not worked a day from the office since I started. It's bizarre. So I think kind of just recalibrating and rethinking and thinking about how we do things differently and what the challenges were on a very, sort of had to do it very quickly, on quite sort of shaky ground, you know what I mean, without not knowing what's going on with the world was quite challenging overall.
Okay, 2020, Nick, how? Impact-wise, I mean, it was a year.
Yeah, it's been a mad one, but ultimately, like everything, the only real change for humans is in trauma. That's the only thing time anyone ever really changes. So, in a weird, I think it's been hard, but the resilience that we've all shown and the way we've all learned to cope and the agile and the artists have been agile, and we'll come out of it a much, much better company. And we haven't really had a huge impact in terms of our ability to do our jobs, in terms of success for artists. We've had as much success in the COVID time as we had beforehand. We've learned how to do our jobs in a different way. Our skill sets have grown, and there was always a little bit of a sort of feeling that working from home showed a lack of commitment. Especially, this might sound weird, but especially for men, I think there's always been a bit of about if you work from home, people feel like, oh, you're not really committed. But I think we've shown that we're all committed to the job. Wherever the location is, we're all. I've not had one person in the whole of our team where I've thought, oh, you're sort of hiding. I think they've all come through it. It's been hard mentally for everyone, but they've all come through it, and they've all faced up to it, and they've all put up, they haven't dived off the cliff. They've come with us on the journey, and we've had a successful time, in terms of recorded music was fortunately not that affected by it, but I can't speak for the artists though. They've struggled, I think. Yeah. But the labels, we've all just rallied around it. The hardest bit for us has been maintaining our culture. That's what I feel like. I think every label has a different culture, and we're trying to create a culture because we're a relatively new label. Me and Matt have been running this company for 2.5 years with my co-president, Mitch, and we were brought in, and we are with a vision and a culture, and it's been harder to do that from our sort of remote world, and I feel like I can't wait to get back in to really to make sure that everyone believes what we believe. It's all about shared belief systems, isn't it? Creating a culture, and it's been harder to have that shared belief system, I think, from our bedrooms.
Okay, Joe. 2020 impact. How was it?
It was. I mean, it's hard. It was a big one for me. Yeah. I think that the sort of professionally, it's been a huge sort of year, 18 months. I worked really hard on a record with Dua, and you never really know. I don't care what anyone says, you never really know. You think you know, but you never really know. We kind of got to the end of it, and there's about 4 of us who had the record. We were like, this is fucking good, right? And this is fucking definitely really good. So it was like, I think this is going to be great. And then COVID hit, and it was a record that was supposed to be played live. The whole record, the whole way through, we're like, it's going to smash it at Glastonbury, it's going to smash it wherever. And then it was like COVID. And Dua made a decision to put the record out, and it was great. So I was having professionally one of the most satisfying moments of my career. So on one hand, I was kind of insulated to a lot of what other people were going on because I was on this buzz. But the year was about way more than that, and suddenly, the isolation at the beginning of it, I was kind of living on my own. So I had the isolation that a lot of other people going through. The whole Black Lives Matter thing kicked off, which meant like a lot of people in this room, it meant so much to me personally. It brought up stuff that I was uncomfortable for me, and obviously I've got a part to play in a leadership role within a big company, and it was a lot. Let's just leave it like that. But yeah, I was having this success. Then halfway through, my friend who I work for as president of the company, who we're incredibly close, we got into the industry at the same time, said he was leaving, and I was offered to take over for him from Tony. So it was just tons and tons and tons, lots of it good, lots of it incredibly challenging, yeah, I mean, I can't really say more. It was highs and lows, but mostly highs, and luckily the music was good all the way through, so it kept me going. And like Tony said, as a company of people, I've come through it, like many people, sort of in my personal life, but definitely at work, I've got a way bigger appreciation for the people that I work for and with within the company. Sometimes at A&R we work outside the company quite a lot, but I've kind of come through it, and I'm way more aware, considerate, empathetic. I'm more sympathetic. I think I'm a better colleague, I'm a better boss, I'm a better employee because of the last 18 months, I would like to think, despite the challenges.
It's a lot.
Yeah, so bad.
Let's go to, I've been told, ordered by Andrea. We're going to questions. Okay, so who's got the mic? Mics? Okay, if you could, I think there's a couple down here. One here.
Hi, my name's Alex. I'm a singer, DJ. I've been in the music industry trying to get in for a while, and now I think my skill set as like a vocal coach and someone who really enjoys uplifting other people, I think I would be more suited to an A&R role or something like that. Like, I love it, all of it, but I don't think I've got that gumption to go like that. But I love like bigging other people up. That's my thing that I love. To get into A&R, what would your CV need to look like before you even say this is what I want to do?
I'll take it if you don't mind. I mean, that was sort of my journey. I was an artist, and I thought I'm not probably right for that. So you've just got to get amongst it. There's literally no. It's about luck in terms of come down to find people labels you want to work with, and actually act like an A&R. If you really are committed to A&R, it's all about commitment. You've got to go, I'm going to commit to this, and I'm going to be an A&R. And it's almost like people will discover you. You can't knock on someone's door and go, I want to be A&R. It's like saying I want to knock on someone's door and say I want to be a producer. It's like, be a producer, make records that people like. This is an analogy. Make records, and people will spot you. If you're an A&R person, go out, find a load of stuff, try and find people to send it to, or be noticed at gigs. We're always looking for people. We always want to have the best executives and the best staff, and we're always hungry to find you as you are to find us. And that's the same with the artist community. People don't realise we love nothing more than finding talent in every arena. I would just commit. If you really think it, commit to it. Be an A&R person. Just act like one. Find out what it is. Hang out with A&R people is your best thing. Get down to London or do it in Liverpool, but just act like, because then people will spot that you've got the talent to be it. Because there's nothing worse than doing A&R if you haven't got not the skill set for it, but the commitment to it. It's a really hard job. It's probably the hardest job in the music business because it's pretty thankless until you have a hit, and it can take a long time to have a hit. And there's a lot of luck, and there's a lot of knockbacks, and a lot of failure that leads to success. And if you want to do it, I just become an A&R person, but get to know A&R people. If you can come down to London for a few weeks and go to some gigs or whatever you do, however you find music, or just email any of us and send us stuff. And we just want to see a good ear, an understanding of talent, and an understanding of an audience. Why this one? The difference between, like you're saying, you're a musician. The difference between a musician and an artist is musician is a talent. Artist is having something to say. If you don't, the only bit that makes you an artist is, do I have something to say that people need to hear? And a musician is, a guitarist or a drummer or a singer. That's different. But yeah, just go for it though. Believe in yourself. I just got on a National Express coach and came down to London on the dole. I was going up to Liverpool every 2 weeks to go and sign on, and then coming back down on the National Express. I was like, it's just, you have to commit to it.
I want to add something to this actually, just because times have changed. And Nick's story is a big story, but A&R is changing a lot. It really is. And, we used to talk a lot, and I would never put myself in this case, about brilliant ears. Like, Joe Kentish has amazing ears. He can pick a hit. He can work through a record. I'll talk about Ed Howard, who isn't here today, who's Liz's boss. And, if you could hear the first version of the record that's number one for 11 weeks, and what it comes out at the end, that making, that grinding, that polishing, that rearranging, that's the traditional A&R. A lot more A&R now is about people sitting at computers, looking at data. That's where it's at now. And if you want to come into the industry now, looking forward for the next 5 years, and some people say this is depressing, but I don't think of it that way. I think of it as global information. Start thinking about global information. Start thinking about where records show. Start thinking about how you find Pink Pantheress, who's never played a show, never done anything other than work her socials. That's new A&R. And, I know the data tools that our guys use are not available readily to all of you in this room, but really start thinking this game is changing. This whole thing of I hung out in a pub and saw a rock band, That's not the world now. Now the world is, who's got some social heat? Could I make a record on that person? Mr. Kentish is, he explained this to me the other day. I've got to look for things that have got heat. Then I can do my magic. I don't know if you want to speak to this, Joe, a little more, because you're more of an expert on it, but I do feel like answering your question, you have to change your mindset just at the moment, because that story, it will work. It's about socialisation, it's about hanging out, it's about being involved, but you also have to be in this world of like, there's 100 new tools now. You could sign something out of Melbourne, Australia, just as easily as you could out of Birkenhead.
Yeah, I think that the sort of, I get asked this question a lot. People want to do A&R, and I always just say to them, great, if I give you a checkbook tomorrow, what 3 acts are you going to sign? 99 people out of 100 can't answer, or they go, oh, my mate Tasha can sing, and I'm like, nah, that's not it. So I think always have an answer to that question, because that's what A&R people do, and that shows you're in that headset. You don't just have the idea of what the job is and think, that looks cool, I'll do that. So I think always be ready with that, because A&R people will find that useful, and they'll want to talk to you again. They'll say, oh, that woman, she knows, tell me what else you know. And if you start relationships like that, and I think what an A&R meeting looks like, and those are the meetings where we get together with all the A&R people on our team, we go around all of the A&R people and we say, basically, if you had a checkbook, what 3 things would you sign? And then they say, oh, I've heard this great singer, X, and this is the data on it. It's moving. She's doing covers on Instagram, and it's getting more and more. I've looked at it. It's getting more and more every week, and it's really going through. And that's kind of where Anne-Marie was at this stage of her career, or whoever. So you're just looking for data stories to back up what your instinct might be about this person. And data sounds scary, like we're just a bunch of robots trying to look at numbers rather than listen to music. But it's just the new way of if you went into a club and there was 100 people singing all of the words, and it's just the signs that people dig this stuff. So I think that I think I'm sort of encapsulating what these guys are saying. Start doing the job, which is just finding great talent and finding talent that are building audiences, and do the homework, look at the data, because you can look at all the Spotify viral charts, you can look at what's happening on SoundCloud, and you can start getting into that mindset. Then you're useful to A&R people when you meet them. When you send an email, you're not just like, hey, I want a job. You're actually providing information.
Can I ask how connected you are currently to people in record labels at the moment?
Oh, my friend, there's a couple of people that I know who are running their own labels. But I've been in Spain for like a year, so I'm a bit out of the loop, which is why I'm here
there's
today.
2 great groups and forums specifically for women in music, run by women in music. One's called Girls Irate, run by Carla Marie Williams, who's an incredible songwriter. She does a lot of mentorship, so it's a great community there to have a look at. You can follow them on Instagram, obviously, this is for all of you. And Women in Control, run by Nadia Khan, who's a music manager and I know has a lot of ins there. So you could quite easily, just over Instagram, if you get involved or at least follow those 2 accounts, they do free forums, meetups, networking, all kinds of things. So that might help you sort of position yourself as some Girls Irate and Women in Control.
There's another one called She Said, who one of our A&R people, Holly, who is to do with, and they're real people in the job who can give you real advice.
Yeah. She Said So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She Said So, I think.
She Said So.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Might be wrong, but yeah. Okay. And Women in Control, I think it's spelled...
CTRL.
Yeah, CTRL. Not... Sorry? Oh, and Creating Vision, Andrea.
Oh, yeah.
Always the hustler. Love it. All right, sorry, go on.
Hi, I'm Sam from a local band called 3210s. On a personal note, just listening to you guys, to be honest, it's been really, really nice to have see the passion seep out of all of you. Because I think sometimes, I mean, as I said, from my own sort of point of view, a major sort of label, you just see this face, this name, and then it's kind of a cold sort of thing you come across, but actually seeing faces and emotions coming out of you all, it's really refreshing and really nice to actually experience. My question, obviously in the first sort of panel that we had up, we talked about the change that the industry is having and how it seems to be a shift towards the artists and their ability to sort of grow a market for themselves. I just wanted to know, if at all, is that changing for you? Is that changing your tact? And do you think that's going to change in the future for you?
Take it, Liz.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? There's quite a lot to that
I've
question.
kind of forgotten it, if I'm being honest. But it's something.
What you're saying is the way that audiences are consuming music is changing quite massively.
Yeah, and it seems to be like...
You talk about artist power.
The artist power seems to be shifting.
Yeah.
There's a lot in the news about it. And just asking, obviously, you as your position that has not changed for such a large period of time, is that changing the way that you're working and the way that you're looking to work in the future?
Go for it. Okay. We'll start. I'll sort of point it down to what your question about artist power and the changes in the industry. And I sort of said earlier, I feel like we always have to be listening. I hope that's a characteristic of Warner Music. I hope it's characteristic of the others. I can't speak to them, but I think we have to be listening and learning. And of course, these changes that are happening around us change the dynamics of everything we do. Because at the end of the day, what you're hearing from Joe and Nick is about, we want unique, brilliant talent, and we want to win them to come to us, and we want to be leaders in music because we want to be first on everything. And if the musical direction is changing, as the guys talked about, we want to be at the front of that and be in whatever's hot, whatever's relevant. And so to do that, you have to be listening and learning. And what we're seeing in this phase as technologies enable brilliant creators like yourselves to place your music in the world without us, we're learning that to win the artists to come to us, we've got to tell different stories, be more understanding, and we have to change our deal terms, as I'm sure my friends, the lawyers, were telling you earlier. But the thing that doesn't go away is, I need to be able to sell to you that you can be as big as any of these artists we've mentioned on this stage, Dua Lipa, that's Ed Sheeran, that's the story that we are telling. We have to change up that story all the time to meet, because you're coming in with extra heat, or you're coming in with extra angles, or you control your socials, or we have to change that story up. But that's why I need to sell to you that what you're doing by yourself and the money you're making, I can do it better for you. If you're with us, and I say together, if we're a partnership together, we can do better together than you can do just by sitting in your bedroom or doing a career yourself. That's the story I have to sell. And that's across every aspect. Of course, I have to change up because every artist is different. Every proposition is unique. The costs for doing Dua Lipa are way more, say, than the costs for doing another artist and blah, blah, blah. But I have to sell the same story, or it's the same story that together, you and I, we can be bigger than the world. If I can convince you of that, then we're working together. And I have to change up so that you feel, he is my partner. We can't do it without being partners. And this is the big thing that people put out, like, it's them and it's us. We can't do it without doing it together. Certainly the first bit. Later on, when the artist's making loads, when your band is playing Wembley and you're making more money playing Wembley than you are from the records, that relationship might change. Same way as when Joe Kentish is no longer, for whatever reason, doing Dua Lipa, no one else will ever be able to replace him because he was there when it started. But it's that partnership together. And the partnership, in my mind, means both sides have to feel good. And that means that we constantly have to be listening to you as we put our deal together.
I think to add to that, Tony, for me, because I look after the marketing, the audience, so digital, creative and publicity at Atlantic, so I'm not in A&R or radio or TV promotion, but when I meet an artist, for me it's about really putting together a really unique SWAT team for every single artist, look at what they need, talk to them, get a relationship going, have a transparency, do a lot of listening, a lot of learning, as Tony says, just like find opportunities for them and make it feel as much like a family as it possibly can be, because we've got so many resources, but every single artist is completely unique to where they are in the world, what they're good at, what they need, what they think they're good at but might need some help on. You know, that for me is just conversation, communication, trust. And luckily, in a company such as Atlantic, which has a lot of great people and a lot of kind of resources to use, it's very important that we select those little SWAT teams that can then sit with the artist as a family and then amplify out everything about the campaign to make sure everybody's pulling in the right kind of campaign for them and the right audience for them. But that's how I think, for me, if you can make it feel like very close and very transparent and quite family orientated, that's where we can do a lot of great work together.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. I think you're right. The artist does have a lot more power now. Like you could quite easily put together a management team and create an industry that's really successful for yourself. If you've got music that's good enough that people want, you don't necessarily. The big question is what's the value of a major in 2021? And because it isn't what it used to be, where we had the cheat code and the keys to the kingdom of success. It's now we have to work out what value we bring to you. So we are granular and obsessed with how we can add value to your career. I mean, you could have a top 10 single, AJ Tracy, and there are people out there that have hits without majors, but we think that together we are better than on your own. We can build an international footprint that's much harder to do, and we can bring you opportunities that you can't get on your own, and that's where we think our value is. And we can understand the granular market that I don't think is very hard for. Our real skill of a major is our perspective. I think we sit right in the center of the industry. We put out 200 records a month at each label, and we analyze the data from every single release and across every single genre, and we bring that expertise and that knowledge and that sort of central perspective of let's not get caught up in that. Let's not get caught up in that. We try and have the right conversations, whereas I think when people are in a little bubble, they can't see the bigger picture and they don't necessarily know how to the bits of the industry that kind of can trip people up. We're here to help and to stop you walking off cliffs. Really, that's our job, ultimately.
Good, very good.
Hi, my name's Dylan Castell. I was wondering, for you guys personally, was it easier for you to rise through one company, or was it easier for you to jump to different companies and get higher positions?
Joe, you haven't been on for a bit.
It's good. Just to recap, you said, was it easier to rise through the company, or did you have to jump around to different companies? Yes, yeah. Me personally, I've had one or two changes in like a 20-year career between the major companies. Like what I do, I quickly found a sort of something that I could do well, which is making quite sort of high-level, big impact, like pop records, really. And I worked out early on I needed to be at a major label to do that. That's you spend such vast amounts of money to make records and put them out. It was only major labels who were in that business, and now there's only 3, so I can't jump too often. But I prefer to stay in companies. I don't like the jumping around sort of game, and I always feel like if I feel like I can have success there, then I will stay there. But as an A&R person, I always wanted a bit of blue water around me. I never liked the idea of jumping to companies where there were other people with my skill set. So I twice, I think, joined companies where I looked over and they weren't necessarily the most fashionable companies at the moment. They weren't having lots of success. They also didn't have massive pop rosters. When I joined Mercury, they didn't really have any pop artists that were popping off at the time. And then when I joined Warner Records, I joined there because they had a lot of great alternative guitar music. They didn't have a pop roster, and I thought, that'll do me. I know if I sign stuff that the company will have a focus. But that's coming from an A&R point of view. For me, it was always I just always wanted to be places where I could break artists, and I always felt the rest of my career would just follow. Like, I'm not really a sort of political type of character. I just wanted to break artists and let the rest happen. So that meant staying at one place and just making it work.
It's a great piece of advice, by the way, quietly in there, which is a friend of mine once said to me, always go where they need you. Don't go, like, you get tempted to go to, I can't think of an analogy, but at the top of the Premier League club, then you're competing at that. Yeah. Go where they need you. And that's where, if you've got a skill, look for the person who needs that skill, because that's where you'll grow the fastest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think to answer that question about jumping around, I think ultimately, the reason people jump around is because opportunities, like people leave, you just got to get, a lot of it is luck, sometimes the only way you move up is if someone in the job above you either get fired or get tired in another role, and then you can move up. If that doesn't happen, sometimes you have to move. If there's an opportunity at a senior role in a different label, that's kind of, because obviously they're looking for someone, they'll often come and try and call you up and say, you know, would you fancy a promotion? And it's whether you feel comfortable doing that, but it's just on luck, a lot of it. If someone, you know, sometimes you can get a boss that stays for 10 years and you can't move up.
I'd like to give a slightly different perspective, because although I haven't jumped companies a lot, I don't think I've jumped around the world, and I suppose actually companies. And for me, it's a bit of a different discussion, because it's not a linear route. It was all about, like, my decision making was about looking back on things from an older place and thinking, did I waste opportunities? So I was going nicely up inside what was EMI in those days, and I got an opportunity to go and work in Australia. And I looked at it and I thought, I can stay going up, or I can broaden my life. And I sort of looked back at it, kind of thing, and thought, I'll broaden my life. And it's paid off for a lot of different ways. I went and worked different companies, independent companies, different parts of the business, merchandise for a while and things like that, and I just learned. And I felt like that, for me, served. There's no one route in the career thing, but I would encourage you, like, this is the greatest, the most blessed business. I'm so blessed to have worked in something that every day is work. You know, and they call it work because it's not fun. But you go in this business and you work with the most incredible people, you see them succeed, you work in something you absolutely love. So even the shit bits, as Kwame asked us, are not shit. And look back at it and be fulfilled, feel you'll be fulfilled. And as you're planning, any of you, what Liz said about us all being people who love music, if you've got a bit inside you that think, I think this is a career for me, but I don't do that, don't come into it, because you're going to have ups, downs, but really, like, look to fulfill yourself and not plan out the route. It'll take you to where you want to be. That'd be my dislike.
If you're, you just starting out and wanting to get into the music business for the first time?
Yes, I'm working with a doing some management for them.
Great.
But I'm doing other bits and bobs, but I'm not working really for a record label or anything like that.
Okay, so I was a weirdo and wanted to be a marketer when I was 12. Like, turns out no one else thinks like that. But anyway, so my personal journey is I had that vision. I worked out how to do it. I got in there, and I ended up staying in marketing at Polydor for 15 years. And I had 7 different roles during that time there. So I stayed a very long time, but that was because I felt like at that point I'd found my people and the artists, and everything just lined up and nothing else compared. When people tried to steal me, I never went. But when I'm looking at hiring people into the label at the moment, I love to see hustle, I love to see side hustle. So, like, I love to see people that are focused on the area they want to get into, but sometimes you just don't know. But seeing someone that runs a club night, manages an artist, makes music, produces music, I want to see several of those things, just to see that there's that natural kind of emotional attachment and interest in it. And I think you can move around in that way. You can try things, you can see what you like, you can have the freedom to do that, and then it does actually play to your advantage when you're zoned in on what it is you really want to do. That's, I think, celebrated, isn't it, by everyone who sees your CV will go, wow, this person's really living and breathing the industry. I think when you're starting out, that's probably a nice way to sort of look at it.
Hi, my name's Rachel. I'm sort of kind of starting out as an artist, but I feel like I'm starting again, like I'm sure many are, pandemic. I just wondered if you had any advice in terms of like image building, because sometimes it's like hard to be heard amongst all the noise, especially at the moment when all the trends are focused like on TikTok, online, we're on Instagram Reels for a bit. Like, yeah, I just wondered if you had like any general advice on building image.
Are you talking about sort of outside of sort of 15 seconds of content?
Yeah,
okay.
like how to make it sort of your own sort of thing, as well as being amongst.
I think that's a really great question. I don't know what stage you're at, but for me, I just look for like people that are naturally kind of rocking their look and who they are and what they do, and putting themselves out there in a way that's just really them. Like we were talking about Anne-Marie earlier, and how present she is, and how that is who she is. She's that person, but she's talking to 7 million people on Instagram. That doesn't change. So I think, like, you know, meet some like-minded people. If you're talking about your look, you know, think about what makes you feel amazing to perform in, what makes you feel comfortable, what designers you like, what kind of community you like in terms of style and fashion, and what videographers you like, and get in touch with them and just start kind of reaching out and follow people, direct message them. You'll be very surprised to see, like, the amount of people that will come back and say, do you know what, yeah, we're connecting, we like the same things, like, let's try something together. And I think if you're talking about outside of those sort of very quick sort of moments of content, I think building something consistent that's very, very you and very naturally who you are is really important, so that the more people that can connect to you with, some people will see artists without hearing them. They'll see them first and then they'll click the mute button off, won't they? So
Yeah,
actually,
absolutely, yeah.
sometimes you're seeing an artist before you hear a note of music, which we've got to kind of always remember. So how does your image best represent the kind of music you make as well? So, but you'll be, I'm sure, like, just get out there and sort of get to know some people and, you know, reach out and say hi, because I feel like to build confidence you need to know that there's like-minded people out there who can help you along the way.
I think the skill of an artist is knowing their superpower, their own superpower. Like, find out, well, really analyze what you think you do better than anyone else, or at least the best version of yourself, and amplify that. I think and then, because I think a simple message is what makes an artist great. Like, then you articulate your message through everything you do, and it's consistent, and it keeps on hitting the same. Okay, I get what they're trying to do. I think one of the hardest things with an artist is when it's like any brand. If you don't really know what it's trying to do, you just sort of go, I don't know what it's trying to do. As soon as you know what it is, what it does for you, because ultimately everyone works out of self-interest. Even music's out of self-interest. You do it because it makes you feel a certain way, and it makes you identity, like how you feel, what it says about you in a way, what it says to the world about you. So you've got to find that message that is, you think someone else is going to go, that person represents me, that she's a voice for me. So just sort of strip away all the sort of the noise and find one thing that you go, I'm going to be good at that, better than anyone else at that.
Question's already answered. We have a question here. And we've got another question over there, and we've got you. So we will go here and then there. Okay, and then there. We've only got 10 minutes. Time has flown. What can I do?
I'll be quick, I promise.
That's all we got.
Hello, nice to meet you all. It was just a really quick question. Me and my partner have actually, well, he's not here, he's on a one-to-one at the moment, but we've came from Newcastle today, and we're actually luckily enough to be like full-time performers. We go around gig kind of pontons, butlins, all of these different things. We sell merchandise. We have numbers on TikTok. We have got quite a lot of the things that you guys have already mentioned as being like ticks in the boxes. Obviously, we're a couple as well, like he raps, I sing. So my question for you is do you think the old school way of doing things like school tours, radio tours and things are still worth it? Like, we basically struggle sometimes because we gig as to make money. We then go to gigs to make money, but they're on Fridays, they're on Saturdays, they're on Sundays. So although it's like, great, we're doing 3 gigs a week, we can also then hinder ourselves from being in them really good places in London where, yeah, we're not getting paid, but we're maybe being seen by the right person.
Can I just ask a question? You make your own music then? It's
like
original?
He produces everything that we do.
And it's up online now, so it's on Spotify now?
Yeah, we've got like, I've got you a CD if you want one. No, I'm joking. Like, yeah, we've got all of that kind of stuff. Literally, like everything you've mentioned today. It's for us. It's the struggle. Like, we feel like we're almost in the middle.
Yeah.
We don't know how to. Like, for us, it would really be a collab. That we've kind of like, when we've had investors and meetings and stuff before, it's always like, oh, you guys need a collab. Like a collab with
like a DJ
Joe Corey, you know, them up and coming kind of DJs and stuff. If we were just able to kind of go, hi, over here, somehow, I just don't know without being a stalker how to do it, if that makes sense.
Stalker, as in stalking labels, as in...
Well, or the person, you know, like
Yeah.
they say hit up the person on Instagram and stuff, but
I think it's it's almost an impossible question to answer. I think you're sort of asking, what is it that we need to do to sort of get to the professional level, maybe, from being a sort of amateur version of what we do? How do we... Joe, do you want to take that one?
Let me start off while they think about their answer. First thing is, you're highlighting one of the reasons we're here as Warner Records today. Warner Music, sorry, I keep getting these tables. But it was that we feel that London, everything's too London-centric. And we were delighted to talk to the seminar and say, listen, we need to come out of London. We need to start, you know, the London thing happened because the industry was in decline and everyone got rid of divisions around, and it also happened because we don't have to sell records anymore, so we didn't need Manchester, Liverpool, because there weren't shops there.
Yeah.
So that was one of the reasons, and I'm hoping that the Kwame will be partners and will go to other parts of the country, and I'm very grateful to you for driving from Newcastle. And then the second part of the question, I think what Nick's saying is, it is sort of you know, everything has to come together and click in a way. I don't think you're losing out because you're doing Friday night gigs for money. It's, you know, everything has to come together that starts a ripple. But the point I think you're making, which is interesting, is that we are questioning whether the old school ways work a lot now. And, you know, we can build up what would be a perfect old school plot. And I was talking, you know, Liz had this record with Fred again, and The Blessed Madonna, which was A-list at Radio 1 for like 13 weeks, but never got above number 40 on the OCC chart. You know, that used to be like 13 weeks Radio 1 A-list, bit of capital, top 10 record, easy. So these things are changing a lot for us, like putting together the perfect old school plot. We still sit there, and we were sitting there with Nick's Coldplay record that's come out Friday night. On Thursday evening, we're all sitting there going, we know we've put everything together. We know we've put the biggest band in the world together with BTS, which is the most exciting young thing. And everyone's sitting there, and I'm talking about all over the world, because we're on a call with 30 countries, and everyone was going, but will it stream? And those things are really changing at the moment. They're like, you know, so the answer to the question is, you can be making a living, you can be building socials, and it all comes down to that one question. You can be making brilliant records, you can have your own thing, as somebody pointed out earlier, that's like, we're a brilliant rock band, but nobody wants any guitars right now. Fill the room. Everything just has to click, and what you're doing is the right thing in my mind. You're thinking about all the different aspects of it. How can I be in everything? What will start the fire? Don't know where the match will be. Something will start the fire, I hope for you.
Thank you, I appreciate
and,
that.
you know, sorry, the others should pick up what I've got.
What we want to see in you as a concept, you don't know what your music is when we sit in A&R meetings and we talk about all the acts that are, is it working? Like, is there evidence that people are like this? That's all we really care about. Like, we're pretty agnostic in the way we see the world. We don't have, when I say we take our ego out of it, I have got my taste is not that important anymore. It's just, is it talented within the genre, and is it special, and do people like it? And if you were to say, like, if we were to look at your data and it told a story, because every data tells a story, we'd be like, we love it. You know, if we told the right story, you'd have every label calling you up. You wouldn't be able to get. You know, it's actually quite stressful for artists. They can't get away from artists labels phoning them up, and it's actually the opposite of
something that we do quite a lot. We sit, because we're both directors of our own record label as well. Like we were like, no, we're going to try and do this. We spend a lot of time looking at stats. I go stat crazy sometimes, if I'm honest with you. But yeah, no, I appreciate everything you're saying. Everything makes perfect sense.
The most important thing is you create a narrative around your artistry. Like, I think that's the most important thing for an artist now. You tell your narrative is exciting for people. People want to follow your journey. It's like, and then the music is almost a soundtrack to your narrative.
That's
what we did. A beautiful example of this with an artist who's not ours, but Mimi Webb. I don't know if but the way she's narrativized her chosen platform's TikTok, and the way she's used TikTok to tell the story of her journey to being successful is really different. Like, Nick and I spent way too long probably analysing it, but like the way she used the platform So the technology is an enabler to tell a story that wasn't a story which a lot of our artists don't like, or like how I did a funny dance to TikTok. She used it to tell a narrative of her journey. That was a really exciting piece of marketing. And, you know, what Nick's saying is, it's hard to say any one thing works, but it's that build a story, feel it.
And also the other thing is that even new school stories, there are pitfalls with.
Yeah, of course.
I went to a show of an artist that had 500 million streams. I went to her show at the Camden Assembly Rooms and there were 75 people present.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
500 million streams, 75 people. So the amount of joining of dots that the artist has to do, even with huge streams, is a lot.
Yeah.
So, I mean, listening to where you are, and say, for instance, being frank, right? With somebody like Joe Kentish, you're too early for Joe Kentish.
Yeah.
You know, your thing has to be so cast iron by the time you reach him that literally you could turn around and walk out of his office and go, do you know what? We laid everything right on the track.
Yeah.
You know? As in, the story was so well built and constructed, and it wasn't even you telling it, it's other people telling it. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
That's another thing. So yeah. I'm only saying that because I know what he's like.
No, I appreciate that. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Like I say, it was just because we work kind of the Fridays, Saturdays, and what we do with the other time in the week. We spend so much time making content for TikTok, and if that's great, we'll continue doing that.
Yeah.
We'll just continue.
And you
doing
can just, I know that we've got an artist called Sam Ryder who is massive on, 10 million 10 million followers, and he tried a lot of different things, and then it didn't work, and then he hit on one thing, and he got it, and he nailed it, and it's just a bit of trial and error. It's like if your TikTok's not working, just keep trying different things out that will connect.
We've grown quite rapidly. We've found our little niche, and we just keep doing that. So until that kind of dies off.
I always say a lot of the time they'll be calling you.
Yeah.
Totally.
A lot of the time. Because they are that sussed. They'll be like, all right, hello. But the hustle is good. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. Wow. Okay, so even before we end up this panel, the one thing I want to say is many labels will talk about reinvesting in futures that are, sometimes, outside of what people would consider the natural music zone. Warner's put their hand in their pocket to make this happen as a thing, We were, and they're going to be supporting lots of other things throughout the year that Creating Vision are doing. And our thing, as you know, is to keep it free, so that, because the simple truth is, often we never know it, but there's 1, 2, 3 people in the audience that suddenly, 4 years' time, they're sat there, and that's what it's about. So, look, I really, really, really want you, because again, they've taken time out of their very, very busy schedules. The kind of level that you've been, of talk that you've been listening to, this is not your ordinary, everyday thing, right? To have this kind of panel sat in front of you and you be able to ask all of these questions. And you being here as well is an amazing thing too. So please, I want you really to put your hands together for the Major Mindset panel. Incredible. So you've got the panel once again. If everybody could rise. Because it's the end now. It's done. It's done. It really is. You've got Joseph Kentish, you've got Liz Godwin, you've got Nick Burgess, you've got Tony Harlow. It's been amazing. Thank you. And
We've got real lives when we're doing our jobs, so thank you all for finding time for us today.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon.
Thank you. Okay, listen to this, right? Your next one, and we're hardcore with the seminar. A lot of the time people are like, oh, go and take a 5-minute break. We're not like that. We don't do any of that. We're literally like on to the next one. Because, simply, all you've got to do is stay in one place, right, for another couple of hours, and you've done it. You've done it. Do you know what I mean? And you've listened to everything, and you've done it. Sit down. Okay? So, we've got next up, Adapt, Reshape and Innovate is Anya D'Souza. She's Warner's marketing. We've got Anton Powers, who's Warner's A&R. Huge, like, his ears are ridiculous when it comes to spotting talent. You've got Kamali Scott Jones. Again, massive A&R talent. You've got Shawnee Caballero, who's going to give you, I mean, put it this way, Shawnee Caballero was the first person to tell me about Central C before anybody knew about Central C, all right? Vanessa Bakewell from Facebook and Yao Owusu from Playmaker 13. So, if the panel could make their way, that would be superb, and it is headed by Nihal, who will be your moderator for today. Please put your hands together for the next panel.
Right. Hello, everyone. Yeah, nice to see you. Right, okay, we're going to have a session called Adapt, Reshape and Innovate, which is what we all need to do to strive and succeed. Okay, I'm going to bring out these amazing guests. I know Kwame just told you a little bit about them. First up, we have Head of Marketing at Parlophone Records, Anya D'Souza. Yes. Round of applause for Anya. Next up, we have Executive Manager at the Playmaker Group, Yo Owusu. Yo, come on. Local lad as well. Happy days. Next up, A&R Manager at Warner Records, Anton Powers, everybody. Everton fan, for anyone that's interested. Next up, A&R Director at Atlantic Records, UK, Rich Castillo, everyone. There he is. There he is. Next up, we have Global Client Partner at Facebook, Vanessa Bakewell. A&R Manager at Parlophone Records next up, Kamali Scott Jones, everybody. Yeah. And last but definitely not least, everybody, founder at the go-to agency, Shawnee Caballero. Okay, as this is Adapt, Reshape and Innovate, my first question to all of you, starting with you, Shawnee, so it's a bit unfair. By the time it gets to Anya, everyone who got their answer right, is when was the last time you really messed up, and what did you learn from that?
Oh, that was not on the email. The last time I really messed up. Do you know what? I don't really view my career like that. Because I think
you've never made a mistake?
Well, of course I have, but I like it's led me to where I am, and I'm so happy with where I am. So I can't think of a moment, because I don't think I've...
But the follow-up point was the one about what you learned from it. Because often in life, I think some of the things we hear in our careers are things that we messed up.
I do have a moment.
I knew you would have, Shawnee, if I just pushed a little bit harder.
I think back. Did I mess up? So I just took really long to like send the contract over, because I was like in two minds about signing, and then that signing went on to become a star. So I would say I messed up there.
Sorry, you were about to sign
someone on publishing.
Yes.
This was when I was independent, but I had very limited funds.
Okay. Yeah.
So I didn't have money to just pay my lawyers to do contract willy-nilly. So I had to be very selective about, okay, so if I'm going to do this, cool, I don't need my lawyer, get him to do the agreements. But I took a really long time because I was like contemplating someone for a while, and then I lost them.
And who were they?
So, no, I'd rather not say.
Who were they, sorry?
No,
I didn't hear you. You sounded like you were mumbling or trying to get out of answering
I'd rather not say, because I still work with them, to be fair. Just
okay.
Publishing,
but they became moderately successful?
Quite successful, very successful.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like Rich knows who that is. Okay, Kamali.
Same
Mistake.
question.
Yeah, of course, for all of you.
God, that is a really hard first
Come on.
question.
I'm no joke in this.
I know, but God, I actually can't think of one right now.
Okay,
Can you come
Anya,
back to me?
let's go to you, and then because everyone thought they had time to think. Right, Anya, last time you really messed something up and what you learned from that.
This probably isn't the last time, but it's one of the most memorable.
Perfect.
When I was working at Sony Music, when I was head of digital there, so I used to do a lot of digital stuff. I used to work really closely with Little Mix, and speaking to the girls.
Was it Little Mix, Shawnee?
No.
Okay.
No. Speaking to the girls a lot about the socials. They would always be like, on WhatsApp, what can I put for this? I want to post this. What should I say? And I sent something to one of the girls, which was Jade, and I said, "How's this copy, Jade?" And then I wrote something like, maybe you want to say this. She's like, "Perfect, post it for me," on Little Mix's socials, which have millions. And I posted it with, "How's this copy, Jade?" And the thing is, it's not, in the grand scheme, there was worse things, but because it's so high profile and people see it, it's literally you want to bury yourself in a hole. What did I learn from it? To not rush, take your time, particularly when it comes to social media, when it's really high profile artists. Definitely checking is what I would now say to everyone before you post anything on a big artist's socials.
How did management deal with that? How did the label deal with you with that? How were you treated after that?
I mean, to be honest, with social media, there's things like that happen all the time. There's always, because it's quick, reactive, mistakes are made. So it's never going to be the end of the world. It just feels like the end of the world for that hour. And the Little Mix girls, they kind of took it, it was okay. It was okay, but it just feels like a nightmare that you're living in real time for about 2 hours.
Okay. Yeah. Kamali, you ready?
Yeah, the last thing I did, that was actually a real mess up, was before I was working in music, to be fair. I was working in fashion, and I had to get a team of 40 to Cuba for a Chanel show. So I worked for a company that rep hair and makeup and nail stylists for red carpet, catwalk shows, blah, blah, blah. And so I had to get them all there. And I didn't realise that 2 of them, they had old addresses in the system. And so I booked their flights from London to Cuba, but they lived in Spain and Germany. And I didn't realise until literally the night before. So yeah, that was a big mess up. I worked it out though.
Exactly. And
Yeah,
what did you learn from that?
I think just working in that job makes me now unflappable. There's nothing that anyone can really say to me, on any artist or whatever. I'm just okay, cool. Give me 5 minutes. Let me think about it. And I think, it was a real baptism of fire, and it just made me super adaptable and, pragmatic, I guess. I think,
Very important qualities to have. Vanessa?
I thought of one thing straight away. Is when I worked on a campaign with BMG with Kylie. So it was around this time last year. And me and the team at Facebook, we were so happy to have this opportunity to work with BMG and Kylie and do something really innovative. And we created, because touring wasn't happening, we thought about how could we bridge the gap between live music and artists, connecting to the fans. So we suggested to build this holographic avatar of Kylie and have it live within Instagram for 1 hour. And anyway, Kylie's team were really happy with it, and the label was really happy, but we got so kind of wed to our idea, and we were kind of just running with it, and it was kind of stressful, just managing all the stakeholders and kind of keeping the project running, and it's quite technically ambitious as well. The thing that we messed up on is, I think, trying to compete with the album release in terms of when we wanted to launch it, because what happened was, which we've kind of done now as a different strategy, is to just make sure that whatever we do with the artists that we work with and the teams that we work with is to just have like a lot of empathy. And even though like we're really excited about our own ideas, it's to kind of like look and create like a brand new beat to the campaign. So what role can we play in the run-up to a campaign, or after the campaign, or after the album is released, rather than try and like be on the creative director or the manager or the label saying, can you like sign off this creative or do this? It was just such a frustrating experience, and I think we realised that we were just so in the zone with our own idea, which sounds really obvious. It was kind of that manic like Q4 time in the run up to Christmas, and it kind of just completely changed the way that we worked. And we were like, how did we ever say we were going to launch this like the same week as like the album is releasing? Because of course we're never going to hear from anyone at the label, quite rightly. So it kind of completely changed how we thought about working with labels and artists from a marketing perspective.
Is that because there was no one in the room who was, brave enough, because the momentum was pushing it forward so much, to kind of put their hands up and go,
I think everyone was like, yeah, no, it's brilliant, let's just go for it. But none of us, even collectively on both sides, had just thought about how it was all... It was brand new, it's like a brand new project. It was something that we'd never done before. So I think as we kind of got closer, we kind of realised, oh shit,
So did it ever happen? The hologram,
the
hologram Kylie was a thing eventually.
Yeah. It all happened in the end, but I think it's just we had way more empathy and took a step back, and we were like, if we're going to have decisions made, we need to give the teams breathing space and give them 2 weeks after before an album release, before we're like, hey, can we have decisions made?
Rich, come on, A&R director at Atlantic Records. You've been in this game a while.
I've been. I'm the old man of the gang here. There was a situation once, fairly recently actually, with on the Tion Wayne album, where we delivered the album, we'd sent it to the artist, everything was fine. The week after, just as we're going into production, one of the songs on the timing on the song was a bit shorter than I thought it should be. So I triple checked it, and for some reason, the mastering engineer had used the wrong mix to master, and it had cut out a significant part of the song, which actually Tion's mum actually said a prayer on the end of the song. So, I mean, we caught it just literally 24 hours later. It wouldn't have made the physical copies of the CD. So we're like, we caught it just, but the mastering engineer that did it for us is an amazing mastering engineer. He does everyone from Ed Sheeran. I've used him for over like 10 years. He never ever flaps, ever. It's always like, you send it to him, it's done. But it was just this one moment where, because it was him, if it was any other mastering engineer, I'd have been on their neck like throughout the whole process hard. With him, I wasn't as much, because I've got so much trust for him. And that happened, and we caught it literally within an inch of it sort of going off. But it reminded me that actually the attention to detail and attention to focus around the delivery at the end of an album process is so important, and just sort of block everything else out. But yeah, that was a real, potentially a really big fuck up that we managed to sort of maneuver out of.
So no matter how long you've worked with someone, how much you ultimately, the buck stops with you, so you should check.
If that goes wrong, that's me. That's me who gets a call. That's me who ends up on someone's social media for the wrong reasons. So, yeah.
Anton.
Hi. Yeah, look, I've messed up so many times, it's ridiculous.
Well, we've got till 4, so...
I think the main ones for me as an A&R is just saying no to certain records or certain artists that have gone on to have massive hit records, or...
Yeah, but that, you can't have a hang-up about that,
oh,
can
mate,
you?
I do, yeah. Literally,
can you?
Yeah, winds me up to, you wouldn't believe. And obviously, you live and die by your results, and if you've passed on certain records and they've gone on to be hit records, thankfully, it's a lot less than the ones that have been successful.
Because we're never going to get an answer out of Shawnee on this. What is the artist you most regret passing on?
Well, there's two really. There's one, I don't know if you'll know the song. It's by Lost Frequencies, Are You With Me? It's like a big dance record. Right. It was big in Europe. The stats were really, really strong, but I over-analysed the lyrics and thought, that's not going to work in the UK. It's not going to be strong enough. And then it went on to be like a #2 record. Done millions of copies in the UK. And more recently is probably an artist everybody knows. I'm not going to say who it is because it just wound me up even more, but it's like a big artist who's having a lot of success at the moment. But there's other reasons around that, attached to that as well. The reason...
Well, as you're not giving us the artist's name, tell us why.
Have a guess. You have a guess.
I know it is. Mr. Corey.
Perhaps, maybe.
Joe Corey.
Oh, okay.
But there's reasons around that as well, is because obviously I was invested in him, and as an artist, I thought he's absolutely brilliant. He's going to have countless hits, going to be a star. But I was with a different label at the time, and there was other things going on. We had other releases going at the same time, so we thought we couldn't really get that one away because we've got other records in the same kind of lane that were going to end up competing with each other. So that was one of the reasons. But there's always kind of loads of reasons behind it. But yeah, those two in particular will stand out.
What do you learn from that? Because ultimately, as the others have said on the panel, it's something that happened. You learn from it, you adapt. But ultimately, if you're signing artists, yes, it comes down to numbers and analytics. There's lots of that going on. But it is about taste. So you can't, I guess, change your taste, can you?
Yeah, true, yeah. But to be honest, the taste there is what I really love anyway. That kind of dance music, that's kind of my bread and butter, my DNA. But at the same time, you know, I'm not a music snob, so I know what's going to be a hit and what's going to work, you know, and what might work for somebody else might not work for another person, you know. So just getting the balance right, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll echo Anton what Anton's saying. I think I mess up quite a lot. I suppose what I've learned to do is probably mitigate them things and learn quite quickly. But there's two that I can think about among hundreds that I've probably stuck with me the most. The first was about 10 years ago. I had an idea around a radio aggregator that would almost kind of work like Soundsworks. If you like certain things, it would aggregate it, so it would almost like a global. I'm a consultant essentially, so this is where stuff like this comes from. So it would essentially pull different radio shows that you like from globally, and will give you your radio station. Obviously there'll be loads of challenges there, but I never developed that. And I probably should have. I still think that's it. I don't know if it exists, but I don't think it exists. I think it would make sense. And
he hasn't done it, by the way, so if anyone wants to do this afterwards.
And my thing with that, what I learned from that is sometimes if you've got an idea, even if you don't know how you're going to do it, you should probably put it in motion and find people who understand that. Because this was, this is maybe 2011, maybe 2010. So it was like way off Spotify, and it wasn't, aggregating and all that stuff wasn't really happening at the time. And then the second one, which is a bit simpler, is I managed an artist who got signed to a major label, and I ended up consulting for that label. And through that whole process, there was a lot of potential conflicts of interest and challenges there. And I think looking back, what it did teach me was I'm probably a consultant more so than a manager, and I probably should have went in that way. So I've learned to like both ways. I've learned to kind of go, know who you are, know what you do well, and like lean into that and trust yourself a bit more, as opposed to trying to do too much, or if you're out of your space, not finding people who actually understand that space better than you, and you just work with them to complete a project. I hope that makes sense. It makes sense to me.
It does. Andrew, one of the things that stops us progressing is a fear of failure, right? Which can be a barrier to trying anything. If that has ever been the case in your life, how have you overcome that in an industry which is a brutal industry?
Yeah. I'd say my experience of, moving into the music industry, I had a huge fear of failure because I started my career not in music. So when I graduated from uni, I started working in PR, which I guess is all linked because I'm working marketing and digital now. But I worked for kind of big global PR agencies on big corporate clients. So I knew I wanted to work in music, but I needed to find my route in. And it was about 5 years after I graduated that I found my route in. And I think working in the music industry and for a major label is a system and a structure like no other, unless you've worked in one of the three majors, and I'm sure like other indies and stuff, there's the systems, the processes, they are not generic, they are very specific. And I remember having moments of walking down the corridors when I started at Sony Music, literally probably saying out loud, I can't do this, because it was, and also because it's so big artists, I was working at, I mentioned Little Mix, but One Direction at the time, the biggest boy band in the world, big high profile artists, everything that you do is scrutinized, everything needs to be done quickly. And I was like, I'm never going to get this because it was just so specific. And all the kind of the little intricacies of the industry. But then the penny just drops with time. And I say that to anyone now, like in my team, like new hires and stuff. I was like, this is going to be hell for the first 3 months, and you're going to think you're never going to get it. But I promise you, the penny will drop at some point, and it will just become second nature. And like, I've had people say, you're so right about that. Literally, I thought, I'm never, ever going to get this. I'm never going to be able to do this to the level that everybody else is doing it at. But one day, something just switches. So I think it's just, like, have the fear. The fear is going to be there. And I think it's healthy. I think it's always healthy to have that fear of not being good enough. Otherwise, I think you can go in to a job or an industry overconfident. And I think that's a mistake. I think having that fear of, like, I'm not good enough, I think it's something that kind of keeps you grounded, but drives you forward. Did that answer the question?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Rich, fear, and overcoming it. Have you ever had any fear?
Yeah, every day. I mean, in my job.
But how it can paralyse you to make decisions.
Yeah. I mean, fear is necessary evil. I think in what we do, especially in A&R, and deciding on whether to go after something properly, deciding on how far to push a deal, deciding on whether you want to get into a scrap with another bunch of A&R around the project or not. There's a constant.
That's
fear.
a regular, isn't it?
I mean, sometimes the fear, you can get addicted to it as well, because you kind of need that sort of like feeling to know whether you're actually taking a real risk or not, sort of thing. So it can be very dangerous at the same time, from my side anyway. That's how I feel about it. But I think the fear side of it is something that you can't avoid, so I choose to just run at it. And I think if you're not a bit afraid or a bit scared in some way, I don't think it's worth chasing down, personally.
Shawnee, fear and overcoming it, making sure that it can drive you forward. Rich runs towards it, as he's just said.
I think I just have like a fear of just being broke again, because after I had my son and I was on my own, it was really hard. I can't even describe how hard it was. And I just worked so hard to get here, and everyone's like, you're everywhere, and I'm like, because I'm not going back to the trenches. I'm really not. So yeah, there's definitely, it's been my drive, if anything, and then
it's a powerful drive.
Yeah, and it's like, my book, like there's a fear that it might not do well. I don't know if I spoke about it, but I have a book coming, A Quick Guide to Music Royalties. And I was like, well, even if that book only sells 50 copies, I'm like, well, do you know what? That's 50 people that probably learn more than they did prior about publishing and royalties. So it's trying to look at the positives in everything. That's what keeps me going.
That's powerful. Kamali?
I agree. I don't want to repeat what everyone else has said, because I think it's all super valid and I completely agree with it. But I do feel, for me, like my ambition for what I want to achieve and like leave behind is what helps me overcome the fear. And like Rich and Anya said, it does keep you agile and it does make you evaluate things and, as an A&R person, just try to make the best decision. And it's like mitigating risk almost. But I think, if you try and play it safe the whole time, you'll never win. You'll just kind of coast and probably leave the company because you haven't achieved anything. Do you know what I mean? I think you just have to, my kind of passion for music and artists and what I want to achieve is what keeps me up at night. And I think I'm more scared of achieving nothing, that I can't be paralyzed by it. Do you know what I mean?
Is Parlophone a working environment whereby you are encouraged to take risks?
I think I've been encouraged to take risks, yeah. And I've been able to kind of fight my way through decisions that maybe weren't, like now in hindsight, I can be like, you know what, that maybe I didn't need to fight as hard as I did for that one, or do you know what I mean? But I think, it is an environment where you are encouraged to convince our bosses that this is why I want to sign this person, and this is why I want to make that decision, or do that, or do this. And the fact you have to qualify all of that does help you make the right decision, or at least try to. And if you don't, obviously learn why you're not going to do that again.
Well, that goes back to our first question. Vanessa?
It's so interesting, like hearing everybody's insights and like loving the panel. Everything that you said like really resonates, especially kind of like leaning into fear and like doing like really bold and ambitious things. I think is what like my company would expect us to kind of really lean into that and do stuff that's never been seen before and try and solve industry problems. So I have a fear of not doing that. So I definitely lean into it. But at the same time, I was going to say, like, fear can also turn into anxiety. So I really have to be careful of burnout because I think when you're working hard and you're energized and you're passionate about what you do, and I think it's all, you know, it's such a privilege, obviously, to work within the music industry, it really is. But sometimes I work, you know, maybe harder or put in more hours, and I think everybody does. And I think you just have to be really careful of it so that fear doesn't like flip into anxiety. And I think just like over 20 years, like I've just had to really manage that well. And I've definitely got better and better at it in the past few years to kind of notice when it's like, yeah, I'm really excited about this project and it's ambitious, but you know, I really need to rest right now and just really have that discipline and force myself to rest so that I can then go at the project again and land it. And I think that balance is really important to not let fear is good, and you know, it gives you adrenaline, it can be positive and it can be really exciting, but just not to let that flip over into anxiety.
Well, I mean, this is called adapt, reshape and innovate, and you work in an industry which is constantly doing all three things. And I guess, Anton, I'll ask you about fear as well before I move on to the next question. What about your own fears and how you overcome them?
Fear is similar to everybody else, you know, and everybody's got it. It's just a case of controlling it and kind of making it kind of your kind of beast, really, and making sure you control the fear and it can drive you on. But also having some kind of perspective as well, you know, and we can get consumed by the music industry. We live and breathe it, and obviously we're all part of it, or we want to be part of it. At the same time, we're not like saving lives, we're not curing cancer or anything like that. We're literally just putting out records, doing gigs, you know, signing artists and stuff, you know. So just a perspective sometimes, that can also kind of control any anxiety or fear at the same time as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, again, like the fear thing it's obviously very real. I think the way I've always dealt with it is to admit it and not try to, I just don't think, there's a danger sometimes when people act like they don't have fear. I think I've tried to, and a lot of this comes from...
Is that part of the bravado of the music industry?
Right? And I also think that, and this is the other side of it, I also think, I read the story one time about the Blitz and how in the Blitz, all these the houses in London, everyone's getting bombed in London, and a lot of the residents were just going about the daily life because they believed they would not get killed. Because the more you survive, the more you get through it, the more you get arrogant and you believe that you are valuable. That's the hardest thing, I think, is always going, okay, yeah, I can get over it, I can deal with my fear, and I succeed once I break through it, but also being conscious enough that it doesn't mean that you won't mess up big time sometime in the future, so just being able to stay sharp. So I don't, the way I do it, I don't act like the fear's not there. I want to understand the fear and then be able to manage it, but also understand it to the point it means that just because I got over it that time and succeeded, it doesn't mean that it's going to constantly be forever like this. And I think that's what keeps, in my mind, keeps me sharp with every new project or piece of work I can do.
Kamali, what do you think is the hardest thing to adapt to in the music industry, considering the pace at which it is changing? So for people of a certain age, there would have been vinyl and then there would have been CDs and they would have hung around for a long time, and now we've got streaming. Clearly that's not going anywhere anytime soon. But the speed at which and the amount of artists that are out there.
I think for me, it's been the introduction of TikTok probably, and how important data is and in its new form, because I guess I'm not of the vinyl generation at all, but I
don't think you're even of the CD generation, are you, Kamali, if I'm honest?
I know, I'm 20. No, I'm joking, I'm not. I think I got into A&R because I love music and I love all the intricacies of a record, old, new. Like, I actually wanted to be part of that process of making it. It was actually less for me about, I want to find all the hot new ones. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's obviously naturally part of it.
How do you balance that then, that need to be creative with what is essentially data harvesting?
I think that is the shift. It's doable, and I say data in its current form because it's changed so much, and like we've got so much more, so many more metrics available to us that we didn't have to look at before. And also just, you know, the last 18 months and not being outside and being able to discover music the way that we were used to doing it. It's just about sifting through and being as efficient as possible, as well as balancing, you know, the artists that you actually look after and are making records with, as well as, you know, finding time to work out, is that just something that's moving on TikTok because it's just TikTok, or is this something that can connect like culturally and outside of that? And I think, yeah, it's been difficult to adapt to that on just lots of different levels. But I think it's just a time thing. I think it's literally happening before our eyes, and yeah, you just have to. I think that's part of the music industry and something that it hasn't always been the best at doing. Like you said, from vinyl to CD to downloads to streaming. Like I think there was lots of points where the industry kind of felt maybe a little bit arrogant about, oh yeah, it's going to be fine. It's going to go back to how it was before. It's like a fad, it's a phase, whatever. And I think if you don't adapt, you'll just get left behind. So it's just about finding your way through that and what works for you. And A&R is such a personal, you know, it's you put a lot of yourself into it, and it's about your personality. So some of us, I would say, are much more like, I love being out and about and making connections and friends and being in the studio, and then there's other A&Rs that are more like, you know, tunnel vision focused. They love the data thing, like that is, they can sift through that like it's nothing. And so it's just about working to your strengths, and obviously working on a team as well, and being able to plug in and lean on each other's strengths and weaknesses, I think is really important, and has been for us and my team in the last 18 months, I would say.
Anya, how's that changed marketing then?
As in,
what Kamali's describing
Yeah.
as well about the data and the analytics.
I mean, it's incredibly useful for marketing, like probably an obvious thing to say, but I guess the crux of what we do is trying to understand an artist's audience and grow it, develop it. Obviously, you know, we want to build fan bases. We want to make our artists. We want them to achieve the ambition they want to achieve, and you need fans to do that. So I think insights and analytics has always kind of been at the heart of what we do, because we have to market to an audience that we know is going to be a potential fan. You know, we're not going to market.
But how do you do that? So how are the metrics changed? That's the point that kind of Kamali, from when you first started marketing to where you are now.
I mean, it's so much richer, but I think there's always been kind of data insights teams.
Yeah.
But I think now, obviously, kind of social media, you can get so much instant insights in terms of what content connects. Like, you know, you can see that from the views or the retention rate on videos, and, you know, how long is somebody watching a video for? How long are they watching an ad for? You can even like get it down to the granular, you know, 0.0 second, and be able to get those analytics quickly about our audiences, what they like, what they don't. That makes the world of difference in terms of actually then digging into how we market our artists. But I guess the challenge is that, kind of like Kamali said, and like with streaming, you know, from downloads to streaming and, you know, whatever comes next. Similarly with social media, which is kind of, I guess, again, the crux of marketing, things are moving so quickly. Like TikTok wasn't a thing 2 years ago when it was Musical.ly. It wasn't on our radar in a big way at all. And now it is literally driving the music industry forward. It is creating superstars. It's, you know, it's changing the ecosystem of streaming. And you have to, you know, it's a challenge for us as well as artists. Like, I can completely understand why some artists are like, I just can't get on board with TikTok, because, you know, they're trying to, whilst doing their job as being an artist, they're trying to get their head around a new platform that wasn't a thing 2 years ago. That's a challenge, because, you know, artists feel like if I don't do it, will I get left behind? Same in labels, you know, you really want to try and understand the platform that you're pushing artists and audiences towards, but it moves quickly, so that's always going to be a challenge. But again, I think it keeps us fresh as marketeers to feel challenged and not feel like we know everything, because there's going to be the next TikTok soon. We just don't know what it is. But I think that's exciting, because there will be somebody that's an expert at that. You know, some 17-year-old now that, you know, is going to be an early adopter of that platform, that wants to then kind of, you know, become an expert and use that skill, and that's what we're kind of looking for. So yeah, I think it's something that, yeah, it's very real that, you know, there's going to be the next TikTok soon, and we've just got to be ready to dive in and try and understand it and think about how we can use it for our artists and campaigns.
Rich, how's it changed for you? How have you had to adapt and innovate? Because as Kamali was pointing out, you know, if there's that A&R that's quite data-driven, I'm guessing, having known you for some time, that you're not that guy. Like, you're not going to be specifically looking at the data all day long.
Well, as a matter of fact...
You've had to become that guy. Have you had to become that guy?
No, to be honest, obviously we've seen it in 3D. Obviously I've been doing this for a minute, so I've seen the transition from relying on CDs to downloads through to streaming. And I think over at Atlantic, we've got a department that really hones in. We've hired people that really specifically work in that area. And we do like twice weekly data meetings where we go through social media or anything that's flagged. And we're right across TikTok, Musical.ly, Instagram, YouTube, everything. And we have like insights, and we have things that pop up, and then we'll have a conversation about them as to whether we feel it's an artist proposition, whether we feel it's just a moment online, whether we have these discussions like twice a week.
So could an artist come to you in that meeting with none of you have heard the music, the only reason they're in that meeting is because all of those numbers are there?
Sometimes the numbers do get to us. I mean, sometimes we'll pick up on something just because it's flagging, like it's over-indexing in a certain area, and we'll have a conversation about it. And if we're not sure about it, we'll reach out to them and have that conversation and try and understand what the hell's going on and what's driving it. But I think in 2021, it's impossible to do A&R efficiently without embracing the data and embracing the metrics that we have available in what we do. I don't think we lose any artistry by doing that, because I think we can actually identify the really clever artists that are super ambitious, that are still musical as well, earlier, and who are more likely to exist in the modern world, because they embrace it more. So from our side of it, and the data side of it, it's an integral part of what we do week to week. We still do the other meetings where we do A&R, and we just go through music that we love, and we do all that sort of stuff, but there's definitely a newer balance. There's more departments popping up that are specialising in data, and we're just trying to find the best way of using that in our decision making.
Vanessa, Facebook, it's all about the data.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I'm kind of sat here like obviously listening to how important data is, and it is, but only if it gives you an insight, because the data alone, like, you know, unless there's an insight, which is why it's so important to collaborate with like many people now. And we were talking about this earlier, weren't we, that I think in the music industry, you've got to be a really good collaborator. You've got to work with way more many people now in order to get a project over the line, or an artist, or like way more. But I also have always said to all the music partners that I've ever worked with, like, you don't high-five the bus poster as you walk past, you don't like fist bump the TV. And I believe that there's been way too much focus on like engagement metrics, when what really matters is reach. What really matters is that things get seen. And I think we can get like really obsessed with like those kind of engagement metrics on a kind of weekly basis, but really it's just, the reach is really important. I think it's the reach that builds artists, and that's where the focus...
Just explain the distinction.
So engagement could be how many people like clicked on a post, but the reality is that people don't really have time to click on things necessarily, and if they do, amazing, like that's a bonus, it's a win-win. But like, I don't have to click on an artist post on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, Twitter in order to then think, oh, I'm going to go and stream it that day. Like, I'm a massive Bjork fan, and I remember like seeing this post where like she'd basically like handwritten out all of the songs on her new album, and I saw it, but I'm really busy. It was like, yeah, amazing. I don't have to like click and share and engage with it. But of course I went and like streamed it like mad, like later that day. And I think it's just really important to use social media and digital marketing to surprise and delight people, but not expect that level of engagement always. Just know that they've seen it.
Shawnee, want to come in on this? About the data and just analysing it and understanding it.
Yeah, well, sorry, that's really important in publishing. When it comes to collections, like, we've got a really good, it's expensive as hell, but it's worth it. It's like a radio monitoring system, and it picks up airplay all over the world. But that's because that's where a lot of people lose income when, like, for example, a Target or someone will do a guest mix, you know, because there's performance royalties in that. So people are losing income by, you know, not not being able to monitor their music usage. So it's really important.
Yeah, with you, and in terms of the most difficult things you've found in terms of adapting, because it's called Adapt, Reshape and Innovate, those people who will leave the industry that you're in are the ones who couldn't do any of those things, right? They couldn't. But what have you found the most challenging thing about adapting, reshaping?
Well, I do a lot of work, I suppose, in this area. So I do project design and kind of helping organisations or individuals kind of execute once that project's designed. So that can be like educational projects like Lymph Academy, who's a partner on this, Power Up, which is the PRS Foundation initiative around anti-black racism, Liverpool International Music Festival, which is a big music event, and such like. So I'll probably apply data in a quite a different way, because a lot of times I'm doing stuff editorially. So the data and that information will signify a need to reflect, but it's not the only reason to reflect, because a lot of stuff I'm doing is underserved communities or underdeveloped communities or groups or audiences or whatever. So sometimes the data is used to develop in a slightly different way. Okay, there's all this over here and this isn't getting looked at, but it does have power. Let's put into that. So it's not always just leaning to the side of what's popular and going, there's a spike here, so we're going to jump on that spike. It's actually a lot of times the opposite. And then again, as I say, editorial means that I can justify it in a slightly different way. So the innovation in the space that I work in and the developments, etc., is slightly different to some degree. But also when it comes to the education stuff, what everybody's saying here about the importance of TikTok and you're looking at data and analysing data and all that stuff becomes quite important, because I've got to help teach that and make sure that's seen as important as well. So it just depends. It's quite difficult with me because I work quite broadly, but it's very important, but it's just different in different spaces. That's
And Anton, about adapting, reshaping.
Yeah, I mean, data's actually always been around to some degree. I used to work in a record shop actually down the road from here, and it was like the white labels used to come in and the USA imports used to sell those to DJs, rare vinyls really. The DJs used to go and play those in the nightclubs, and then the following few days, the clubbers used to come in and singing the song, saying, what was that song, can we buy it? And that was kind of, so you knew from the data there that the white labels that were selling the most, they had the Cool Cuts chart, the Buzz chart, which was like the hype charts at the time, and those, so that was like a little kind of early stages of data really, and then obviously Shazam and the internet came around and changed the game, and it turned it kind of 360 really, and all these songs are available straight away for people to listen to or to, download at the time. Now obviously stream. But the data nowadays, fast forward to 2021, is similar to what Rich says. Labels, major labels especially, have got data tools and insights, and as Rich says, there's weekly meetings about these records, these artists on these platforms, and you're not looking at the songs, you're looking at the numbers really, and how it's indexing against other songs you see, and you're judging it first and foremost on the data, and then following it up with what's in your gut and what's in your heart and what you think actually of the song, But the problem is that obviously every label has got these kind of similar data tools, so a lot of the time they're all competing on similar records, and lots of kind of like expensive deals getting done, to the extent that it's just like crazy at the minute.
They're perpetuating each other, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly.
As soon as everyone jumps in, it's like this, and then all of a sudden the money's silly.
Yeah.
And really,
and also, exactly, and not worth it. And 9 times out of 10, it's a fast-moving market as well. So a record that's red hot on TikTok or Roblox or whatever it may be, in 3-4 weeks' time, by the time you've done a deal, because if you're doing an expensive deal, it's going to take weeks and weeks legally to get it all sorted. Everyone was onto a different song by that point, you see. So there's expensive mistakes and casualties out there as well at the same time, but it's just using the data.
This is why the meetings are so frequent, because of the speed in which they turn over, and you have to get them done quick. And the deals, obviously, the lawyers are on their toes. Yeah. We're creating newer models so that we can be quicker, and it's like it's a really funny time at the moment. In terms
don't keep saying this because you're triggering Shawnee at the end there, from what she said in the first question. One of the things that I've always found, working at the BBC, which I have done for 20 years, is that, whenever you're presented with someone who says, that's not how we do things around here, that's like a red rag to a bull to me, right? It's like, there's no such thing. There's no such thing. So then, how How do you stop yourself, and you're all young, so how do you stop yourself becoming that person? Because the longer you're in the industry, you might get set into a way of doing things. And how do you challenge yourself to change yourself when needed? Shawnee, I'll start with you on this.
In general, I feel like I'm always challenging the people around me.
Right.
Like, me and Ricky have a partnership, and, you know, like, prior to partnering with him, I was always doing co-pubs with people because I was independent, so I couldn't give advances. So I'd go to like me and Tiny, Amatep have co-pubs, me and Jinjin were negotiating a co-pub. And he was like, well, we don't need to do that. We can just do it. I was like, well, why not? Why don't you want to do it? And he's like, because we don't need to. Like, this is us. And I was like, well, do you know, I'm kind of sick of that culture in, like, the music industry. Like, everybody feels like it has to be them. This has to be our label. This has to be our publishing house, or me as an A&R have to do this, where the best work comes collaboratively. And especially with, like, signings, if two labels sign something together, that artist then has access to two creative teams, two very good teams. And it's the same, we find, like, we've got a writer that's doing very, very well, which is Kobub, and I credit him doing well because he's got two creative teams actively working him, and yes, it cuts our profits in half, but we're able to take on more, slightly less work.
Kamali, how will you stop yourself becoming that person?
I think you just have to not ever believe that you know everything, because things change so much. Technology changes, culture changes, life changes. Like, you can't ever think that you've, like, reached the final boss and won. Like, it just doesn't happen. And even when you think, like, yeah, you know what, I actually get the game, like, I understand what I've got to do, whatever, something else will come in from left field that completely kind of resets it. So I think you just always have to be open to that and kind of, preparing for that moment to come again and again. And also, just speak to younger people than you as well that are, like, I've got a younger brother, and just making sure that you're not getting out of touch thinking that, oh yeah, I'm just cool, I'm just chilling, I'm going to be in, you know, the artist lounge, don't need to mingle with the peasants kind of, you know what I mean? Like, you can't get into that. You just actually have to want to be in the trenches for as long as you can manage it, really. Keeping yourself fresh and being open to learn everything, because none of us are ever going to know anything.
But how do you get that balance? Because there'll come a point, clearly, when you're not living the life of an 18-year-old, right? And you don't want to be living the life of an 18-year-old. Right? So what, you just employ?
You hire one, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's really...
And then,
or you might have one by that point, I don't know.
But then your experience tells you that there are times that you will have to second guess them. You will have to challenge them. They may well be wrong. They can't just walk in as an 18-year-old and tell you this is how the world is.
No, definitely not. But I think in terms of, from an A&R perspective and having a team, you know, it's typical that you have a younger scout that you bring in, so you have the balance of someone who's fresh and young and out all the time and, you know, on TikTok all the time, but balanced out with, you know, someone like Rich, for example, who has been involved in so much success. No, but genuinely is...
Still a very young-looking guy, Rich.
He's 25. Obviously. So, yeah, but just having that balance, I think, is really important, and not to get too top-heavy or rely on one or the other. It is, you know, it's a mixture of things, and then you can challenge each other. So you can say to the 18-year-old, like, you know, they're full of passion with less experience, and then, you know, someone who's been in it for a bit longer, maybe a little bit jaded, not understanding what's going on out there now, because they're, you know, I don't know, 60, whatever, like, they can ask them.
I'm not 60, I just want to point that out.
He's not 60. He's not 60.
70.
But do you know what I mean? It's like you challenge each other in those different ways, and I think if you, like a good leader of a team as well, knows the importance of that balance and making sure that everybody's heard, and then you make a decision based on all of those factors, rather than just thinking one is more important than the other.
Vanessa? How do you not become that person that gets stuck in that rut of saying, this is how we do things?
I was going to say, somebody said to me once that you're only interesting if you're interested. And I think the people that don't ask questions are a bit of a red flag, because, you know, they're just talking, but they're never asking any questions in meetings, in projects, in organizations, in partners. And you know, I think the more curious somebody is, the more interesting they are because they know more. But I think
is there such a thing as a stupid question?
Exactly. There's never.
Okay. Genuinely?
There's never.
I'm sure some A&R meetings, if you ask a stupid question, the head of A&R might just look at you, or the director of A&R may look at you in a certain way.
Well, we're just talking about the end of like delivering an album and like being like really kind of, you know, ruthless with the details. So maybe there aren't ever any stupid questions. So it's good to clarify everything and just double check and cross the T's. But I was going to say, like, I'm working on catalogue at the moment, so that's one of my projects to think about how can we work on catalogue campaigns to supercharge, you know, album release. And that's really interesting to me. But for this, I'm talking to a lot of people who've been in the industry for a long time, you know, like 25, 30 years. And in fact, one of them said to me recently, you know, there is a lot of chat within the music industry about what's young and fresh. And I actually pitched Music Week on, you know, with Rising Star, and Music Week is so important. And actually I've nominated people for that as well, but I also think it's good to hear from people who have a lot of experience within the industry as well. So I think seeking opinion from people at all different ages, from all different places in the UK, that's why it's good to be here in Liverpool as well, you know, not just in London, and just like seeking opinion everywhere and just constantly asking questions all the time, and taking an interest.
Rich?
Yeah, I fully agree with that. I think having youth around you keeps you informed. I think, like you said, the experience that I've made so many mistakes over the years, I could sort of help a young person avoid making some of them. And I think that's where the balance is. I think having young scouts, young A&Rs, and embracing youth culture. I've got children as well. I'm across Roblox because I'm constantly giving my kid money for Roblox. So it's like,
a slippery slope, mate.
It's frustrating, but I think using youth culture and sort of giving them a bit of experience and having that sort of balance is what keeps you informed and keeps you young. I think the sort of want and willingness to try and always be at the best in your area, I think forces you to sort of embrace that. And I think if you're sort of like, I've been there for quite a while, I never keep saying this, but I was doing this for a minute, so I don't think anyone sort of has been doing it for as long as I can could do so if they were in that way inclined. I think it's impossible. I think you'll get found out, or the industry will just move you on like a conveyor belt. And I think we have to constantly adapt. We have to constantly reflect what's happening in youth culture.
So how do you overcome the ego? Because let's be real, there are a few egos in the music industry.
I mean, the ego can drive you a bit. Your ego can drive you to be ambitious, but ultimately it's about the artist, and ultimately it's about doing good work. And I think as long as you I think your energy should be in doing great work and delivering great campaigns and trying to be world-class in what you do. I think that removes, to a certain extent, it puts you second and puts that first.
Anton?
Exactly what these four have just said, you nailed it, you know, and I think as soon as you think you have actually nailed the music industry is great in that it completely throws something completely new into the open. It makes a level playing field for everybody, really, whether it was when streaming happened or obviously TikTok blowing up with Music Alley before that, you know. So I think what everyone said there in terms of getting the balance between experience and youth, it kind of is the perfect kind of gold dust, really, in terms of getting that balance right and combining all the strengths of both kind of years of all the experience, and also as well, I think it's been touched on as well, using the cultures as well, not just kind of the London-centric kind of bubble. You know, there's lots that goes on outside the M25. You know, and the fact that Warner and Creating Vision are here, it shows a lot, you know. And there's lots of pockets of kind of hotbeds, really. There's not just Liverpool. Manchester's got loads going on. There's a scene in Leeds, etc. You know, and that's just Birmingham, obviously. So all these have all got little different cultures and ecosystems going on. So it's just bringing all that into a way that kind of can be manifested and grown. And
do you have to be conscious of it? Do you have to be conscious that you're not getting into ways of doing things, or should it be natural for you?
I think you have to always be conscious because, you know, it's so fast-paced. There's that much music out there. There's that many artists. There's that many record labels all looking for the next big thing. You need to be on it all the time. So that it is having youth around you. It's having people from different areas and cultures all on your team, so to speak, and bring it all together. Then you've got something really kind of concrete to kind of work from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what everyone's saying. I think curiosity and always asking why. a BBC thing that you'll probably understand is usually you have shows where you have the executive producer, AP, and the other day we were pitching for, a couple of months ago, we were pitching for a show with the BBC, and I said to my business partner, who's at 25 years in at that level, I said, why are we doing these roles like this? Because we know it doesn't make sense. We're trying to copy up the culture. We're outsiders, so we should be trying to think slightly differently about how we approach it. So we've restructured all our teams now. So when we're coming to the table, we're coming with something different, a different perspective. So I just think that's important to try to actualize a different process. But I think I'm always like, I'm just listening. Like, I worked with Rich for a while, about a couple of years ago, and I just listened to what he had to say. Whether or not I agreed with certain things or not, it just listens to different perspectives. So I think the only reason why I've been able to do certain things that I've done in certain spaces is because I'm always just listening and learning. I ask a million questions, probably to the point where people are annoyed, but I'm just always trying to understand and then be able to take that information and ensure that then I'm bringing something different to the table, because I always think that's my only value as a consultant when I go in, is to go, look, I'm going to make you either see things differently or do things differently. The only way I can do that is when I'm listening. But again, like the ones who've got kids, my 8-year-old son, I'm watching him on YouTube, I'm watching him on TikTok, he's telling me about songs that I don't think he should even know, he's singing, and I'm just going, I get it, I get what's happening front line, because I can see it, so I'm almost like, I'm just going to shut up and understand. And my wife's into like house music, and I don't really like stuff like that so much, but I'm listening, and she's telling me about these brands and these artists and all this. So when I'm programming events, I'm just like, well, I know that's a thing over there. I don't need to know the intricate detail of the culture or whatever. I just need to, and I think that's important, because sometimes we become so specialist and closed off that it ends up being our downfall. So I think it's always about being open and curious.
And yeah, it's a tough thing to come at the end of all of these amazing people giving their answers to this question, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would say, I guess the music industry used to have a reputation for, I guess, a certain type of executive, which would usually be an older white male. I think that everyone knows that, and that stay in the industry for a long time, and they're there, I mean, I've heard stories of some execs that when email got introduced, they refused to use it, so they used to get their PA to print off and dictate, and they used to dictate back and then get them, because there was an attitude, I think a while ago, and I think that's changed. Labels have become, and I think that probably even this panel, you can see that, like, a lot more culturally diverse. That's a really big important part of it as well. And I think also understanding that not everything is for you, because I think we're sitting here as experts, but we're not actually experts on everything. And I think you have to acknowledge that. I was having a conversation with someone in the label about a music video for one of our new artists, and they fed back and they're like, "This looks like a school project video." I didn't make the video, but I was just thinking, but it's not for you. This is a 19-year-old girl who really understands her audience. This video is her vision, her idea. If you think it looks like a school project, that's absolutely fine, and you're entitled to your opinion, but that's not necessarily what her audience is going to think. So I think we all just have to have that in the back of our mind. Not everything is for us. If we don't like it, it doesn't mean that it's not good, and it doesn't mean that it doesn't work for a certain audience. So I think it's about almost kind of being slightly humble with your kind of being on this side of the table and just acknowledging that, and that we're still learning as well.
What's the best way to talk to a superior is a weird word, but someone perhaps who's higher up the industry food chain? What's the best way to tell them they're wrong? Anton?
Best way to tell them they're wrong?
Yeah, because one of the things when you have to adapt and innovate, because it's all good to say, I'm flexible, I innovate, but then when someone tells you who is younger than you and newer than you that they don't think you're right.
Look, you just got to be honest, haven't you, really, and just say, give them your opinion, because, I might be wrong anyway, but that's just my opinion, and I think, if the boss is worthy of being the boss, he will respect, or she will respect your opinion. That's the way it should be, and it's collaborative, and thankfully, where I work, my boss is brilliant, so, people do make mistakes, they're only human, a boss is just going to make as many mistakes as somebody underneath them. We wouldn't like to think they would, obviously, but they do, it happens, it's nature, it's what we do. I made a mistake getting here, parking in the wrong place, you know, so it's just, it is what it is, but I think Annie nailed it in terms of kind of just be humble, you know, and just be honest. I think if the boss is worth his salt, or she, they'll respect your opinion. I think that's the best way, really.
I know a lot of your colleagues at Atlantic Records, Rich. How easy is it? Well, you're the guy now that someone who's a scout, what's the best way to tell you you're wrong, you're scout?
I don't mind hearing that wrong ever from scouts. I think you have to present a bit more of the whole of the picture. Just saying I like it isn't good enough. I think saying I like it because there are 50 kids that are turning up at a random place to go and see them, or there's some data that backs it, or there's some sort of reasoning. I think it's about painting pictures and hitting touch points that people can react to, i.e. seniors. When I present something to my boss, I know to pull a small pitch sheet together before I even go to him with my new artist. That will say, give a breakdown of social media, who the audience is, other artists in a similar space that have worked. I'll paint a picture to tell them, this is why we need to get involved in this. And I think it's about how you articulate your opinion and knowing your boss and sort of leaning towards the things that you know would push them towards a decision you want. But half the time in doing that pitch, you could often go, actually, I've gone through this process and I should actually not even pitch this yet because it's not ready. So let me just fall back and let me come back again from another angle. So there's a process that you do, but I think it's about knowing who you work for and knowing what drives them.
Shorty, what would your advice be?
Do you know what? It's always going to be how you say it and not what you say. And like Rich said, how you articulate yourself. You know, like I'm fortunate like that. I don't for anyone. So there's not really anyone senior that I report to, but I'm very opinionated at the same time. And I think maybe that's my mistake. Learning like what not to say to people and how not to offend people, because like me and Ricky's A&R is like super young and he's very quick to tell us like, no, this is terrible, like don't go for this doesn't make sense. But we really respect his opinion because he knows what he's talking about, and he's never disrespectful. He's always very respectful but very honest.
Kamali?
Yeah, I think sometimes it's about what you don't say, and just.
What does that mean?
Because you are in that stage as an A&R, especially, like I have to convince my bosses that the thing that I'm bringing in or the thing that I like is a good idea. And so you can't just be like, oh yeah, this is just cool. Like Rich says, you can't just like throw it in and be like, yeah, like I think she's good. Like you have to paint that picture and describe and contextualize it for them, because, and again, if you can't do that, then you know, Anya in marketing isn't going to get that. She's not going to understand what she's trying to achieve with that artist either. So sometimes it's about, just articulating yourself well enough to not, I don't know, it's such a delicate balance with anything, but if you know that your boss has like a little red flag if you mention this kind of thing, there's a way to present it so that he gives it a chance rather than writing it off straight away, and he actually takes it in or she takes it in properly. And yeah, sometimes it's like a little dance of just making sure you're leading with the things you want them to pique their interest before they just go, whatever, next. Because that happens a lot.
I can imagine. Yeah, this is interesting because you go and pitch into commissioners, and there is certainly in meetings I've been in with TV commissioners over the years, there's almost this hierarchy. Like you go in there and they're like, oh, impress me. And you have to just be a little bit fawning and go through that merry dance. How good are you at that? Do you feel you have to do that?
I only really pitch within like the stuff we do around content, to be honest, and I just think we just try to just be honest. It's a little bit of that, but my business partner's better at saying all those, you know who I'm talking about. He's better at kind of that, like, gassing them a bit. I tend to be like the functional, like, I understand what you're looking for, so I'll read their strategy and, you know, their crunch points and what's going on in society now. For instance, like we've got this program for CBBC that's coming out, like an animated series, and my whole thing was, I know your strategy, I know you don't engage well with this type of audience, and so I just lean into that. So I know that when they're doing their sheet, because I've been on the other side, they're ticking them boxes there. So I'm not gonna, you know, the commission editor and all that, I'm not gonna, you know, oh, you know, your hair looks wonderful, and do all that rubbish, because it fundamentally, whereas it might seem like it's beneficial in the long run when you're having to work with them as equals, when you're actually producing the product, sometimes that level of you're higher than me, I know that doesn't work, where it should be an exchange, do you know what I mean, of commonality of goal, I suppose. That's the way to say it, and yeah, that's how I've worked it. I wanna be able to develop respect between us and them, as opposed to, you know, you're the ultimate power here, and because I'm trying to get the job, I'm gonna thing. But again, what Kamali said before is like just being respectful. I think that's important too. I think, and make sure you don't say too much, because I think sometimes you can go in and oversell.
Wow. Being interested rather than interesting, as you said earlier on, Vanessa. We're coming to the last kind of 15 minutes of this. I'm interested to know, Vanessa, and I'll start with you, is what do you think the qualities are that you have that mean you're still in the game? Now, something I often say to people who are in their teens or their 20s is, getting into this business is relatively straightforward. Staying in it is a whole different issue. And having longevity in it. So what do you think the qualities you possess? She's asking everyone to be incredibly immodest on a stage in front of strangers, but I'm going to ask you to do it all the time because it's learning. What do you think the qualities are, Vanessa, that you possess?
I think if I had a superpower, it would be being a connector. So I like bringing people together, and I have a lot of benefit from that, because either I get to observe from a distance what they did together, or I'm a part of it, or it just like sparks a lot of energy.
Does that have to be, the agenda behind that is how does it benefit me, or is it actually just about the connection?
Oh no, like benefit you because you are chuffed that they managed to go off and do something brilliant, you know, no personal benefit whatsoever. But I think, you know, like even from going to Lipa, where it's like 5 minutes that way, to the 20 years that I've spent working with labels in London in marketing, in press and tech companies, like I've known a lot of people for like 20 odd years. And I know a lot of new people as well, but I've known a lot of people for a long time. And I think the relationships are so important. And, you know, I think it is the being interested in people as well. Like in London, people are always like, what do you do? Whereas you come back to Liverpool and they say, how are you? When you go to a bar. And I just think it's that like the whole person, being interested in the whole person, not just because they work at a label. It's like the whole person. And just, again, it comes back to that really just being passionate and interested in people and wanting to have like really quality, like meaningful relationships with people because you love it.
Shawnee?
I would say that I genuinely care. So anyone that I take on, and since I started this company, I've always made a point to work with the writers for a little bit first, because I want to get to know you and your management. Know that I really like you, because if I really like you, I'm going to go hard for you. So there's even like a writer and his mum like calls me all the time.
Is that a vital component, that you have to like everyone you work with?
Do you know what? I would say
you're smiling there as if maybe that's not the case. I don't know.
Do you know what? It's not, but for me it is.
Okay.
I work for myself, so you know, if you're under like, you know, GT93 Publishing, you know, you represent us. I don't want you going into sessions being disrespectful or mistreating women or just being a scumbag, because everyone's going to know you're with me, so you kind of represent me a little bit. And it felt, someone's told me that I was reaching with that, and I was like, well, no, I'm not, because it's my business. So, yeah, I've got to like you. So, and then it's the personal touches that come in, because I do way more than your average publisher. You know, I've been a part of like the record deals as well with some of our writers, and gifting and brand deals. I'm doing way more. I work a lot with the managers because I'm all about the next. Kwame, actually, I learned it from him, just about nurturing the next generation of executives, even though I'm like just about this generation, but the next generation, a lot of the young managers I work closely with. I make sure, we had a writers camp the other day, and I stopped the camp halfway through, and everyone was like, what are you doing? I was like, no, I'm doing a presentation like on royalties, because you're not going to have a basic understanding of this before you leave. And they all kicked off, and I said, well, you can leave. If you're not going to sit through this, you have to go. And they really enjoyed it in the end. I'd say that's what keeps me in the game. Okay.
Love that. Kamali, why are you still here?
I feel like I just got here, so I don't want to, make out that I'm rich, you know what I mean? But no, I think
Rich? You're getting mad love today, Rich.
Rich is
Godfather.
OG legend, exactly. But I think I am in the game, similar to Shawnee, like I just care a lot and I'm super passionate and I get over involved. Sometimes maybe it's a character flaw. We'll see. We'll see if I make it or not.
What does over involved mean?
Because I think that because it is a business ultimately, and when you're working for a major label particularly, there's points where you do have to distance yourself emotionally to make the best decision for the campaign or for the artist or yourself and the company. So I think sometimes that passion can get in the way, but I wouldn't change that about myself. And I also think I'm just really great at building relationships with people, and I think that's at the core of what we do. And yeah, I think people genuinely like me and I'm out and about, and I think that's an important thing. And I also would say the time that I came into the industry, it was quite a big shift going on in terms of British music and British artists and how black artists were featuring in that way. And I think labels looked not enough like this panel does. It wasn't mixed up enough. It wasn't different perspectives. And I think, being a black woman in A&R wasn't that common, especially it just wasn't that common. And I think
it's probably still not common enough.
No, it's still not common, but I think there's been a concerted effort to start shifting that across all departments, not just A&R, because it's not the most important department. This has to be across the business. But I think, being able to bring that perspective and reflect the person that some of the artists want to see and have that influence, I think is important, and I'm unapologetic in that. Like, I'm not gonna give you a PC answer if that's not what is going to get the job done. And I think, just having those morals and principles helps how a label looks. And I think, even starting at Parlophone, they were rebranding what that label was and what it looked like and what it stood for. And I think that the kind of personality I am really helps with that and changing how, the next generation of artists even see labels and want to be involved and sign at a time where they kind of were like, what do we need a label for? And I think that's probably been one of my biggest strengths, I think. People actually wanting to have the conversation even because they feel like, oh, you know what, you're all right. Like, I kind of like what you're talking about and saying and what you stand for. And yeah, I would say that.
Be immodest for the next 2 minutes about why you are still in this game.
I think I'm still in the game because I've built some incredible relationships. I've had some unbelievable mentors across the years, right across from the Jewish community through to the black community. I've had some incredible mentors, but I think I genuinely believe that if I sign something, it has a better shot of winning with me than without me. And I always feel like I can add value. And I genuinely believe that if I'm involved in it in some way, I'll go to war for my artists. I'll do shit that I can't even talk about for my artists.
That's really it. That is
but
it.
I'll ride out for my artists.
All legal, I hope.
All 100%.
Just about.
Yeah, just about. It's a grey area, Kamal. It's a grey area.
I think I've survived this long because I've had that mentality around the things I work on, and I think that's why I'm still here. And for good and for bad sometimes, but I think the reason why I'm still here is because I've been genuine with people. I've worked with some incredible companies, and I've genuinely always connected with the artists that I work for. I think that's it.
Perfect. Anton?
Yeah, look, I'm so passionate and obsessed with what I do. I live and breathe it 24/7, and just so hungry for it, as hungry now as I was when I first started. And I'm lucky enough as well, I do a couple of radio shows on Kiss FM and a DJ as well, so I like to see what's going on and try and stay relevant in that respect. So a bit like cross-pollination, really, in the sense that I'm getting sent records that I might want to sign, or I can test out in DJ sets, for example, and vice versa. So it's just kind of getting that balance right, really. And as I say, I think just the hunger is always there, and it's just the more I'm consumed by it, the better.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about this. I don't know why, from externally or people who engage me, why they might think I'm still around, but I think, like Rich said, I feel like if I'm on your team, you've got a better shot of winning. And in the spaces that I work, And in the areas I work in, at that position, I feel like that's got massive value. And
So a lot of the thing that's kind of very common here, before we get to Anya, is self-belief, right? One of the things that kept you in that game is belief in yourself.
Yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. And so I think that adding value and I think there's a lot of hype, and I'm never going to say this about London compared to Liverpool, but I always think like, I've been here, based here, whatever I've done it kind of out of here with partnerships outside. But I just think I get shit done. I think if I'm involved in something, if I say I'm going to do something, I'll do whatever that thing is. And I think people know, not that I'm a safe pair of hands, but if Yao's involved, he will actually do what he said he will do. And I think there's a lot to be said for that, because sometimes things are like flash in the pan and whatever, but if you can consistently rely on someone to deliver, I think that's important. And I always like to think that like pretty much a lot of I don't really pitch apart from in media stuff, but my retention rate of work by clients is very high, and I think that's because people go, I can trust what he's doing, even if it's innovative or challenges or whatever, we can trust, and I think that's important.
Lastly, Anya.
I was going to say, I think I'm still here because I feel lucky to be here. And I think that probably we all feel like that. And I think the minute that you don't feel lucky to be working in the industry you're working in, get out. I think that's what drives you as well. You're like, this is amazing. Like, I think Anton mentioned it, and we say this a lot. I don't know why we do, but we do in the music industry. Like, we're not saving lives. I think sometimes to ground yourself, because you think what you're doing is like, when something goes wrong and it feels like the world is ending, it's not. You have to kind of remember we are not saving lives, but we do what we do because we're so passionate about it. So I think being lucky enough to be a small minority of people that work in this industry at kind of such a high level, with massive artists, you've got to feel very lucky. And I think the minute that changes and it feels like a burden, and it feels like a standard 9-to-5 job, that's the time to get out.
Right, lastly, we've got about 2 minutes left. I'm going to go down the line. I want you to tell this wonderful audience, who's your favourite artist of the moment? Okay? Put you all on the spot. It doesn't have to be an artist that you're affiliated with, but who's your favourite artist of the moment? Now, Rich, I'll start with you because you look the most concerned.
Tion Wayne.
Okay, right, fair enough. And of course, you have some connection with that.
I happen to know him as well, but yeah.
Yeah, but Shawnee.
Central C.
Central C.
Yeah.
Kamali.
Manelia.
Vanessa.
I really like a new band on Domino called Wet Leg.
Called Wet Leg. Okay, what a name. Anton.
Camel Fat. Really? Camel Fat? Really?
They just play the Albert Dark.
It's because he manages them, he's on the management team. Go on, little glances. Jay-Z. Deadly serious, Jay-Z. I think he's
I'm
the
unaware
best.
of this artist.
I'm inspired by his lyrics, I'm inspired by his business moves. I love sitting at the Jay-Z. Yeah, man.
Okay. Anya.
I'm also going to go with, a Parlophone artist, but an artist called Pink Panthers. She's changing the game, and really, really exciting.
Wow. Anya, Yo, Anton, Rich, Vanessa, Kamali, Shawnee. Thank you very much. What a panel.
None of those questions are on the list, really. None of the questions are on the list.
Do you really want Camel Fat?
We can go.
Is that it?
Please, folks, give it up again once more. And of course, give it up for Nihal. Okay. We have one more panel left. I can only applaud the people that have managed to actually last the course. That means you're hardcore and you mean it and you're serious about your business. Okay. So, let me just, firstly, I've got some questions for you all. Have we got a microphone for the audience members? Have we got a mic for the, have they just left me? Hold on 1 second, stay right there, I'm just gonna go. Do you know what, I'm just gonna ask you, off-piste, doesn't matter. So, I've got questions for you. Firstly, what you learned. What have you learned today? Is there any, firstly, what was your favourite panel so far? What's been your favourite panel so far? The first one, knowing your business panel. Second, major mindset, thanks. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you had some heavyweight people in there. Wasn't a joke. That was a lot of money set up on that. It really was. It was a lot of cash and a lot of hassling to get them to come down. But no, actually, to be fair, they were all like, no, these are the people coming. You know, so good. Any others? Any others? The last one, yeah. Yeah, you had some good people in there, you know. Shawnee's a bit of a legend. You can tell she's going to properly go far. And Kamali is, both the two of them are like, if the two of them formed a label and a publishing company together, I just think it's one of those where you'd just be like, what, everybody step aside. You know, they're definitely the two of them. I came across Shawnee maybe a couple of years ago. Someone said you need to go out for dinner with this person, and I went out, and I just remember thinking, Christ. I met her, and she was just like, this is what I want to do, this is how I want to do it, this is it. And as I said before, she was telling me about these acts I hadn't. She was like, you heard about Central C? Have you heard about this? Have you heard about that? I was like, no. So how are you finding out about them? She said, oh, don't worry, I give them all advice. I was like, what? So, yeah, she's a powerful one, that one. Okay, any others? Any other things? Any things that people have learned? Any more for any more, as they say? TikTok. The importance of TikTok. Metrics. I bet you've heard that word a lot, right, today. Metrics. Is it? Sorry, go on. Is there any things that you heard that you didn't quite understand that you're like, Kwam, can you explain that? Is there anything like that? Go on. Yeah. Yeah. Totally. Listen. No. These are very good points. What's your name? Daisy is saying that 4 or 5 years ago, TikTok wasn't a thing. But now we're sat here with everybody talking about TikTok like it's the second coming. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, you only have to look at the guy, what is he, heading to 50 years old, the guy that got on his skateboards, I think, Fleetwood Mac with the juice. I mean, what was that? Fleetwood Mac then responded themselves, Mick Fleetwood, he then got on a skateboard thing himself. I think he got on a lorry or something, and he was just doing the same thing. But he did that because essentially that post was bringing him 8 million streams a week, which he was just like very thankful for. So yeah, and it's the strangest things as well. You know, who would have thought a person skateboarding on the back of a kind of truck, drinking cranberry juice, would become a marketing angle for a band from the 1970s. Do you know what I mean? It's like, but that's the wonder of this whole business. You know, what was is no more. And it's really interesting because it just shows us that, you know, we know a lot from being in the business, but there's so much that we don't know. You know, they'll learn just as much from you as you will from them. You'll be surprised. They'll be like, right, they responded to that, they didn't respond to that, they responded to that, they didn't. You know, it's that kind of thing. Could you grab Andrea? Can you grab Andrea or Nikki? Thanks. Yeah, yeah. Well, adapt. This is why we named that panel. You know, the whole adapt, reshape, and innovate, because that's where we're at now. That's like, Daisy has said it again. We don't know what's going to pop off. We really don't. And their job is just to stay ahead of it. There was quite an interesting thing. Are the panel ready? Great. Yeah, there was quite an interesting thing where they were talking about, I don't know if you caught it, one of the panels was actually saying, look, that we have tools that you haven't quite got yet. I don't know if did you hear that when they were saying that? They really do. I've seen some of them, and it's literally, it makes your jaw drop. It's unbelievable. Some of the tech that they've got on major record labels now to see what's actually trending. It's mad. It's properly mad, honestly. Anyway, I shall shut up. Who's the next? Here she is. Jennifer Johns. You coming? Okay. Here is your host for the last panel. Firstly, Liverpool, I just want to say well done to all those. Who's been here the whole day? Yeah. I always say this. All of you who are forward, you know, because you've learned from the whole day. It's a whole day experience. This is Jennifer John. I called her up only about a week ago, to actually just come host this panel. And she was like, yep, no problem. And so I'm going to hand this over now to her care, and she's alley-ooping away.
Thank you. So this panel is going to be a combination of artists and representatives from PRS and PPL. And so we're going to be talking to the artists about who they are, what inspires them, what they think it takes to be successful. And we're going to be gaining some information from PRS, PPL about how it benefits artists, songwriters, and producers. So please give a very, very warm welcome to the panelists. Come on, come forward. Okay. What I'm going to do at first, actually, the best thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get everybody to introduce to you who they are. So what I'd like you to do is to make yourselves comfortable, relax, and then one by one we're just going to talk about, you're going to introduce yourself, just your name and who you are as an artist or as a professional music industry representative. Okay, over to you first.
Hello everyone, my name's Liv, or my artist name is Elle Divine. I'm an artist from Newcastle, a singer-songwriter. I make pop songs, alt pop songs, and yeah, that's me.
Brilliant, thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Ramay. I'm an alternative singer-songwriter from Liverpool. I lean more towards like trap and R&B, but kind of futuristic. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Yep, there we go. Hi, my name's Leo. I'm from PPL. I also run an indie label called Say Something Records and a publishing company called Only You.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Dan Jones. I work for an organisation called PRS Music. I'm the outreach manager for the north of England, so I'm based just down the road in Manchester.
Right then. My name is Geordie and I rap. I'm from London. And it's good to be here, man.
Okay, can I just ask, can everyone hear? Everyone? Anyone you need to be louder? It's cool. Okay. So I just wanted to say, first of all, we're in really strange times. I think musically, we're in a time that we've never seen before, in that music businesses continue to reshape itself digitally, constantly. Like before, the older model, there'd be like, for mainstream commercial music, there was like one chart, a song was generally a hit on radio, and then it would be about whether the artist had the infrastructure and staying power to become really successful. The age that we're in now means that there are so many different types of ways to be successful, with many different charts and subgenres that can easily exist outside of the mainstream, outside of the mainframe. So on platforms like Spotify, I guess, Deezer, Apple, an act might have a song that streams over 500 million and nobody even knows who the act is. Some of these new acts prefer this because it means they don't have to play the social media game and they don't have to be visible, but they can just reap the rewards, the financial rewards from streaming. Other songs are TikTok or viral hits. These hits have a star created in real time in front of our eyes. A good example of that is Wes Nelson is having international success at the moment. If you speak to people in Germany, they have no idea that he was a reality TV star first. They just like his music. So with all of that in mind, can you tell me what type of artist, this is for the three artists, so what type of artist are you, would you say that you are, and how would you describe what your aspirations are? Where do you see yourself ultimately?
I mean, genre-wise, I would say, yeah, like I'm a alt pop artist. I've been signed to a major record label for about 5 years. Been signed with Warner, and yeah, I want to say, you know, not DIY because obviously that is what if you're signed to a label, I guess you're not that, but I do a lot of my music out of my bedroom and a lot of my ideas start there and then take it in a studio and make it with producers there. So I like to do like a lot of stuff on my own and like to, and even with like music videos and creative stuff like that, I like to get really stuck in all that and all my ideas kind of come from me. So I guess in that way I still am very much involved and it still feels kind of DIY in some way, which I think is really important nowadays because I think like authenticity really like resonates with an audience and people can kind of see through that. I think because so many artists are, you know, popping off through TikTok and stuff like that, you can kind of see the real ones and not. You can kind of tell when something's, you know, really done by like a major label. So I think it's like important to make sure everything comes from you. So that's definitely one of my biggest aspirations and kind of something that I want to maintain. But yeah, I guess biggest aspiration though would probably be, I haven't made an album yet. I was signed on like a kind of singles EP deal. So thus far I've only been releasing singles and EP. So I think, yeah, biggest aspiration at the minute would be to make an album.
Any signs that an album's coming soon?
I mean, I'm writing one, but yeah, I guess it's all a bit up in the air, all depends. But I've started writing one, so we'll see. Hopefully next 2 years.
Cool. How about you, Renee?
I have kind of forgot the question.
Okay, so it's just explain what kind of artist you are and what your aspirations are. Where do you see yourself?
So like I said before, I'm an alternative artist. I do lean more towards like trap beats. I like to write to trap beats, and like Liv said, she works from the bedroom. I work from the bedroom as well, but I'm an independent artist at the minute, so I'm still working on building a fan base and releasing an EP, which I'm hoping to do around Halloween because I love like spooky season, or the end of the year. So yeah, and I aspire to have my EP finished by the end of the year, and hopefully by next year maybe supporting someone that I rate on tour. I think that would be cool. So yeah.
Cool. How easy do you find it? How do you find it to be inspired and to keep producing music, being an independent artist?
I feel like I'm constantly inspired because I'm an observer. I like to observe how people go on, and I look at the world in a mad way, I think. So I definitely am always inspired. It can be hard to write something that people will connect with, but I am doing it for me at the end of the day, so yeah. Cool.
And how about you? What kind of artist and what aspirations?
I do everything. Like, I've got a rap song, I've got a sing song, I've got R&B songs, I don't like to just do one thing. I've released a more Amapiano song more recently, and I think that's who I want to be, man. Ideally independent, but ideally I want to like be like the biggest of the biggest, but independently, and I want to be able to just have the creative freedom to do whatever I want.
Regardless of the style, regardless of...
100%.
Yeah.
100%. That's all I really care about. I tried doing the bedroom stuff like these two did, but it killed me. I can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't do it. It annoys me so much.
I guess, I mean, what artists do you know that are out there that manage to do that, manage to be multi-genre, multi-style and have a success?
I don't want to say his name, but Drake. Like, the guy does Latin songs. He sang in Spanish. That's serious stuff. So yeah, I don't want to sing in Spanish, but I want to try everything once at least.
Okay, cool. It's good to be open. That's what creativity is, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Freedom to say what you want in the way you want to say it.
I've got a question actually, just to Jordan, if you don't mind. What does independent mean to you?
What does it mean to me? Right now, because I'm independent, it means a lot of work. It's killing me. But when I look at the artists that are allegedly independent, they look like they're flying without having to answer to anyone, without compromise.
Yeah.
No one holding their music. You can't drop till etc. date, or you have to make this back. I don't want no compromise, nothing like that. Because I think I'll kick off. I know me. I think I'll kick off.
But I suppose in business there always has to be some kind of compromise. Well, I guess what you hope is that the creativity won't be compromised.
It's the creativity.
Yeah.
I don't want anyone to say, we've got this artist for you, and he's going to jump on your next single. And I say, no, I don't want that.
Yeah.
And they say, it's either that or you're out. That's mental.
Yeah. Okay, so from the industry point of view, and we've got two representatives, one from PRS and PPL. It would be great to hear what your companies do specifically and how artists can benefit from partnership with you.
Cool. I'll go first if you don't mind, since I'm already speaking. So I'm from an organisation called PPL. PPL licenses the rights for sound recordings to be broadcasted to the public. So what that basically means is when your music is being played on the radio, used in shops like H&M or Topshop, Zara, which is when they've got those playlists on. That's what PPR collects on for both the record labels, independent, major, and self-releasing, and the performers on the recordings, whether you're the main artist, whether you're the person who has just done some hand claps or played triangle. So when your music is, when the recordings are broadcasted, so we collect that particular money and then pay that through to the labels and the performance, and we also collect the international monies as well. This side of the industry is also known as neighbouring rights. So,
Okay.
Was there a second part to the question?
No, it was,
Right,
and
cool.
I suppose, so does everyone know about PPL already? Do most of you know already?
Do we have performers and labels in the who's a performer?
Oh,
lovely, that's good. Who's a label, even if you're self-releasing? Cool, lovely stuff. Registering with PPL is free as well. So if you're not registered with PPL, then go to ppluk.com and you can register as a performer and as a rights holder. So like a rights holder is like a label if you're self-releasing. If you are self-releasing, then you need to become a rights holder in order to register the recordings, so that money can get collected and can be paid to you as a rights holder and you as a performer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And same for PRS.
Yeah.
please.
So we're quite similar to PPL. We work quite closely with them. But whereas PPL deal with the copyright and actual sound recording or the master rights, PRS Music is concerned with the song rights or the publishing rights as it's known. So we're an organisation that represents the rights of our members who are songwriters, composers, music producers and publishers in the UK and around the world. We ensure that our members get paid when their songs are streamed, downloaded, broadcast on the radio, TV, played in public, copied, reproduced or played live. So how it benefits artists, simply put, if the songs that you've written are being performed like live on the radio and TV, they're streamed and downloaded, and you're not a member of PRS or you're not signed up with a music publisher, then you're losing out on income that's due to you. We also have a charity arm called the PRS Foundation, which is the UK's leading funder of new music and talent development across all genres. So we formed that in the year 2000, and since its formation, it's given out grants to over 7,800 new music initiatives.
That's pretty cool, isn't it? I'm on the actual Power Up program, which is cool. Okay. So again, back to the three artists, please. I was going to say, so you all obviously want success. And so I suppose the first question is, what does success look like to you? What does it mean to you? And the second is, so bearing that in mind, when you're writing your songs, when you're creating your tracks, are you thinking strategically about those songs being successful, or are you just writing about what feels good? Let's start down that end.
When I write, it depends. I just have moods. Sometimes I write a song and I think, this will sound good. Not like in the charts, but like live. So I'll leave a chanty bit or a gappy bit for live. I don't really think of the top 40s and that. I should probably, but what was the other question?
The other thing was, how do you write? Do you write with a view to being successful?
Oh, okay.
How do you think about it? And,
Well, I write every song hoping it succeeds, yeah, 100%.
So in terms of that, do you think about the song structure? Do you think about the form of it, or do you just...
I try not to make it long, because long songs kill me. And I think that's where it starts and ends. Everything else I'm happy to explore with.
Okay, all right. And how about you?
I definitely see my music as an art piece, so I'm not really specifically writing me songs to be successful. Obviously, you hope that they will be. But I mean, now that TikTok's like a big thing, and that I have had a few studio sessions where people will be like, will this be good for people to like make a TikTok dance to and that? So I get that you can't think of it like that, but me, myself, like I'm just doing it for me. And I do like to make hooks though, so people can remember certain parts of my songs, but no, I'm not specifically writing like that.
But that's what I mean about the hooks as well, because you've got to kind of think, is that going to be commercially, are people going to get onto that, or is it, you want it to be the hook, you want it to be the bit that people sing along to, don't you? So,
I definitely do write hooks so people can remember a certain part of my song. I think that is important.
Yeah. And how about you?
I mean, I think when I was first starting out, I probably that's all I ever thought about was like my song being in the chart and being successful. My idea of success, I think, has like changed for me over the past 5 years. I think now success for me is just being able to keep what I'm doing, and like being able to make a living from it, but being like genuinely happy and proud of the stuff I'm making, and that being like an honest reflection of me. I think, I'd like to think that I don't let all of the higher powers infiltrate like my creative process, but I think it's easier said than done. Like Spotify's kind of changed the way that we'll write songs, because I mean, like you said, like songs on Spotify, like songs are shorter now. Like if you listen to the radio, like 10 years ago, songs would be, the perfect length was like 3 minutes or something. Now it's like 2:45, and it'll probably get smaller as well. People are releasing albums with a minute song on everything, and hits are like a minute long, And I mean, TikTok, they've just started doing 3-minute long videos, but like for a while it was like a minute long. So it's a no-brainer that songs are getting shorter. So I think, I'd like to think that I don't let any of that stuff get in my head, but I think it probably subconsciously does. But I think, I try to just love what I write, just make sure I love the music, because you know you're going to have to be singing these songs on stage for the rest of your life, and it's your identity. It might not, it might not be who you really are, but that's what you're presenting in the world. That's who the rest of the world thinks you are. So you need to make sure you love it.
Yeah, no, it's important. Yeah. Okay, this is going to be like an observation and then a question to everyone. So the last 18 months, when the world went crazy, and we all were forced to stay at home, but while we were all forced to stay at home, major events like the murder of George Floyd happened. We saw Sarah killed by a policeman. We saw, so many different things that shook us, I guess. The whole Me Too movement was happening. And I just wonder, because I know that the impact of that time had an effect on everyone I've spoken to. So I just wondered how, from an industry point of view, that had an effect, but also from an artistic and personal point of view, that had an effect too, in terms of your creativity, not a personal point of view, but from a creative point of view. Did it make you more creative? Did it make you less creative? Anyone who'd like to answer that first?
It definitely made me less creative. I think I came off my phone actually around that time. There was a new sad story every day that was killing me. I sat down for a bit, but I think I thought more. I still wrote. I just wasn't active. I wasn't recording. I just kept some notes on my phone. I stayed away from socials, and then eventually, when it was time to record again, I had a bunch to talk about. So I've definitely put it into songs. Them songs aren't out. I don't know if they will come out. It's just something for me to get out.
And do you think you were lucky to be a creative so that you can get it out? Because I know that for a lot of people, a lot of people are lost with that whole thing. What do you think about this idea that as creatives, we're actually really lucky to be able to express what we feel when we feel it, regardless of the situation? Anyone?
Yeah, I think going back to what you said before, I think it definitely felt appropriate at the time to put a pause on everything. I think it was much needed. I think there was a time where we didn't need to be writing songs, and we didn't need to be doing shows at that point. And it, like you said, it was important for people to kind of get off your phones as well, because we're in this kind of it's hard to be stuck in that kind of echo chamber and this group opinion thing, and it's so much pressure on everyone. It was a hard place to be online, and it was a hard place to be in the world as well. And I think, for creatives that write political songs and write songs about stuff like that, I guess, would have had a lot to talk about as well. But I don't know. It's kind of my style of writing isn't that, and I don't know if I would do justice a song like that. But I don't know. Guys, I don't know.
I think, to touch on something that you said before, I think you might have mentioned the Me Too movement as well. When that happened, it kind of because in the back of my head, like I said, I'm an independent artist, so I haven't got a manager at the minute. I haven't got a team of people around me, and I think that kind of clarified everything that I thought, because I did think, there is some corrupt people in the industry, whether it be the music industry, the film industry, whatever, obviously Harvey Weinstein, or whatever you say his name, and R. Kelly, and all the things that went on. That kind of pushed me to not want to push myself as much as I should, because I just don't know who I'm going to be around, and that might be a stupid thing, but I don't know, I feel I've definitely held myself back a bit, because I just don't know what the seedy people about, so that kind of shone the light on that and clarified what I already thought, so yeah.
I think the past 18 months, yes, a lot of opportunities were cancelled, but then there are also a number of opportunities which arose from it as well. I think if you were a new artist trying to gain some traction in 2020, you were kind of fucked, because your tour schedules are fucked. your release schedule is going to be buggered, especially like at the beginning when you had no idea what the hell was going on. But if you were kind of a semi-established artist where you've like just come out of a campaign, you then had that time to actually write album 2, write album 3. So that was like a pretty good time to have like a reset, and like personally, to me, it was kind of it kind of like this is a quite full-on industry sometimes, especially being in London when you're out a lot of the time in the evenings as well, or you're seeing this band, or you're meeting this person, and then kind of having that like stop was quite nice, and it made me realize that, do you know what, I fucking love records. So like, and like working in music, sometimes that does get lost. And from that realization, I spent so much money on records in the past 8 months. It was bloody brilliant. But, yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, every cloud, I guess. How about you?
Yeah, it's been a horrendous 2 years, but also think kind of some positives might come out of it. So a lot of industries, particularly the music industry, realise that you don't have to be so London-centric. So you don't all have to be based in an office in London. You can work anywhere in the UK remotely. So hopefully we'll see a lot of people moving out of London, moving up north, or moving around the country, and shows that you don't have to move to London to make it in the music industry on the professional side of things. And I also think organisation-wise, because of like Me Too and like Black Lives Matter, a lot of organisations have had to have a hard look at themselves and see, are they being inclusive? Are they a diverse organisation? So lots of things are coming out like that. So Power Up is a fantastic initiative by the PRS Foundation, and I know there were seeds of that before the horrendous things that happened, but maybe stuff like that has emerged because of what's happened. So that's a good thing.
Yeah. For people that don't know, so Power Up through PRS Foundation is where 40 black people there were the 20 black creatives and 20 professional music industry representatives were given financial support and a year-long program in which they could literally power up, get to the next stage, where historically we felt that had never been possible. So that's what that program is.
I applied for that.
Say again?
So I applied for that.
Yeah.
I didn't win, but carry on.
Don't worry, there's always next time.
I'll try again. I'll try again.
Do you think that to be successful, it's about hard work? What do you think it takes to keep doing what you all do?
Hard work doesn't not pay off, is the way I see it. So yeah, put it in. Smart work obviously pays off as well, but like, I don't see the point in. I don't see why you wouldn't try hard, work hard. How does that not pay off? Like, do it. Don't find excuses. And that's just my ethos.
So a lot of people, when they're starting out, sometimes people say, but I don't feel inspired.
Okay.
And so they don't produce something that day. And so if you don't feel inspired, do you still...
I fight for it, yeah.
You do? Yeah.
I fight for it. Sometimes I make absolute rubbish though, but I fought for it. Sometimes like a good songs come from it. Some songs I've released from it, so just fight for it, man.
But it is a discipline, isn't it? What do you think? Do you think it's a discipline, or?
I don't know. It's like it's with hard work. I don't, because I would like to think when I was probably working my hardest when I first moved to London, first signed my deal, I was doing like the rounds. I was working with every producer, every writer, like trying to cut my teeth and like do all these things, and I was getting songs. But I feel like now I'm probably writing the best music I've ever written, and like over the past years, I moved home back to Newcastle. I spend more time with my family. I mean, maybe I've just like found my groove. I found my person that I like to work with. So I think for me, hard. Obviously, hard work. Like, I'm not saying I do work hard, but I think it's about surrounding yourself with people as well who have like the same passion and excitement about you. I think that's more, for me, that's more what it's about. It's about having that continuous kind of like passion for what you do and like love what you do, because then you're going to wake up every day and want to do it. Because yeah, like you say, most of it is about feeling inspired and stuff. So if you're working hard but you're not enjoying the music that you make and all the stuff you're creating, then you will slow down. But yeah, just hopefully it'll never feel like hard work if you love it.
I think that you're right. I think it is important to be surrounded by like-minded people, and also the fact you probably moved home to be around people that love you, and you're not in this rat race of...
I think, yeah, moving somewhere like London. I mean, and like you said, I think the pandemic as well showed us that you don't have to be in London amongst it all. Like, I moved to Newcastle and can work remotely with people and set up a space there, and yeah, it's great.
Yeah. How about you?
I think, yeah, hard work and consistency does help, but sometimes I've like seen people do well from just being in the right place at the right time. So it really can. You can be working hard on like your craft for ages and still not make it, but then someone who's just jumped on the craft and was in the right place at the right time can obviously go past what you're doing. So I just feel like, yeah, it's definitely about hard work and consistency, but it's about coming to things like this and trying to network as much as you can and get to know people in the industry that you're trying to, make it in, I feel. But definitely work hard still.
I think the working hard, from that you then create your own opportunities. So then from that, that could be seen as being luck as well. But like you've created that potential opportunity.
Yeah.
And
Well, literally, like, I'm an independent artist and I'm on this panel now, and what?
Yeah, it's because someone recognises the contribution you've got to make. Yeah.
Hard work.
Yeah, hard work. So if people work really hard and manage to be as successful as they aspire to be, from an industry point of view, through streaming, through joining both of your organisations, is there a lot of money to be had? What is it? We know that if people sell or stream millions, they're more likely to make a lot of money than the independent artists who work hard but don't attract as much attention and don't have as many streams. How does it work in terms of artists financially being able to sustain their careers?
Yeah, it's difficult. So I was chatting to someone earlier where I said it's probably never been a better time to get your music out there, but it's never been a harder time to get your music heard. So I forget the stat, but something like 30 to 50,000 tracks are uploaded to like Spotify every day. So how do you compete with everybody else on that platform? So it is very hard to make a living. But as far as kind of PRS is concerned, there's a lot of money to be earned. So last year was a bad year for us because everything was shut, and that's how we collect most of our money. So our collections were down 20%, but we still collected over almost £700 million for our members. So if you're a successful songwriter and composer, there is a lot of money out there. So the more radio play you get, TV broadcasts, streams, we're talking the millions of streams to be earning serious money, then yeah, there is money there if you're successful enough.
But you also have to make sure that your rights are with the right people. So for instance, like your PRS stuff, if you're doing streams, you've got to be with PRS, and you also have to, in theory, have to be with like MCPS if you're not published, because otherwise you're going to be missing out 50% of the writers.
Yeah.
Sure. Cool.
Yeah, so confusingly, PRS Music is actually two organisations. So there's PRS who deal with the performing rights, so like radio, TV, live, but also 50% of streams. But there's also MCPS, who are the Mechanical Copyright Protection Society, who deal with mechanical royalties. So traditionally that was like CDs, vinyls, but it's also 75% of like streams and 50% of the publishing share of streams. So yeah, if you're unpublished, you don't go with a publisher, strictly speaking, you should sign up with MCPS. It's a further £100 to join that. So you've kind of got to weigh up, is it worth you paying £100 if you've kind of got an idea of how much streaming services pay out, that £100 probably isn't worth it for a lot of people. So
you've got to be getting like a million streams for that to come through, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not that many people.
Yeah, that's true. The people. Actually, what was the question again?
So
I need to relay it back to.
It was how can people make? Can it be really lucrative?
Oh yeah. So sorry. On the PPL side of things, we don't collect from streaming or from YouTube. The majority of the money which a self-releasing artist is going to earn, or like any artist is going to earn, is going to be from broadcast, so your radio play. And from that, you're most likely going to have to pay like a plugger in order to get you onto those particular shows, unless the producer or the DJ really likes you, then they might get your singles and things played on their radio shows. But if you're an independent artist, then you're going to be earning the performer's share of the money plus your label share of the money. So in theory, you'll be getting paid twice, which is always nice. And a bit like with PRS last year, there was a decline in the revenue collected, but that was due to the pandemic, due to shops being closed and things. Therefore, PPL and PRS are not going to be like issuing licenses in order to collect that money to then pay through to the members. However, like our international business was still incredibly healthy at like 85 million, which was only a 0.9% drop from the previous year. So because the international money is still coming through, our members are still being able to get paid healthy revenue streams. But I've gone on a huge tangent.
No, it's okay. No, it's relevant.
Oh,
It's
good.
important, yeah.
But yes, if you are like an independent artist or any artist, the majority of your money from PPL for UK revenue is mostly going to be from radio broadcastings, and from that you'll be most likely going into campaign mode for a single or an EP or an album, and therefore you're most likely going to be paying a plugger to then hopefully get your music played on the radio. Therefore, the money then comes back round, hopefully back into your pocket as a performer and a label, but also via the PRS as well.
So just carrying on from that, so you mentioned and the money you can get from your singles or your albums. Do you think that the album format is as strong as it used to be? Is there more mileage in making albums now than just making a single or an EP? What do we think? Because I know, Liv, you said at first, one of my aspirations is to make an album. But from a financial point of view, I know that's not why you want to do it, but from a financial point of view, is there as much gravitas around the making of an album as there used to be?
Well, for as long as I've loved music, it's all been about albums and trying to have the best one, etc., etc. But we can't ignore the fact that music's changed. Like all my boys that are in this music thing, they talk about deals they want, the way the label is saying they want a project, but they're saying a single and an option. Like people don't want to sign for albums. No. People want to sign for singles.
I know, so that must be frustrating for you guys as artists who do want to produce albums. I mean, how easy is that for you, Liv?
Yeah, I mean, if I signed 5 years ago, and that was kind of like when Spotify was like really, really starting to change things, and like I remember that was quite not a big deal that the deal I signed was all singles. Like that wasn't like just, I can't remember how many it was for the first option or something, like 32 singles or something, which is crazy because something like that, I can't remember, that's probably not the right thing. However many songs I've put out in the past 5 years, that's the amount of singles, but that's kind of like, that would have been unheard of. It's always, to me, like when you grow up thinking about the music industry and the record industry, it's always like, oh, they signed a 5-album deal, they did. So it's, yeah, I guess there was like a massive shift in that, and I guess that's just the way that the streaming platforms are working, like just songs kind of pop off. But for me, I always think like an iconic artist has always had like that iconic album, and that's how they put their like footprint in like music history, like making a really good body of work. Because, you know, I think it's really, I love doing singles because you can like dip your finger in loads of different pies, try loads of different genres, and you're not really committing to a sound. But like, I think that's something that an artist, for me, like should do to, you know, to show you that you can make a body of work and like have this huge bit of artistry that like defines you. I don't know. I still think they're really important, but I understand that they're not, I don't know, maybe the way that...
Yeah, it's like an unwritten rule amongst like music lovers that you need to have that solid project. Everyone here's got a favourite album. Yeah. We probably don't listen to albums the same, but everyone's still got their favourite 5. Miseducation. Yeah. Class.
Classic.
There you go.
I think like the album thing is kind of, I think it comes down to the actual genre as well, because if you're into post-hardcore, for instance, or like punk or like emo, then it is all about the album, and from that it's then going to be all about the actual merch and the physical product. I'm very much an album guy. I can't stand singles. Like I don't listen to a single after single. I want to listen to a body of work, unless I'm in like work mode and I'm going through singles. But I guess if you're like an independent artist, or like myself, I run like an independent label. It's a large thing is going to be what's your budget, and like as like a label, I want a body of work where I can then go, right, I'm putting everything into this, because there's no point in me just doing a single, because I'm not really going to get that much press from just having a single.
Yeah.
Is there really going to be a tour around just a single? Probably not. So you want to put everything behind it, and the returns which you can get from a body of work is absolutely great. But again, for you guys as different artists, it might be a little bit different.
No, I think what you're saying is right, 100%. It's just the fact that because of how music's changed, every album I listen to, mainly in like rap and R&B, they don't make albums to make albums. It's like 12 singles. So why am I listening to that? I'm just going to take the 3 I like and stick it on my like songs, and that's his album now, 3 songs.
Yeah.
That's my reality. Naturally, I want to make an album that's an album, but I think we can't ignore the fact that that's what's happening.
I know. And it's the industry that's dictating that happens, isn't it? That way round, do you reckon?
Nah.
I don't reckon.
Different. There was a yes and there was a no.
I don't know. It could. Is it the industry?
I reckon it's definitely like streaming platforms. Like, I think we don't realise like how much it's changed it, like the way that people are putting out music, the length of songs. I don't know. But I
agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm old enough to know that I've seen lots of different reincarnations, and in each of them, everyone always wants to make albums.
It's all about the album, and I think it's because artists are like, there's so much pressure on artists being like constantly available. Like back in the day, like Rihanna would put out an album, be in like a 2-year cycle with that album, put out another one. You wouldn't need to like hear from her in the meantime. Well, actually, that's a bad example because she hasn't released music in
but because you knew that they were working on the next album.
Yeah, exactly. But any other artist, that was bad because she actually hasn't. We're still waiting on that album. But yeah, you know what I mean. But now artists are expected to just like fly out singles. Is this one working? No, next one. Is this one? And it's, which I don't know if I'm that into, but
I can understand the single side of things for like a major label where like they might have like signed an artist who's on like a one single deal with like an option. They might have like signed that artist just because that artist had one single which kind of got some attraction, and then the actual label was trying to like work out actually where can we actually place you and like was this one single just like a fluke? So I can kind of understand that, and then like after like 5 singles or something, they might go, right, here's £500,000 to like make an album or something. I don't know.
It's always been one of my bugbears, because I think when you work like that, you forget that the artist is actually a person.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And not a product. And when you sign an artist on a one single deal, in the hope that they might produce more, and the artist doesn't, and then you decide to drop them, for that artist, it's devastating.
Yes, but it also gives the artist the opportunity to go, do you know what, fuck this label, I don't like this. I've actually got a good number of fans now just from this 1 or 2 singles. I can get a pretty decent VSP deal.
But that's I think it takes time and experience to have that level of confidence. Because usually you get
your
signed.
manager when he comes in. Hopefully you've got a good manager who can
help you through that.
Help explain that. But I guess each individual is going to be incredibly different, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you are right about the artist isn't always treated like a person where they've actually got feelings.
It's just product.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep churning it out. Keep churning it out. And if you don't, oof. Okay. I don't know if we're supposed to leave time for questions. Anybody got any questions? Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, like Bruno, he's interesting because he got signed to Virgin a long time ago, and I think he done like an EP with them, and then he got dropped, and then his streaming success now is ridiculous. But again, the streaming world is going to a streaming world really isn't built for albums, you might say. However, you've got your song onto some playlist, and then you might actually get like a real fan from that, who then is going to buy your tickets, buy your merch. It's just seen as like another marketing tool. I mean, like I see streaming as kind of like a bonus for like money coming in. I would always try to sell the physical product to hopeful fans, which we've collected along the way. But for other artists in other genres, streaming might actually be their bread and butter.
Yeah, I guess it depends on like the control that you have over it as well. Like, bloody hell, I'd love to, if I made an album, I'd love to put every song on that album out as a single and like give it a life and give it. But you know, I don't know if the label would go for like my obscure album track, kind of like a bit like pushing that and making a thing about it. But I mean, there's loads of ways to do it. I guess it totally just depends on your artistic vision as well, and you know, if you'd be up to do that. But I still definitely think there's room for albums and there's interesting ways to release them. And, yeah.
Dead quick. This might just be me, but I don't really see an album as an album. I see an album as a collection of singles, because it's like, truthfully, I don't think I've listened to anyone's album the full way through. I will flick through it, and like, if the song gets me, then it's got me, and then I might like songs off that album, do you know what I mean? So I'd say, yeah, okay, you can separate albums and singles, but see an album as a collection of singles. Maybe everyone will like them, maybe everyone will like maybe 4, do you know what I mean? I don't know. That's how I see it anyway.
Interesting. Anyone else? Any other questions? Yes.
It's a brave move. I'd say that it's a brave move. I think not letting someone listen to just one song is a brave move. But if it pulls off, like, big up you. I think Kendrick Lamar's project was that, to Pimp a Butterfly. I think it was that. But he made it like you were able to take a song away. But if you listen to it in its totality, it was. But it's definitely brave if you want to do that, like a concept, but you can't take one song away because. Oh, you can take one song away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I hear it now. Yeah, no, that's been done then.
It's like a chapter.
I would definitely listen to the full album if it was like that, to be honest.
I think that's what albums should be, and it's meant to be honest. I think that's like what the concept of an album is, but I just think with the way that it doesn't go like that for a lot of it. It depends on you as an artist as well. I didn't depends if you're honest.
Like, Joyner Lucas and like J. Cole definitely kind of write in that way, so I'd fully listen to their album, do you know what I mean? So,
That is literally miseducation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I hear it.
So for the people at the back who maybe didn't hear that, we were just talking about the concept album format, where there's a body of work that's created that has a story, has a beginning, middle, and end, and that is there an opportunity for that still to be a thing where the label doesn't have the choice but to produce the whole thing, but that it's still got an option to be able to remove one or two of the tracks and the tracks be standalone tracks, but when you add it back into the concept album, it's about the whole story, the bigger picture. That's what that debate was about. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Totally.
Yeah. So again, so for the people who can't hear that at the back, it was the question or the discussion is around whether analytics is replacing the heart and soul of the music. Is our desire to know about the algorithms and the number of streams and taking away the actual importance of the music? Or is it going to be something that comes full circle? Because it never used to be like that. It used to be that you could have concept albums and that's what you were interested in, the artist as a whole, their whole body of work. And the suggestion was that this might just exhaust itself and go full circle and we'll be back to the concept album again. So, what do we think?
I mean, I think it's like, I'm really interested in all that side of it, but then the other half of me is like, stick it to the man, and I think like that's what artists are meant to be. That's always what back in the day, like, if it wasn't about your creative vision first and it wasn't about being an artist that kind of like went against what everyone else did, you would be like a bit of a sellout or something. But I guess now, in a way, like everyone kind of is, because the wall isn't like pulled over our eyes. We've got it all on our phones and we can see it like happening live and we can control it in a way. So, but yeah, I think like for me, I'm really interested in all of it, but I just try to leave all of that out of the studio and try to leave all of that out of like just my head and out of like anything creative, because it just needs to come from you. Don't let it. I don't know. That's what I would say anyway. Don't let it cloud your mind. But I don't know. Read up on it. Maybe it's good to know about it.
So I guess we've got time for one more question if anyone's... Yes. And maybe two.
Yeah, well, definitely, like I said, I'm an independent artist and I don't really show people my music. So I don't get it. I've just got to be like, yeah, if I feel it and I like it, then just put it out. And I think that's what you should do until someone approaches you. Oh, sorry. Until someone approaches you and says maybe like, you know, you're not thinking strategically about this, then you can start to think like that. But don't doubt yourself. Just do what you feel like is good, literally. And that's how I do it. Yeah.
That was about, as a songwriter, how do you get your ideas out there without, I guess, compromising, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you just let your ideas flow and be what you want them to be? Okay, one more question. Anybody else?
I think there was the guy up there who's been putting his hand up.
Sorry, yeah. Okay, I'll just explain. So his question was, how, as an independent artist, how do you get onto the panel? How do you get considered to be a panelist? How did you get the opportunity to be a panelist? And what obstacles or hurdles have you faced? Is that right? Yeah.
The opportunity found me, to be honest. Someone just messaged me. I said, yeah, why not? I said, yeah. So honestly, as far as pros and cons go, I think the cons are of being independent is like just that algorithm stuff. Like I'm fighting man that have the mechanics behind them and they drop on Friday and then like 17 playlists. And I'm just trying to like, yo, you lot, please listen to my thing, man.
Yeah.
That's probably the cons of it. The pros is I don't have to compromise. I don't like to. I want to make what I want creatively, and I don't want to hear an A&R, respectively, if to any A&Rs here. I don't want to hear an A&R say, I don't think that hook's strong, because that's subjective. That's what he thinks. If I drop it and it bangs, he's got egg on his face.
That's a really good point.
Love that.
It is subjective, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. How about you?
So yeah, how I got the opportunity was I think someone emailed me and then rung me and said that they'd been told about me by two different people, but they actually didn't tell me who the two different people was, so I don't know. But I was on the Levi's Music Project, and I was on the Lymph Academy Music Project, and I'm now on the Culture Tech Music Project. And I feel like being involved in artist development programs like that can really bring you opportunities, and I think that's definitely how I got this one. So get involved in as much artist development programs as you can, because you end up networking. Say that again, sorry.
How did you get on the projects?
Research, but like I've always gigged around Liverpool and stuff, so people knew of me, I guess. And for the Levi's Music Project, someone again approached me on Facebook, and I mean, I didn't believe them. I was like, what? But then they rung me and it was like real and that, and then I done it with Loyal Corner. So it is about getting yourself out there and, like I said, getting involved in as much music stuff as you can.
Are you based in Liverpool? Birmingham. I guess it's like you say, it's doing the research about what opportunities there are in your area. Are there opportunities for like artist development, for some kind of training? How do you get into that arena where people are going to know who you are and start to understand who you are and start to recommend you and refer you to situations like that? I think you just have to do a bit of homework and ask some questions. Look at the people who are doing stuff around you, other musicians, ask them how they did it. Start to, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And one last... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, as far as artist development programs are, so the PRS Foundations funds a lot of talent development partners based around the country. So Punch Records in Birmingham. Basically, they try and do it with a good geographic split. So like Liverpool's got 2 or 3, Manchester's got 2 or 3, Leeds has got 2 or 3. So I'd definitely have a look on the PRS Foundation website and have a look at these organisations, because we fund them to do talent development programs like the Lymph Academy. So.
There are also grants as well, like the Women Make Music. There's a writer-producer grant. I think those two got to 5k each. There's deadlines throughout the year. Then there's the PPL Momentum Fund, which is the biggest fund that the foundation gives out, which is between 5 and 15,000. But that's for people who are at this particular tipping point. They've already done X, Y, and Z of like touring, good press, released a few EPs like an album, and then they kind of like need that money to really push them over to get them that decent label deal or publishing deal, and that funds can pay for marketing, recording, mixing, touring. So it's a wide range.
And I'll just mention one more because it's going on right now, but there's also International Showcase Fund. So
yes.
there's Reaper Balm right now, so I know lots of people there. So Foundation helps fund if you're offered slots at these showcase festivals, so like South by Southwest, Reaper Balm, Eurosonic, you can get funded to go over there and showcase your music.
The applications they're not long. They just ask you questions like what showcase are you going to? What's your budget? Like you've actually got to break down the actual budget of how much are the flights there, what's your accommodation costs, and a particular marketing plan as well. And like who's in your team. It's not like writing an essay. It's just giving bullet points of like what you actually need the funding for. Those applications are then marked and scored by people like me. If you are having trouble with your application, then you can always call up the PRS Foundation to help you go through these applications. Okay.
Yeah, to the person in the back, I would say if you're starting off and you do want to maybe get on a panel or you do want to get opportunities like this and other things, Google artist development programs in your area or close to your area. Defo.
Okay, so we're going to have to wrap it up there, but please give a really warm appreciation to these guys. Thanks for all your questions. Okay, on one.
How do you feel now?
Okay, please put your hands together for Jennifer John, who has been an amazing moderator. Amazing moderator. And thank you to every panelist here for making it here today. It does matter. Full respect. That's what I would say. So that's all good. Okay, if you could all stand and yeah, exactly. Once again, please give them a hand. It'd be great, seriously. All right. So, I do believe, I think we've made it to the end, haven't we? I think we've made it to the end, right? Yeah. Rachel, can you go grab Andrea and Nikki and the squad? Lovely. All right. Okay. So once again, we'll have our chat. Any questions from anybody out there where they've been like, all right, Dan Dimitri, how you doing, man? Good. Any questions from anybody out there that's been like, do you know what? There was something that I didn't quite get, or what do you think of this, Kwam, or what do you think of that? Go ahead. You've always got a question. Metrics. I think you're totally right. I think yeah, but you know, look, let me come down here, man. Seriously, look, you have to remember this, right? Whenever you're told, go left, go right. Yeah? I have just about managed to survive outside of the system. Still feed the system, don't get me wrong, and the system feeds me, but I think it's that thing of, that's one way of doing it. And I can understand that. But you have to understand, many of the acts that I know that I've been involved with, that have done any kind of big business, and I'm talking sold 1 million albums and whatever, have come from a position of no virality, no this, no that, when we literally just going this and this. And that sounds like a hippie. Yeah, of course. Jerry Cinnamon's a great example. There's bloody loads. Seriously. Nikki's saying, how long have I got? 2 minutes? Yeah, -2. Love it. Brilliant. Okay. Are you going to grab the team and everything to come? That'd be... Thank you, darling. The great Nikki Charles. Osai. Nikki Osai Charles. Frr. Okay. No, but seriously, it's another piece of advice that I would give you, right? Because there's a lot of people here that are artists, and there's others that are like entrepreneurs, and there's others that are this, and there's others that are that. There's an entrepreneurial side. I can tell even by what you were asking and where you were going. It's fine. That's just one way. Don't forget, they're inside a major corporation. Yeah, it's just different. So for them, they're like, well, we can use these metrics and blah, and we can near enough find, okay, what's hot in Nova Scotia that's really taking off. So we can sign that, and then we know it's guaranteed that it's going to do well. You know, it's going to explode a bit. And that's fine. But just remember, it's one way of thinking. And a lot of the time, I know managerially and finding of talent and all of that, it's never like loads of, honestly, I can honestly say that. Do you know what? My existence is literally the other end of the scale. Whenever I've gone for, oh yeah, this person's really viral, it's never worked. Whenever I've just gone, you know what, I just love this thing, okay? Generally, those are the ones that go. And they don't just go, because they go on another level, they go from another place. They go in a way that's like, it's spooky. Like, people are like, I often have, if I had £1 for every time a person from, you know, a label has said to me, how did that happen? There's some I can explain, but there's a lot I can't. This game is mystical, man, I'm telling you. Seriously. Sorry, I went off there. But anyway, anybody else? Question? Go on. Be brave. Do that. Yeah, you've already got my email and everything. Nah, it's cool. Go on. Yeah. Okay, but also there's this, right? Let's look at this. This was never around before. You take an act like T.M. Wayne and Russ's tune, right? And then they took it to radio, and radio were like, nah, don't get it. Body. I'm serious. Yeah. Radio was like, don't get it. So they were like, okay, we've got to find another way around it. So they were like, all right, well, let's put in on that side. You know, let's get creative, whatever. And then all of a sudden, it's the situation, right? But that's what I mean. There's another way now, and that's really what they're saying. You know. Of course, yeah. That's the thing. It's like that was never around before. Now it's around. It's like bloody hell. That thing is about the place. You know. So yeah. Anyway, good. Come on, come over here, you two troublemakers. Okay, so a lot of the time with these seminars and creating vision and everything, a lot of the time people think that it's Kwame, and I'm always like, actually, no. You've got to meet the other two cannons in the arsenal. So what you have here is Nikki Osai. Okay, so formerly known as Charles. But this is Nikki Osai, please give it up for her. And then on the other side, you have Andrea Yule, please give it up for her. So I'm gonna hand them the mic now because they won't be expecting me to do that. And and the simple truth is we've been going, creating vision. I mean, okay, first of all, we were Urban Music Seminar. We were doing that from 1997. And the idea was just to make sort of the information behind the music industry a lot more accessible, really, because we were just like, this is crazy. It's like Voldemort in there. People don't even know what's going on. Do you know what I mean? And we were like, this is mad. When it could be just information just passed on, and it will make for a better industry. So that's really the thing. And then we stopped doing the Urban Music Seminar and started doing Creating Vision. And Creating Vision has basically become, you've got the Ultimate Seminar, you've got the Ultimate Circle, which is mentee program. You've got the MBOL show, which is the pocket show, as it were, just on your Insta Live. You've got all sorts. Honestly, there's a whole world, and that's why I always say, look, if you're serious about it, we're like an outer university, as it were. So you can dip in whenever you want and dip out whenever you want, and it's all free. I know a lot of the time people don't believe, but it is. It's all free. So you've just, whenever we send out those emails, and it's a thing of, listen, there's going to be a masterclass and it's on Zoom, get on it. Because a lot of the time you're going to either meet somebody that might affect your life in some way, or listen to a piece of information that might make you go left instead of right. But I also really want you to give it up for our team, some of whom are from Liverpool. The Liverpool crew are over there. Please put your hands up, the Liverpool crew. Okay. We've got Rachel over there, who's been... she came to the seminar, how many years? 5 years ago? 5 years ago came to the seminar, and we were like, come on. Do you want to? She was like, yeah, okay, I'll start working. And then... Exactly, she stuck with us. We've got TJ here, who, believe it or not, is a world champion runner. I know, it's mad, isn't it? This is such as the crew, so there you go, that's TJ. And I don't know who I've left out, but there are some more backstage. They're backstage. No. Rhea and Daniel, they're all backstage doing stuff. But look, the most important thing about all of this is we'll come back to Liverpool. I don't know how, but we'll do it. We never know. We didn't know how we were going to get here in the first place. We'll come back to Liverpool. Might be a different place, but we'll come back to Liverpool. Most important thing is just tell people about it. So much of what we do is about word of mouth. I cannot express. Like, the only reason that the London one is at the size that it's at, with queues around the block at 8:30 in the morning and all of that, is just because the word got out. When we first started doing the London one, audience size was probably the size of this, maybe even a bit smaller, which was at the O2 when we first started doing the London one. So, but now, I mean, obviously it's a different beast. So just tell people about it. Tell them about it. And I know we had a live stream. This is Ree. Please give it up for her. She's another person that, again, used to watch the seminar, but now works with us. And she works at BMG now. Exactly. So, yeah. And she tour manages. She tour manages Shay Lingo.
And Daniel, he's also an attendee, but now is over at EMI.
There you go. So we've got the conversion rate is pretty mad for the organisation, because we've got Melanie, who couldn't be here today because she is on the road with my son's band at the moment. They're in Germany, I think. So and she works at RCA as well. And again, she was a former attendee, and she would have been here today if it hadn't have been for that. So we've got the conversion rate is crazy. But look, the most important thing is I know there's a lot of people here that have been here since the start of today. And as I said before, look, man, you lot are the smart ones. You worked it out. You came here. I know your ass will be hurting by the time you go home and everything. But hopefully your mind will be buzzing with different ways that you can approach and look at the industry and etc. Yeah, exactly. And also, exactly, keep in contact. Definitely, we've got. We've got the London seminar coming, and come down to that. You know, it's fine if you go to us. Listen, I was at Liverpool. Blah blah blah. We'll just make sure you're on the list. Just come down, and you can network down there as well, because that's another side of what it's all about. But yeah, we will be back. And look, people, well done for actually lasting the course. You're all creating vision heads now. You're all up in the fam, and you know, make use of it. Make use of the knowledge. Go forth and multiply. That's it. And thanks for coming. We do. You know, you got out of bed. There's a lot of people do. They're like, I'll catch up on YouTube. Or nah, you're here in the flesh, and that matters a lot. Exactly. Exactly. Bam. Yeah. Listen, that's it. Ain't got much else to say. Well done. All good. Well done. Safe journey, absolutely. Safe journey home. Okay?